Welcome back, dude. It's been a year. Actually, it's been almost at a year, maybe just under a year. I think it's 11 and a half months since we recorded your first episode. You were you still are the most viral episode that we've had. Every short that we cut did well over 1 million views almost. Like your podcast, I think today is on YouTube. It's still got the most views that we've ever had. It was kind of a crazy phenomenon. It was weird for us. I know it was weird for you too, as we'll talk about it here in a minute. But yeah, it was just cool. So for those of you that don't know, Chris is our first guest to come back. Chris McCoy was here last year. His life story we told in 2 parts, 2 episodes was probably one of the wildest, most interesting stories, but also just a great comeback story. I know you uncomfortably bared your soul, dude, and you really trusted me, which I appreciate. But it was, it was really interesting for us to see the comments. I think you and I were talking last night. I mean, the comment I still think that sticks with me the most. You had talked about, a low point in your life, that almost caused your death, and we did a small clip on it. I know you were initially uncomfortable about that clip, but I really wanted to let it go because I knew there were people that need it. And I'll never forget, there was a dude that said, "I'm sitting here eating a sandwich in the Seattle Public Library that I got from the trash can. This video is what I needed to keep going. And tomorrow or next week, hopefully my boss will never know that I was homeless living out of my car." Yeah. And I thought, that's powerful, man. And it just goes to show that sometimes we think we're alone in this world, man, but we're not. So
there was a huge outpouring. Like, it was crazy. The comments, like, I remember when we first did it, you told me, like, bro, don't look at the comments. And eventually, of course, I looked at them for a little while, and the outpouring of like love and like appreciation and positivity was like crazy. Of course, there were negative comments on there. And for everybody out there who left a negative comment, thank you for driving engagement. You're literally putting money into my friend's pocket. So bring it on with the crazy comments. But like the outpouring of love and like the one comment that really stuck out for me, and I don't know who it was out there, but hopefully you see this. I talked quite a bit about my old neighbor, the Pagan Motorcycle Club, Victor Castoratus.
I remember my next door neighbor asking me about him.
Yeah, I didn't know how to spell his name because, he had this funky Greek last name. And someone in the comments looked him up and found out that he had passed away and like hit the full spelling of his name and where he was from. And like, that was pretty cool. That was like, for me, one, that was like, wow, that was like a nice thing to do. And for two, it was kind of like, oh, that's how you spell his funky Greek last name. And it was kind of sad to know that he had passed away because it would have been cool to reconnect with him. But whoever that person was that did that little grunt work and leg work about finding out about Vic Castoratus, I appreciate that.
And that story of like his impact on your early years and growing up next to a motorcycle gang chapter president.
Just another crazy person who came along and drifted in and out of my life. And like, just like this right now, I'm like super fortunate I'm just really fortunate. I've come across, people always tell me like I've lived this crazy life, but I look at it more like I've been fortunate enough to like just come across like just so like a parade of interesting characters in my life.
Every time we talk, you have a new character. It's like, man, where do you? We were talking on the car yesterday. I'm like, where do you meet these people? It's pretty cool. You've got an eclectic group of.
I think people who've got that energy just aggregate towards each other.
That makes sense. Well, we've had a ton of new followers, so there's probably like a ton of people that are hearing this podcast and may not have listened to your first one. So I'm still going to do an introduction. This podcast will be a lot different than the other one. We're not going to dive all into your life stories, but we are going to take this interview to the places that we honestly couldn't go last time. Sure. We ran out of time, dude. That last podcast.
Really excited to be here. And if you are tuning in for the first time, this pod is awesome. This is going to be your new favorite pod. I think you're occupying like a really good space. And I think the feel here is a lot different than a lot of the other tech-oriented pods. There's definitely an authenticity, like a human element here. This doesn't feel... It's not that it doesn't feel it is. I mean, I'm in your house right now. You know what I mean? I was like eating breakfast and playing with you. I was literally swimming with your dogs last night and like went riding e-bikes with your son. Yeah. There's like definitely an authenticity here, I think, that people like.
Yeah, I hope we never lose that. I spend a lot of time trying to get to know my guests, and then as you know, when my guests come, I turn my phone off. Yeah. I try to really be present, man, because I think I want this interaction that you and I have to be real, not some manufactured thing where I pick you up, you drive straight here. Yeah. We talk about some stuff, pretend like we're super close, and then you leave. And
bro, we're going to go tear up some asada later. It's going to be effing awesome.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
A little over a year ago, a man sat down in that chair and talked for 7.5 hours. We had to break it into 2 parts, not because anyone asked us to, but because one sitting was never supposed to hold a life that big. And it became the biggest thing this show has ever done. The algorithm grabbed his voice and wouldn't let go. People never wore a uniform, never fired a shot, never buried a friend. They sat through all 7.5 hours and then they went back and watched it again. My guest here again is Chris McCoy, a former NCO, 75th Ranger Regiment, Iraq and Afghanistan, back when the regiment was running 2 and 3 hits a night. He fought the war most only ever saw in a movie. He stood next to Pat Tillman. He carried men who didn't come home. And when the uniform came off, the war didn't end. It just changed shape. 2 seasons on the deck of a Bering Sea crab boat, a collapse he has never once flinched from describing, and a climb back out of the dark that cost him almost everything he had. He's been sober for 13 years, a train painter's name on 1,000 freight cars, and now he's an author. But here's the thing about the first conversation. He gave us 7.5 hours, and he still was holding some things back. There were war stories he'd never told, not on this show, not anywhere. There are 6 years of his life inside a drone program, a world he could only gesture at the last time that we sat across from each other. And there's a book now, Unseen Words, that didn't even exist the last time we sat and talked. A book that braids his own story together with the oldest warrior cultures on Earth and the newest science of what combat does to a man. And we're going back into one more thing, the month he spent inside the Pentagon after 9/11. Oh, we got a lot of comments on that.
Yeah, we did.
Because when we aired that, the internet decided to tell a man who did body recovery in that building that he never happened the way he saw it, and he's not going to let that stand. So this isn't a sequel. This is a conversation. The first one wasn't long enough to hold. Chris, welcome back to the Vanguard Wall, brother.
I'm so happy to be back, man. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here.
Before we start diving into stuff, man, I think you and I had this conversation yesterday about like what it's like, for you to have a video where millions of people see it. I'm the host. I mean, I never considered what this podcast could even touch and where I still don't. It's not something that I consider. But what was it like when, I remember where I was when like these videos, like your shorts started going viral. I'll never forget. I was with my daughter actually at the beach on like a daddy-daughter thing. And we just watched this thing just like kept going and kept going. And then I remember you started doing matches and like people started coming up to you. What was that like, dude?
Well, when I saw the numbers, I was like, oh, that's cool. It didn't really mean anything to me. I think I just think a little differently like that. Like, I got a pretty strong Instagram following and like, I don't know, like internet presence doesn't mean anything to me. It's fake, but the thing that was interesting to me is like you described, I started having, and I still do to this day, just have random people walk up to me. Cause, for those of you watching, I compete in USPSA. So I'm around gun culture people like all the time. So regularly I'm at matches and I travel to matches out of state and I've had so many people just walk up to me and they're like, hey, are you Chris McCoy? Cause in USPSA, when you sign up, you can see the names. Mm-hmm. And people might see my name and they don't think about it, but then they see me and I think I'm fairly unique looking. I'm like a, like tatted up big Asian dude and people walk up and they're like, hey, are you Chris McCoy? And I'm like, and my personality, my personality. Oh, yeah. My personality. I'm either very friendly or I'm very hostile. There's like no middle ground. I'm like, yeah, what's up? And they're like, hey, I saw you on a podcast. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then like the first time that happened, I was like, oh, that's cool. But it started happening with this unbelievable frequency. And then the 2 incidents that stand out in my mind was I live in a really big, nice, property managed, bougie like apartment. And I got on the elevator in the apartment and a guy got on the elevator and was like, are you Chris McCoy? And I was like, what? He goes, I swear to God, he goes, I just watched your podcast and then walked out of my house and got on the elevator and you're on the elevator. Like it was freaking him out. And like, yeah. And then the other one was I just did a really big training event on the West Coast with a special missions unit. And we were coming off the objective. And those guys have the operators, and then they have their enablers, like their engineers. They have like people that help them run the scenarios. And one of their engineers was installing like a new door for the Dets. You know, they came in and they blew the doors, and he was putting a new door up. And he stopped and he came over to me. He put his nods up and he was like, "Hey, are you Chris McCoy?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" And he was like, and he like heartily shook my hand. He was like, "Man, I saw the pod. The pod was awesome. Like, yeah, it's so cool. You know, like love what you're doing." And I was kind of freaked out. I'm like, "Dude, you're with like the special mission unit." I'm like some bro. And he like stopped what he was doing and come over and like thank me. I'm like, I don't know what you know, it's been kind of, I wouldn't say it's been wild, but it's been cool. All the feedback's been awesome. I was able to link up with an old Ranger buddy that kind of happened through the comments too. Shout out to Lionel Balloon. He had a very long, successful, highly respected career in the regiment. So it's been cool. It's been awesome. The whole experience has been rad.
Yeah, I mean, you're a deep thinker. You and I always have like deep conversations. Like, what do you think it was about your story? And for one thing, I think people didn't realize you had never, like, your face had never been shown on the internet, like even on your own social media.
Yeah.
And that was like a thing you and I had talked about. You're like, can you block my face? And then first I was like, nah, whatever. Cause we got hooked up through a mutual friend and you hadn't been on a podcast. And he had told me about you for probably, shout out to Jason Cam. Cam had told you about you for like 12, 13, 14 years. And, you know, your name had always come in and out. And then I started the podcast like, dude, you got to interview Chris. And so I remember when we finally talked and I started listening to your story. I'm like, oh, this is going to be legit. And then you come and you're like, hey man, I'm just going to wear glasses. I'm like, nah, bro, we're doing this. Yeah. And so was it weird for you to come out from behind that firewall?
It was. I mean, you know, the whole not showing my face on the internet thing, I got a lot of flack from it for some people, but it wasn't because I'm like some operator. That has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with it. There was a very good reason I was hiding on my face, and it has nothing to do with the fact that like operator, blah, blah, blah. It had nothing to do with that. It was a confluence of my job and the things I was doing outside of work. And there was just a very strong reason for a long time that I wasn't showing my face on there. It's like, if you knew what the reason was, it'd be very obvious.
It would make a lot of sense.
At one point, I was a train conductor for CSX, and I was painting their trains every single night by the hundreds and thousands. And I didn't want my employer, if they happened, you know, to see my face. And then because I come from SOF back in the day, people thought that I was trying to be some soft hardo and cover my face. It had nothing to do with that. You know, I was just like I was not like some soft badass. I was just some dude, you know, like there's a million dudes like me out there.
A well-known graffiti artist.
Yeah.
I mean, you had been featured in like Nat Geo graffiti.
Well, not Nat Geo, but yes, like, I've been featured in lots of like graffiti publications and stuff like that. But that's been years since I've done that stuff. So
the comment section like built its own version of you, which I thought was hilarious. What do you think people got right about you, and what do you think they got dead ass wrong, dude?
The comment section, let's touch on that a little bit, right? First off,
and just so you guys know, I tell all my guests when we release stuff, especially on YouTube, like Joe Rogan said it right, like stay out of the comments because you never know if they're bots, trolls, miserable people. But bro, you had an interesting.
Well, the comments was interesting. I will say this: if you commented at all, thank you. If you left a positive comment, like we really do thank you. There was some super sincere, just awesome comments in there. You can tell that there were people who were like leaving their real feelings in the comments.
Oh yeah.
And the feedback, like that was surprising to me. I'm like, man, I'm just some guy on a podcast. Like, who gives a shit, right?
I'm just a random dude hitting a record button. Like I'm a
right.
You know.
And people, man, you know, people were leaving awesome feedback. So appreciate that. And if you left a shitty comment on there, that's cool too, man. You know, because YouTube just sees it as you spending a coin. So if you spend an angry coin or if you spend a good coin, thank you for leaving that. The thing about comments was interesting. Like it kind of made me look a little bit into like human psychology. And for one, if you have really strong opinions about what I did in my life, that's cool. But it really doesn't affect me because you weren't there. You know what I mean? It's like, that'd be like if I had really strong opinions about your kids, you know, like whatever, they're still your kids at the end of the day. Yeah. And the thing, I don't want to give it too much energy, but I think the thing that I realized was like, I really did like a self-assessment of the people that I look up to in my life. And the people that I know that are really successful and happy, like they just don't troll and leaving shitty comments on the internet. And the people that I know that really know about stuff aren't leaving opinionated comments on the internet. Like Brad Pearson isn't leaving comments about grappling and wrestling on the internet, so.
But I do value the time, like, we released some content about Vietnam recently. And
well, I mean, negative comments. I'm sorry. I want to clarify that. Negative comments.
Yeah, because the positive comments where people kind of really open up, there's a lot of people that touched with your story, but also other podcasts. Like sometimes I tell people all the time, we make these long podcasts and they're kind of like books. And if you look at your books on a bookshelf, they kind of the sum total of who you are. I think a lot of those different books add something different to your life. And that's kind of what this podcast is kind of how I look at it, right? Like, now we're starting to build a library of books, and one book may not speak to your life, but one book may really change your life.
I noticed that overall people think, I didn't realize this. People think that I have like a nice speaking voice or I'm a good storyteller, which I never really, I've been told that before, but I never really put much thought into it. But I guess the public, in general, the public thinks that. Also, we did a 7-hour podcast. And I did misuse a couple words, and you guys very friendly, very kindly, very helpfully pointed that out. Yes, I meant to say convalesce, not coalesce. That's true. All right, so you guys got me. All right, but 7 hours, like I challenge you to sit in a chair and talk for 7 hours and nail every word.
We were smoked by the end of that too, dude. I think we did nothing after that last podcast. Talk to me about Vic. If you guys aren't familiar with Vic, Vic is or was a pagan motorcycle, I think, chapter president. Chris grew up next to him. It was a very key part of his early part of his story. We cut a short that's probably almost the second most viral short about, I think we're talking about Vic. And he impacted your life younger, and then you went on to do things in your life. And everybody was kind of attached to that story. Like, what happened to Vic? What happened to Vic? What did we find out?
That's really interesting to me. I was just narrating what happened to me.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, I was basically adopted by my grandmother at 13 when I was put out of the house by
It's like your step grandma. Really.
Yeah, my step grandmother adopted me when I was 13. It was sort of like a forced adoption by my crazy, insane, psychopathic stepmother. And she took me in, and she lived in a nice little rancher kind of out in Baltimore County. Not much money. And one of my neighbors who lived about 50 feet from my house was a high-ranking person in the Pagans Motorcycle Club. I don't know if he was a chapter president, but he was certainly a leader. He was certainly a somebody.
Right. I might have promoted him.
Yeah, and his house was, I want to say, sort of a de facto clubhouse because he had a motorcycle shop in there, and he painted bikes, and he was like a hitter in the Pagans. It was really well known. So there were always throngs of patched, cut-wearing Pagan motorcycle gang members like next door to my house. And that was kind of an unusual situation to be raised in, and those dudes were always cool to me. And their neighbor, Mr. Victor Anthony Castoratus. He had a pretty strong influence on me as a kid in a good way. And so we dove into that pretty deeply. And I found out in the comments, it was cool because all the years I lived next door to him, I didn't know how to spell his last name. His name was Castoratus, which is, kind of a very Greek sounding name. I didn't know how to spell it. And someone in the comments looked him up and found his name and found out where he was from, which lined up with, what I was saying. That he owned a small bar, like a tiny little tavern, and then he passed away in 2023, I think. So to the person who did that research, man, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm kind of bummed I didn't get to talk to him afterwards.
Did it give you like a weird sense of closure?
I think so a little bit. Yeah. I think like I hadn't talked to him in many years. It made me a little bummed out that I missed being able to find him and be like, hey, man, I was talking about you, but yeah, just another chapter in life, and like shout outs to Victor Anthony Castoratus and the influence that it had on me. I hope you guys go back and see those episodes.
Yeah, they're really good, man. You've kind of had a year of strangers telling you your story kind of mattered to them. Has that changed the way you carry your story at all?
No, not at all. I don't want to, sound presumptuous or anything, but like you know me well enough to know like this is, if you're out there watching, this is like literally how I am.
Yeah, Chris does not have an off-camera persona.
Yeah.
Chris is Chris 24/7.
This is literally who I am all the time. If you're with me at work, at home, you know, anywhere, this is who I am.
But I think it's the thing that I most appreciate about you know, because there's other genuine people out there, but you know, there's some fake and phony people out there. Like you see it, you know, they have this persona. I talked to one dude on the phone, and this guy also has a YouTube channel, and then I watch his YouTube channel, and he sounds nothing like he did on the phone.
You know, I know there's a lot of people out there watching, and you probably this is a pretty common thing I've experienced. You almost certainly work with someone who wears a plastic mask. It's really prevalent in the workplace. But if you're out there watching this, I guarantee, if you're watching and you're engaged in this and you're really paying attention to this, I guarantee a big portion of you out there, unless you own your own business, you work with some MFer who wears a weird plastic reptilian mask. And you just know that the person you're interacting with is like that's their idea of what a human is acting like, right?
Yeah.
I worked in STEM in the military for a long time, and there's a lot of people like that. But I think they're prevalent everywhere. You know, there's just people that put on a face.
I always had a hard time in the workplace hanging out with people because, you know, people have their work persona and then their off-life persona, give or take. I'm kind of like you. I don't have two different. And so I could never hang, like if you were a piece of shit at work, I couldn't hang out with you outside of work, man. Because I think like who you are is who you are. And the moment you start having multiple personalities, I don't know, man, you lose this sense of genuineness. And for me personally, I
mean, there's definitely something to be said, you know, before the internet excoriates me. Of course, there's a way to act professionally at work. I get that. But you can tell there's certain people, they very, very strongly put on a mask.
Yeah.
And it is what, maybe they're forced to, or maybe they think they're forced to at work. But I think it's just
be who you are, bro.
Yeah.
Just be who you are.
I think that's why the internet reacted strongly to me, because I think they can tell I'm just like, you know, I am who I am, whether it be positive or negative.
Yeah, you're authentic, and you make no excuses for not only your shortcomings, but you make no excuses for who you are. And I think we need more of that, right? Like I think so many people, you know, feel they have to change who they are to please somebody else.
Well, before we get too deep into this self-flagellation project that we're working on, thank you for all the positive feedback. It was rad, and thanks for the negative stuff too, because it just drove engagement. Yeah.
You know what? Since we're talking about negative, let's go to the first fun topic, dude. So you were in the old guard.
I was.
We told the story about 9/11. So Chris was on the range on September 11th when the Pentagon was hit. They responded. It was like what, 30 minutes to an hour?
Not even an hour, like 30 minutes.
They responded to the Pentagon. Chris was there for 30 days.
28 days. Yeah.
I mean, you know, without reliving it, because we told that story on the podcast, we cut a series of videos actually about Chris's experience in 9/11. And that's probably still that comment section and that YouTube video. If you ever want to grab some popcorn and go for a fun run on a YouTube comment section,
oh my goodness,
I would highly suggest that video.
I haven't looked at those comments. For those of you who are watching for the first time, before I was a Ranger, I served in the 75th Ranger Regiment the majority of my military career. But before that, I spent about 2 years in a unit that is colloquially known as the Old Guard, but they're officially designated the 3rd Infantry Regiment. And they're stationed in Fort Myer. And those are the guys that you see in Arlington National Cemetery wearing the dress blues.
Were you there when Mike Glover was there?
I don't know. But they're mostly known for the guards at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That's very well known. But that unit supports a bevy of jobs down there. They do burials, they do ceremonies, they do diplomatic arrivals. They do all the dog and pony show, beautiful looking ceremonial things. You'll almost always see them in color guard events or the White House, things like that. But what is less known is that unit is a functioning military unit. And they're known as DC's Contingency Army Unit. So like in the case of, let's say, a theoretical, you know, outsider invasion, that unit would be mobilized as an actual functioning infantry unit. And on 9/11, on September 11th, 2001, we were executing some of our function as a training unit. The vast majority of stuff you do when you're a member of the Old Guard is going to be ceremonial based. and also like, I don't want to say maintenance of, but like the logistical duties that go into Arlington National Cemetery, right? Like we don't mow the grass or anything like that, but you know, we're the unit that's assigned there along with a couple other units too. But on this particular day, we were executing the function of training as infantrymen because we're all actual infantrymen. So we were at a range and we were shooting AT-4 simulators. And for those of you who have been in the Army or the Marine Corps or maybe some other units, the AT-4 is an anti-tank rocket. And the way you train on it is using blanks. They're tracer 9mm blanks. So we're at a range and we're shooting AT-4 simulators, and a guy comes walking out and he's like, hey, the Pentagon just got hit. And the Pentagon is right next door to Fort Myer. It's, you know, it's like a minute away, right? And we kind of laughed it off, like, what are you talking about? The Pentagon got hit. And he's like, hold on. And like, he came back with a really big sense of urgency. He was like, the Pentagon's been hit by an airplane. We gotta get out of here. So we all mustered and we got on LMTVs, which I don't even know if they have LMTVs anymore in the military, but we got on cattle trucks essentially, rolled down the middle of the highway in DC, went to the barracks, grabbed our bug out bags, and then we hopped back in the LMTVs and we drove down to the Pentagon.
Do you guys keep ready bags?
Well, it wasn't like ready bags. They just gave us a quick packing list to throw a bunch of shit in a fucking Alice, right? Because in the regiment, you don't keep one ready bag. You keep 3 ready bags. You keep I think you keep a Bravo Charlie Delta bag. But in the old guard, I can't remember, but I think you keep a Charlie bag. But either way, we had some stuff on tuck. We did a quick pack up when we rode down there. And we came around, I talked about this on the last pod, but I remember we came around the corner in the huge parking lot and looking out of the back of the LMTV. This is a truck that's covered in the back, and I was sitting in the back where the back is open.
There was a bunch of you, right?
Yeah, there's a whole unit. And, or at least my company, we were all together. And we came around the corner in the parking lot, and I just remember I've never seen something like this before. And there's been a couple moments in my life, and I'm sure if you're watching, there's been a couple moments in your life where you see something, you just realize like, I've never seen something like this before. I'm never going to see something like this again. It was a pillar of black oil smoke that looked like a gigantic mountain. And I can just remember, I've never seen smoke that thick, that it almost looked solid. And I just remember looking up at it, and it looked like a mountain, like a gigantic mountain of thick black oil smoke. And I could just see how pillowy and dark and thick it was. And then we kept driving, and I saw a man walking, and this is still very much burned in my memory. He was in a short sleeve dress uniform with all his medals and accoutrements on it. And he had a big head wound, and he had a training towel on his head, and he was pouring blood out of his head. He was leaking. There was blood pouring out of his head. And another guy was walking with him in a dress uniform, and he was a general. And I was shocked. I just couldn't believe it. Like, there was a general there who's terribly injured. The guy was staggering and walking with pouring out of his head. And, I was a kid, man. I was like 21, 22 years old. And I just knew that I was seeing something incredible. So like, not incredible, but I knew that I was seeing something significant. But the magnitude of what it was certainly didn't register with me. I mean, there was no 9/11 before that, right? So we mustered the trucks, and then we posted up right there in the main parking lot of the Pentagon. And the first thing we did was we helped set up a ton of GP medium tents. For those of you who've never served in the military, a GP medium tent is, everyone who's ever served in the military in any branch knows what a GP medium tent. It's the general purpose medium-sized tent that the U.S. military uses in every branch. It's a very easy to set up, hasty field structure that a couple guys can set up. And if you've ever served in the military in any capacity, at some point, you've spent time.
Every change of command, you got to pull those stupid things out of a Conex box, clean them, open them, put them back together.
Yeah, if you're in a field unit, you've lived in them for days at a time. Like, everyone out there, every military guy out there is going to flinch at the sound of GP medium, right? But we set up a ton of GP medium tents, and there was a ton of activity there. There was hundreds of thousands of people there. There was, of course, all kinds of different government agencies there. And since we're DC's military contingency outfit, we were parted out to people. Like, so a guy would come over and be like, hey, I need 5 people. Hey, I need 7 people. Hey, I need 9 people. And we lived right there. We set our stuff up and we lived there right on the lawn, probably within, I want to say, less than a football field's distance away from the actual aperture where the Pentagon was struck. And we were there for 28 days and we did a whole variety of crazy jobs over there. The fire suppression and the site stabilization itself were handled by a different unit. And what we did was, later on in the deployment, we did mortuary affairs like body recovery. And then we were just assisting where we were needed. So I was right there staring at that huge hole in the Pentagon for 28 days, like watched the whole fire suppression. I've been all through those hallways. You know, I said on the last one, like that's the first time I saw like real death and devastation. You know, I'd seen some stuff, you know, growing up in Baltimore before that, but like nothing like this. This was on a, you know, shocking scale.
The 9/11 conspiracy is a topic that's been, you know, heavily talked about in the last 20 years.
Big time.
It's an interesting topic because people feel very passionately about it, and rightfully so, right? I mean, it was not only a massive attack on America, it spawned, we could argue it spawned 25 years of war.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And, you know, there's this idea that a missile hit the Pentagon or, you know, there's all kinds of stuff. That's what most of the people, you know, were talking about because you made some comments. Well, I'll let you, you know, talk about what you saw, but I mean, you saw parts, things that would be consistent.
I can, like, I'm talking about this outside of the scale of the Vanguard Wall podcast. And of course, this is going to drive engagement. But like when I went there, I was a kid, right? And the concept of being a shill is like hilarious. Like, well, who am I shilling for? You know, like who's paying me to say these incredible lies?
Nobody's paying us, that's for sure.
Right. 25 years later, am I being paid by some Mossad agent to tell a lie about what I saw at the Pentagon when I was a kid? Like, it's crazy to me. But people feel very strongly about what happened over there. And over the years, I want to say probably about the time, I think I started noticing after I came home from my last deployment, probably in like 2007, I started having people tell me what I saw there. And I just kind of like didn't pay attention. I was like, how the fuck could, you weren't there. Like, how the fuck could you tell me what I saw, right? That'd be like if I told you what it was like at your wedding. I'm like, no, your wife didn't wear a white dress, bro. She wore a red dress. You'd be like, what? I'm like, no, you're a shill. You're being paid by big wedding dress to like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy, right? So, and that was a key event in my life, you know? I'm sure if you're out there listening, you've had key events in your life that are burning.
Well, 9/11 was a key event for the country. Like everybody remembers, unless you were like too young. Like everybody remembers where they were on 9/11.
Right. So most people remember at least where they were on 9/11 or where they heard the news. Like, dude, I was at the Pentagon. Like, I know what I saw. So, look, what I saw with my eyeballs was a massive, massive, massive hole in the front of the Pentagon, which everyone saw. I was there on site. And this is going to get me torn to pieces on the internet. That's fine, right? It's not going to change. But in front of the hole was a huge debris field of thousands and thousands. I don't want to say millions, but like an incomprehensible amount of debris. And me and Pierce used to go around picking the shit up and like laughing about it. It was pieces that were anywhere from like thumbnail size to, I want to say, the size of a human arm, of like thin aircraft skin metal, where it was metal on one side. They were all the ones I saw were white. They were white on one side, and on the inside had a honeycomb, like hard plastic foam, like you could tell was glued to it. And it looked like it was confettied. It was like shredded. And these were in a debris field that was as far as the eye could see. And then there were two things that I saw inside of the aperture. One I saw after the fire suppression, after the fire was out, that it was, you know, it wasn't on. And then one I saw while the fire was still going on. I definitely saw a big, huge turbine, you know, like with the center cone on it and like the fans on it. And the thing is, I was outside of the Pentagon, and whatever this thing was, it had gone in and it turned around. So it was facing out. It was a huge center wheel with turbine fans on it. And then after fire suppression was done, because I was all through all those rings. I can't remember the order of the rings were, but I think it's Alpha through Echo. But I've been in all of those rings, and the mass and the debris had penetrated through the rings, and on the last ring was penetrated by a hole that was like really small, like, I want to say less than 8 foot. Maybe the engineers had hammered the wall out a little bit more around it to vent it. The way they ended up suppressing the fire was through tons of water, and they put massive industrial fans in there to blow the fire and the water together. But I saw definitely like a huge, like a landing gear assembly. Like, landing gear on a plane is very distinct looking, right? It's definitely the pole with the arm and the 2 big wheels on it. And this thing was massive. I don't know. It was certainly bigger than a man, So there was a huge burnt up, twisted, destroyed looking landing gear assembly in there, and the huge turbofan in there. So take with that as you will. I'm sure if you're listening to this, you've got very strong opinions on what I saw or what I didn't see or who's paying me or who I'm shilling for or whatever fuck. Like, I don't care. But that's what I saw. And I saw a shitload of bodies because I was involved. Most of the bodies that were in there were, I would say, beyond dismembered. They were shredded. The people in there, when that thing hit the Pentagon, were torn into pieces. I mean, like small pieces. So there was a ton of bodies in there. There was a ton of destruction and wreckage. And it's really weird to me. I don't understand why people get so upset about this. Has been a phenomenon I've dealt with my entire life, because I was involved in 2 things that are like the hub of like modern American conspiracy, right? Like I was actually at 9/11, and I was very close friends with Pat Tillman. And me personally, I've just been, and as incredible as that is, I might be one of the only people, maybe I'm the only person who had those 2 relationships with those 2 pinnacle things. Like, I wasn't historic, but I just happened to be there when history was being made. And I have had people telling me literally my entire life what I saw or what really happened or what the platoon was thinking. Like, I've dealt with this my whole life, my whole adult life. So this is nothing new to me. And, I think based on your personality, that decides a lot how you're going to deal with it. You know me, I'm like very...
unapologetic.
It's not that I'm unapologetic. I'm like straight up. I'm like, if I'm either your best friend or I'm extremely hostile. And I think that's just the result. I mean, you've said it before. It's because growing up extremely traumatized. But like,
what do you think it is about the 9/11 conspiracy that people get like that conspiracy side of that? And look, man, I mean, COVID changed a lot, right? I don't want to talk about COVID too much. I'll get my channel probably banned. But
ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the strongest conspiracy theories. I mean, this man has some strong opinions.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, very strong opinions.
And I keep a lot of them to myself because I don't want to ever pretend like I know. Like, I have theories about 9/11. I have theories about a lot of things, but I don't ever pretend to know. Like, oh, I know what happened. Like,
that's how I feel. Yeah. I'm not telling you. I was there and I was a kid, and it's not that I was a kid. I was a young man. I was a young private first class in the Army. I would have been 22 going on 23 years old. And that's what I saw. Yeah. And that's just deeply imprinted in my life because this is a...
Well, I think the thing too, man, was when I heard you say that there was an engine thing in there, that was one of the big things, the conspiracy people had said, no engine was ever found. Everything got shredded on impact but I do think sometimes people can feel strongly about we were talking about this morning. People can feel strongly about something and then they make their argument around what they feel instead of what the facts show. You want to believe what you want to believe.
Like, honestly, about the Tillman thing, that's
we're going to talk about that.
People have really strong opinions about the Tillman thing, who never met him, and I not only met him, I served with him. He was a super close friend of mine. His brother and I are still very good friends today. Kevin, love you, bro. Like, the thought that people outside of what happened, the thought of people telling me what happened is incomprehensible. There's people who've told me what happened at the Tillman incident who weren't alive when it happened. And they're telling, that's crazy to me.
Well, I mean, the internet is also a strange place in the fact that it gives people a voice for good and bad. And then
the internet's a strange place, period.
Yeah,
just let's put it that way.
Yeah, the 9/11 thing is just always, again, man, the the people came out of the woodworks on the 9/11. I would just spot read it, then I'm just like, there's no, like, you can't convince people. I'm all about open dialogue. I think there's fun. I love to have a good conversation.
Well, there was a lot of vitriol, which I thought was great. Like, like I understand having strong opinions about it. It was like one of the pinnacle events in American history, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it was staged by the government or whatever your feelings are on it are, but like people had a lot of vitriol about it. I don't think that they honestly have vitriol towards me. I think they just have strong feelings about it in general. I just happen to be.
Do you have any thoughts on the whole 9/11 conspiracy?
I do. I would me personally, like, I would prefer not to dive into that shit here, but I'll say this. My thoughts about the 9/11 conspiracy, I guarantee you, line up more strongly with yours rather than what you think. I'm a pretty strong patriotic person, but
very.
Yeah.
The second thing that you actually just alluded to, the second, like, most comments that we got, you and I took a very unique approach when we talked about Tillman. Well, I don't think it was unique. He was somebody that was like a very important person to you. You're so close with his brother, and so you were very adamant about the way you wanted to talk about him, which I thought was awesome. So we focused on all the positive stuff. You had some great. The Volvo story is still probably my favorite. That short's still going. I think I just put it on Facebook recently, and I got millions of views.
Yeah,
but we talked about, his impact on your life. And a lot of people, again, man, had a lot of crazy shit to say in the comments about how you guys killed him. And I mean, you were at Ranger School when he was actually killed, but that was your platoon. It was actually your weapon that was assigned to you. And we don't need to dive into that. We cover that in the first section. But, the comments that there is this thing where people believe, like, that conspiracy that the government killed him and his platoon killed him. And man, it was the absolute fog of war. And look, man, I think people really forget. Like, there's been a lot of people that were killed accidentally in war. There's been a lot more in the GWAT. I mean, there's dudes in the unit that were, killed fratricide. Yeah. I've got a guy coming on the podcast.
Tillman's not the only Ranger who was killed by friendly fire.
Exactly. It's just because of him, I think, in his...
Tillman is not the only Ranger who's killed by friendly fire. And there have been other Rangers in each battalion who've been killed by friendly fire.
Same in the unit. Like, I'm aware of people that were shot in the unit by other unit members.
For the unit, for those of you who don't know, Delta Force, CAG guys have accidentally killed each other in war. Rangers from every battalion have, unfortunately. These are terrible things.
Yeah, war sucks, man.
SEALs, Green Berets, Marines, Army, their fratricide is a inevitable, horrible, awful part of war. And it's been happening since the first days of armed conflict.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, two dudes are in a sword fight, and you're sword fighting for your life, and it's the 1300s, and all of a sudden your buddy's running up to help you, and you're in this mad, and you swing a sword and fucking cut your friend. Like, then we started inventing weapons that could shoot faster than sound. Like, and then you throw darkness and chaos and night vision and jacked up comms.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
So I want to address the Tillman stuff.
No, let's do it.
And I pulled this up. So for people out there listening, Oxford and Webster's both define a conspiracy as an agreement between two or more people acting in secret to gain an advantage or to harm others, typically through unlawful or deceptive means. There definitely was a conspiracy about the death of Patrick Tillman. There was a conspiracy about the death of my very dear friend and our very dear friend, Patrick Tillman. Our very, very dear friend who we legitimately loved died, and there was a conspiracy about his death. A very deceptive, a very ugly, a very manipulative, a very scheming conspiracy about his death. And that conspiracy was mostly enacted by 4 people and went up a chain. And if you don't mind, I'll name those 4 people.
I could kill
because they've been
us.
named publicly, right? The battalion commander, Bailey. The regimental commander, Nixon. The ops officer, Hodney, who became a general. And the CO, Saunders, right? Those men actively participated in a conspiracy to conceal the nature of his death. One of them was on site the next motherfucking day on the ground and decided that he was going to conceal the way in which Pat was killed to Pat's brother, Kevin.
Yeah, because
Right?
I think a lot of people.
If you don't mind, I want to go down this farther, right? Because I feel really strongly about this.
But I think a lot of people don't realize that Kevin Tillman was there.
Yes, Kevin was there when his brother was killed. All right. So I'm not denying that there was a conspiracy. And the thing is, I want to put a little light on this because I feel very strongly about this. Because my very good friend was killed over there, which is horrible. Pat's not the only friend I've lost in combat, but Pat was certainly the closest friend I've lost in combat. And his death was covered up the next day by someone, right? And I'm going to read off the charges that happened to those people. The BCO got a formal reprimand afterwards, after everything came out. The regimental commander got a letter of concern. The ops major was sanctioned and later promoted to general. And the CO got a written reprimand. Those guys got nothing. There was no penalty on them. Who gives a right? Who cares about a letter of concern, right? The Rangers involved in the shooting obviously were gone immediately. And the best officer I've ever met in my life, David Outlaut, was thrown out for no reason. David Outlaut, had Saunders just listened to his input on the ground, none of this would have happened.
Can you explain just a little bit?
Like I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just fired up about this. Right? The best NCO I've ever met was thrown out of Eric Godick. The best NCO I've ever met was thrown out of here. David Outlaut's not the best officer I've ever met. David Outlaut might be the best soldier I've ever met. David Outlaut, Kellett Sayre, and Eric Godick, and Tom Fuller. I think those are the best American soldiers I've ever met. They're the perfect soldiers. And Eric Godick and David Outlaut were thrown out after that event. And the thing that I want to say is that there was a conspiracy the next day by these people to cover up the nature of his death. Because why? Because it made the brand look bad. That's 100% it. His death was a big, catastrophic, ugly, terrible, awful up. And ups happen in war. And it made the brand look bad. And these 4 people immediately made a decision. They weren't, and I want to put this out there, and I don't care what the Ranger community says. I don't care what the soft community says. I don't care what the comments say. This is for Kevin. This is for Kevin, and this is for Mary, and this is Marie. Those 4 people decided immediately to make a decision to cover up and change and be deceptive about the nature of his death. And instead of thinking like soldiers, they didn't think like soldiers. At the moment of Pat's death, they didn't think like soldiers. They didn't think, man, we need to take care of our people. They thought about their careers. The first thing they thought about, the first thing Hodney and Bailey and Nixon, the first thing those guys thought about was their career. They didn't think, man, another Ranger has been killed. We need to take care of these guys. They didn't think about that. They thought about their careers. And because of that, and I don't care if I get reprimanded, what are those guys going to do to me, right? I don't care what kind of juice General Hodney has now. That doesn't affect me at all. I don't work for the Army anymore. But they thought about their careers and what's happened because of this bullshit thing that they put in act is now 22 years later, people on the internet have taken the conspiracy and twisted it into something that's horrific to imply that us, his family, the dudes that loved him, purposefully killed him, which is insane. Like, you've never served in an infantry platoon. You've never been in combat. You've probably never even met somebody that was in combat. You don't understand how close you get with these dysfunctional, awesome people that you serve with. If you're in the internet right now, think about someone that you really care about. For real. Think about somebody you really care about, that you've really done stuff with. Maybe you worked with them, or were on a ball team with them, or just spend a lot of time with them. And think about killing them because think about killing them purposefully because someone told you to. That's incomprehensible. But the problem is that Bailey, Nixon, Hodney, and Saunders made this decision to save their careers or manipulate their careers. And it worked brilliantly for them. These guys, half of them became generals, even with their letters of reprimand and their written concerns and all that bullshit. They thought about their careers first. They didn't think about people. They didn't think about their soldiers.
Can you talk about what happened so people understand like why they made those decisions and what contributed to that?
It's very simple. I'm not going to go deeply into the story of it. The story is out there. It's very easy to find. You can go out there right now and find all the details of what happened there. You can find comprehensive BDAs. You can find comprehensive after-action reports. It's all public. But basically, the platoon was moving in an area. They had a vehicle breakdown, and the commander on the ground, the young captain, David Utlaut, who was a West Point valedictorian, by the way, right? This is a fantastic, fantastic Ranger and soldier. This is a young captain who you should put the most faith in possible, right? This is a young Ranger captain who's like the head of his class at West Point, right? Who better to trust on the ground to make a decision to call you up and say, hey, we're having a problem with vehicles on the ground. We're not going to be able to get to this arbitrary point within the arbitrary amount of time that you've given us. And I want to make it clear, yes, there was a hit time. The platoon had to go from here to here and be here by a certain amount of time. But here, where they were going, was not a mission. They weren't going to do a raid. They weren't going to go do a hit. There was no co-joined air. They weren't meeting anyone on a specific time. This was just an arbitrary NLT that they had to get to. And Utlaut made a call and said, hey, we're having a problem with the vehicles. I don't think we're going to get there on time. And the person who was in the jock 44 miles away, and they didn't have air. There wasn't ISR. This is just a phone call, basically, a radio call. Told him in no specific terms, you will be there by NLT this time. I don't give a f. Make it happen. You're going to split the group up. And some guys are going to get there and they're going to possess that area, and then the rest are going to come up afterwards. And Utlaut said in no uncertain terms, that's a bad idea. I don't want to do that. That's a really bad idea. This area we're going to go into is very difficult to navigate. The sun is going down. We're in a deep, steep canyon. The light is crazy. There's been fire in this area. I don't want to split the group up.
And it was Indian country. There was an armed insurgency out there.
Hardcore Wild West. Enemy territory. And back at the jock, they were like, I don't give a F. You're going to do this because I said you're going to do this. If he had just listened to what Utlaut was saying, none of this shit would have happened. But Utlaut, because he's a fine soldier, one of the best human beings I've ever met, Colonel David Utlaut, yes, sir, Roger, and he split the convoy up. And during that split movement, there was a bunch of chaotic interaction. If they did take fire, there was fire back, there was incoming mortar fire, there was all kinds of shit. When those groups were split up, we'll just call them 1 and 2. Serial 1 was kinetic, Serial 2 was taking fire, and they sort of, I don't want to go into the BDA of all this shit, but basically they came to an area in which they were split by a terrain feature. They couldn't see each other. And both of them were firing up into one area because they had taken fire from that area.
Yeah, didn't the platoon sergeant or the platoon leader, didn't one of them get shot in the face?
Yeah, Utlaut was shot in the face. Utlaut was shot in the face. Jade Lane, shout out to Jade Lane, love you, buddy. Guy I partied relentlessly with. Jade was very much, we were part of our little social crew. Oh. Jade Lane was shot in the knee and the round spiraled down his leg and broke his leg. Outlaut was shot in the face. A bullet goes through his face. Just by the grace of God, he happened to be had his mouth open, was yelling a command, like and the round went through, knocked out his tooth and came out of his cheek. I'm pretty sure had his mouth been closed, he'd have had his freaking face blown off. I don't know. Not a doctor. But the two groups were separated by a terrain feature. They were firing up at a common enemy. That enemy withdrew. Pat came over the hill and unfortunately was hit. And I talked to the man that shot him for about 2 hours before I came down here, like a couple days ago. The guy that fired on him and hit him ultimately was the guy that I trained on the gun, and he used my issued weapon to do it, my issued 240 Bravo machine gun. And he was with another guy. There were several people firing in that direction at the same time, but Steven happened to be the one that hit him. And Steve and I had a long talk about it, and love that guy.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like for him to go through that. I mean, dude, to have that happen to you, a person that, again, man, I know what that guy meant to your unit.
Yeah,
it's incomprehensible, dude. That guy's had to live with that, and I know you and I have talked about it before. Like, Jesus, man, like war is hell.
You want to talk about redemption? I mean, I've been messed up by a lot of things that happened to me. Yeah. A lot of vets out there have, but that guy's carried a lot of weight. But the way he's dealt with it has been unbelievable. But
I think it's important for the listeners to know who've never been in a gunfight, especially in the middle of Afghanistan. There is a chaos that happens in a war, and even the most well-trained units. And I do believe that, the conspiracy started early, obviously, as you stated, for them to cover up their But
I want to say this definitively. If you're listening out there and you've got very strong opinions on us having killed our friend and there being a conspiracy, yes, there was a conspiracy. The people you should be directing your anger at are Bailey, Nixon, Hodney, and Saunders. Because those officers, those meddlers, those schemers put this conspiracy into play. And the thing that's horrific about it is now Mary and Marie and Kevin have to deal with this bullshit. They've sullied Pat's name. His name has been forever hurt by the best human being we knew. His name, he died in a tragic accident. It's fucked up. It's horrible. But the D-boys that were killed in friendly fire, the 175 Rangers that were killed in friendly fire, the SEALs out there were killed in friendly fire, those stories are out there too, and those dudes are fucked up from it. It's horrible. But his name was torn up. His name and his reputation was thrown through the mud by these people. So if you've got vitriol about what happened, direct it at those people. Those people were like upper management. Like grunts on the lowest ground don't even have the juice to put together something like that. What is an E7 going to say to a battalion commander?
Yeah, you told me an interesting story when you were at Ranger School when this happened, and you came back from Ranger School as the unit was coming back from Afghanistan, and you said goodbye to your platoon leader. Can you talk about that?
So I was in Ranger School when Pat was killed. We went deep diving into what happened in Ranger School. It was a crazy story about that and trying to leave Ranger School and all that stuff. But I came back from Ranger School and I was in the barracks. I think it was on a Saturday, and the barracks were mostly empty. The platoon had come back, and I woke up early and I went out for a really long run. I remember this very clearly. Went out for a long run. I came back and I was in the command hallway. I'm like shirtless, sweating, like panting after a long run. I come in the command hallway, and Outlaut is there. David Outlaut is there, and he's got a sea bag with him, and he's packing up his stuff and he's getting ready to check out. And I kind of trot up to him. I was like, "Are you getting out of here, man? You getting out of here, sir? Sir." He's like, "Yeah." And this is like the friendliest, kindest person who's ever lived. This is like the most warm, genuine, authentic human being who's ever lived. Like this is one of the greatest people I've ever met, David Outlaut. And a lot of Rangers out there have served with him. And if you've out there and you've served with David Outlaut, you know what kind of just incredible, special, brilliant human being this guy. David Outlaut's the best of us. And I'll never forget this. He had his sea bag with him. He's like, "Yeah, I'm getting out of here." And I was like, "All right, sir, it was awesome being with you, man." I shook his hand, And he said to me, he's like, "Man, the worst thing is I'm going to leave here. I'm not going to be a Ranger anymore." And I didn't even think about it. I just looked at him, I was like, "What are you talking about? You're always going to be a Ranger." And he heard me say that and he like broke down. He broke down. He like very manly broke down, covered up his face, turned and walked down the parking lot and left. Because I think he couldn't like the weight of it all, you know? And my reaction was so like, what are you talking about? You'll always be a Ranger, you know? I think maybe he hadn't heard that before. And years later, we reconnected. I just went to we had a Black Sheep reunion, like a Tillman guys reunion. I spent a weekend with him and I still talk to him now. And like, was a fantastic, brilliant human being. There's been a lot of redemption in his life. He ended up spending some time in the big army. He spent some time down at Fort Jackson. He was actually very, David Utlaut was very influential on changing the way that the Army processes new recruits. He put into implementation. This guy thought up, designed, and implemented a program that takes new recruits to the U.S. Army through boot camp and basic instruction, not boot camp, through basic instruction and OSIT and AIT. And it focuses on their mental, physical health, their strength and conditioning, and their nutrition. And what they're trying to do is raise the floor for some of the lower candidates and compress the gap between the upper and the lower candidates. And his program was wildly, quantitatively data-driven successful. So he was decorated big time for that, which, you know, like he deserved. I mean, this guy really changed the way that the U.S. Army treats new recruits. And then he ended up going back to regiment and took over as Special Troops Battalion. So I feel like that was a good closed loop.
Yeah, he pinned 06 while he was there.
Yeah. Yeah. And we had a long talk about that. And I feel like this is a person I feel very strongly about. Like, you know, if you never met him, you know, every now and then some people come along in your lives. And I would say David Utlaut was as influential in my life maybe as Pat Tillman was. These are very special people that came along.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
Yeah, you also had a lot to say last night when we were talking about your platoon sergeant that was also cannibalized during this bullshit witch hunt.
Eric Godick. I've got a lot of fond memories of Eric Godick. So I write a lot about my experiences in the Ranger Regiment. I try and write about the human elements. I think there's a lot of veterans out there who they like to tell war porn stories. No shit, there I was. Gunfire everywhere. And then I did this heroic thing a la Tim Kennedy and his bag of 50 grenades. But they don't talk about the human aspects like of these people that they interact with. So I write about that kind of stuff a lot. And like I want to talk about Eric Godick. Back then we had a different naming convention for the positions in the platoon. Back then the platoon sergeant was radio designated as 5. Right? It's something different now, but this is not OPSEC. This is a long time ago. So we were second platoon. He's the platoon sergeant. We called him colloquially 2-5, right? So Eric Godick will always be 2-5 to those of us who served with him. He was the epitome of like a Ranger platoon sergeant. He was wiry, hard as nails, always had a huge lip of dip. He had jumped in Panama. He had served with 175. He kind of had a strange route to the regiment and then worked his way up and became a platoon sergeant in 275. And tough as nails, really dry sense of humor, really, really, really cared about his men. But he's one of those unique individuals who had a really strong ability to, at the same time, highly enforce discipline and standard, and also have like a sort of detached, cool warmth to his men. Like, I wouldn't say he was a father figure, but he definitely had a little bit more of like a warm energy to him. But this is the Ranger Regiment we're talking about, right? That's not your bro, right? That's something that will hurt you if you mishandle it, right?
Yeah.
But he had just the unusual ability to be like a strong, warm presence for his men, as well as being the hardcore standard, the motherfucking 75th Ranger Regiment standard of what a soldier should be. And everyone who served alongside him he's one of the best soldiers I've ever met. He was influential in the deepest way to like how I approach soldiering, what I think a fine soldier should be. I remember one time we were in Yakima, and I think this kind of sums him up. We're in Yakima. For those of you who don't know what Yakima is a massive, massive training area that's in eastern Washington. It's not quite desert. It's not quite scrubland. It's just a big, arid, massive rolling area of nothingness. And it's close enough that the Rangers often fly out there, we parachute in, and we spend a lot of time out there in the dirt, shooting stuff, blowing up stuff, driving around in vehicles, doing all manner of Ranger things. The Rangers aren't the only people that use it, but the second Rangers, that's something where we go there all the time, right? Fly out, parachute in, walk 30 miles back to the one stoplight town. If you're a Ranger from 275, you've had your dick in the dirt in Yakima more times than you can count. So we're fly out to Yakima, and Yakima whips everyone's ass. No one likes Yakima, right? Yakistan. If you're listening and you've been in Yakima, you know what I'm talking about. That place sucks. Well, it sucks to train there, right? If you live in Yakima, I don't know, but going out to Yakima is tough. It's like our version of NTC. So you got to Yakima, you're getting your ass kicked. And we're out in Yakima one time, and we had been out there, I don't know how long. We've been out there a week. We're getting punished, right? We're getting our asses kicked. And I wake up in the patrol base, and I just barely open my eyes, and the dew had come down in the middle of the night. It's freezing cold. We're all wet, laying on the ground. And it was before BMNT, so it was before morning nautical twilight. So it was before the sun had actually crested the line of the horizon. And there was just sort of that, not even red, but sort of that grayish glow of the sun that's about to come up. So you can just sort of discern like dark from darker dark. And I sit up and I'm like, fuck, I'm in the patrol base. Everything hurts. You're exhausted. Like you got 90 minutes of sleep, maybe just enough to get down into deep sleep. So then when you wake up, it's like being detonated back into the world again. And I sit up, I'm like, ugh. And I look up and there's this guy standing over top of me. And I can smell fresh shaving cream and hot coffee. And I kind of like look up, and Godik was standing over me. And he was freshly shaved, and he had an old-fashioned metal canteen cup with hot coffee in it. I don't know how the fuck he did this, right? And I looked up, and I'm like, ugh. And he looked down at me with his big, ever-present, massive lip in. This guy always had a grizzly in his mouth like this. And he's like, hey, look who decided to join the land of the living. And I was just like, Roger, Sergeant. And he goes, are you okay? Yeah, Roger, Sergeant. He's like, cool, get your fucking shit together. And like, I remember this, he kind of walked off like the way a cat does, the way the cat picks his way through. He was walking very quietly through the PB because most of the guys were still asleep. And I just remember thinking, how in the fuck did he do that, dude? I'm dying. I'm dying. And this guy got up and shaved, and he's got hot coffee. He's like kind of casually strolling around checking his man. How the fuck did he do that? So many years later, after the military, he retired as a master sergeant. He moved overseas. He married a woman overseas, and he got really into long distance bike riding. And I called him one day. I talked to him one day, and I told him that little story. And I was like, I got to ask you, dude. Now that the years have gone by and we're all out, like I was an NCO. You know what I mean? And I've gotten up early and checked on my men. I was like, all the years I was with you, I never saw you tired ever. How the fuck did you do it? Because I know what it was like. I did that job, and it's hard. It's fucking, being an NCO in the 7th Ranger Regiment is not an easy job. It's like the hardest fucking job. It's like, how the fuck did you do it? And he goes, man, he's like, I was getting my ass kicked worse than you, dude. He's like, I'm not any bigger or stronger or better than you. He's like, I was getting fucked up. He's like, but he said something pretty profound to me. He's like, I just made sure that you guys never saw me that way, because I knew that if you guys saw me tired or busted out or worn out, it would hurt the way that you were able to manage your day. But if the first thing you do is you wake up and you see me awake and fit and shaved and ready to go, he's like, that's going to let you know, like, hey, I got to get my shit together. It's going to keep the group functioning. So in essence, he was taking more punishment. He was losing sleep. Yeah, like he was sacrificing his personal comfort to make sure that we were led correctly, And to me, that's like such a, I've served with a lot of guys, and I've served with famous Rangers who were assholes. They were fantastic shooters, fantastic fighters, but as people, they were shitty people. But this was a good person, and he thought that way. You know what I mean? He was already good at all the hard Ranger skills. He could hump, he could shoot, he could lead, he could fight. But there was another piece to him that made him a good human being leader of people. And I don't think people out there who haven't served in a high tempo unit understand how important that is. There's a lot of people, a lot of opinions on the internet. Most of their opinions come from like movies or Call of Duty or I don't know what the fuck. But it's very important that you actually lead your people. And leading your people isn't just giving commands and yelling at people and being the biggest, strongest fucking guy.
Well, they have that whole meme, right? It's like a boss and a leader, and the boss is like yelling at people as they pull something. The leader's like in the front of them cheering them on to pull it. I mean, there's definitely a difference, man.
I mean, if being a Ranger just came down to being like a hard, badass killer, well, then the biggest, strongest guy, well, then fucking, Jadavian Clowney and James Harrison would be the best Army Rangers in the world, right? Or, DK Metcalf, right? But there's a human element of soldiering that is very, very important.
What was the conversations like? I mean, was there ever a platoon conversation after this whole Tillman thing before like the platoon sergeant and the lieutenant, or the captain got screwed? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that was, I understand why they did this, right? We were told explicitly not to talk about it. And I understand that. That was a necessary thing at the time. I get that, right? Especially to a bunch of young guys who are fucked up by it. I've had long, long conversations afterwards with Will Aker, very close friend of mine. Shout out Govey. The world knows him as Will. I know him as Govey. But the guys, we were deeply affected by it, right? And some guys had to deal with that in different ways. Stephen Elliott, Govey Aker, Steve Ashpole, People were affected by this terribly. This was the death of our very close friend in a terrible accident, right? If you're out there listening, I want you to think about someone that you've lost. I want you to think if you happen to know somebody who passed away under tragic circumstances and how that affected you and how it affected the people around you. And we were told immediately afterwards not to talk about it. Under no circumstances were we to talk about it, especially to the public, right? That was incomprehensible because OPSEC was a lot stronger back. Well, OPSEC is, excuse me, I don't want to say it was stronger back then. OPSEC is a very, very forward prevalent part of serving in SOF. But because of that and because of the nature of his death, we weren't really given the ability to mourn him, Like when Dale Brem and Ricky Barraza were killed, that was very, very sad, very, very tragic. But we were able to mourn them in our soldierly way. And it's important to mourn the death of people because that really does help you process that trauma, Dale Brem is somebody that I drank a lot of beer with and I partied a lot with, and I've may or may not have blacked out in his pickup truck before, and I've spent a lot of time partying and hanging out and doing fun stuff with Dale Brem, my good friend Dale Brem. Dale Brem and I were the same rank. We progressed through the ranks. We were in the same leadership positions in the Ranger Regiment. And Dale Brem, he was in that crew of guys that I partied with, right? So I spent a lot of time with Dale Brem. Dude, I've barracks shenanigans and going to the bars and hanging out and spent a lot, trained with Dale, worked out with Dale Brem, spent a lot of time with Dale Brem. And when he was killed, it was really sad. It was terrible. He was killed by enemy fire in Iraq. But when Dale and Ricky were killed, and it's what's even more sad is Dale and Ricky were best buddies, right? And when they were killed, it was tragic and it was a blow to the company, but we were allowed to mourn their losses, right? We were able to process what happened. We were given the space to mourn and miss and venerate our Ranger friends. But we were never given that opportunity with Pat, right? So those wounds and that hurt that festered, you know? If you're out there listening and you had a close friend that was taken away from you, died tragically, and you were told to shut the fuck up about it, never talk about it, and also that his death made what was most important to you look bad, that's a lot to deal with. And then on top of it, because of the actions of these fucking people, these snakes, who put together this crazy conspiracy because they didn't want their brand or their careers to be hurt. And if you're out there listening and you're one of these GWAT Rangers who are waving the flag, fine, and you're mad at me, I don't give a fuck, bro. I really don't. I'm vetted. I'm double scrolled. I'm tabbed. I'm good in the community. And yeah, those guys that did that, maybe they were good Rangers at one point, but they made a fucked up decision and it hurt the fucking families of this guy who was killed. And they should have been thinking about their guys and not their careers.
Yeah, but it also hurt your platoon, and they also got rid of some really good leaders.
And you know what? Even in some way, I understand that had to happen. I really do. As much as I love David Utlaut and Eric Godick, those people are those are some of the best people I've ever been around. But I do kind of, in a way, understand why those changes had to happen afterwards. That's just the machinery of the regiment. I get it. You know what I mean? I'll never be 1/50th of the Ranger that David Utlaut was, ever, right? But I do understand why those things happen. And I guarantee you, if he were here, he won't be here. He'll never do a public appearance. But if he were here, he would probably agree with that. Like, you know, those things had to happen. He's a lot more intelligent, well-spoken, knowledgeable, much better leader, much better Ranger than I am, right? But I think on some level he would say, hey, you know, those kinds of things have to happen. But the wave of bullshit that's propagated afterwards with his death, with these crazy theories about murder and all this other shit, I don't even care that people say that to me. You know what I mean? Well, what I care is that Kevin and Marie and Mary have to even hear that shit.
Well, one of the big pieces of Pat Tillman's conspiracy theory is that Pat was outspoken and, you know, was an intellect, and so
he really wasn't, dude.
Yeah, but people were targeting him because, you know, he thought different or he didn't agree with the war. Or...
Dude, okay, again, for those of you who've never served in the military, do you know how many different characters there are? Oh my God.
It's a TV show, bro.
Do you know how many characters are in a military, a platoon, period? Not just an infantry platoon, not a Ranger platoon. I mean, you've got anywhere from like flat earthers to like STEM PhDs all living together. This is like a mad TV cast of characters in every platoon. In every platoon. I mean, there are like, you're taking a slice of pure, unfiltered Americana from people of all different disparate backgrounds who aggregate together and they live together and they're in dire circumstances together.
Not only that, a lot of people from the Ranger Regiment, not a lot, but I mean, there's a lot of dudes that come from messed up backgrounds as well. They go there seeking.
Yeah.
So you have that on top of them just being a wild character to begin with.
in my, let's see, in my machine gun section, my squad, we had a guy who had, I believe, a master's degree from Boston College. We had a guy who had been a minor league baseball player. We had a country boy from North Carolina. We had a dude who moved here from New Zealand when he was like 13. We had a half Mexican dude from Oregon. You know, you had me who was like a fucking adopted mixed race thug from Baltimore. We had a dude, you want to talk about anti-war, anti-government, leftist, dude, Pat was nowhere near the worst of that in our platoon. I'm not going to name him, but we had a dude in our platoon we had some super far left-wing nuts in our platoon. I'm not going to name those people, but we had one who was legit crazy. And we had a Kansas State wrestler in our platoon. We had a guy who had been on scholarship to University of Washington. We had a guy in our platoon who had been, shout outs to John Tafoya. I hope you hear this, Tafoya. We had a guy in our platoon who had been in the X Games for snowboarding before this thing happened. And he invented a trick that is now, I guess, like from what I understand, a trick you can be graded on in extreme sports competition. He invented the Misty Flip Rewind. I don't even really know what that is, but I know John Tafoya, I hope you hear this, buddy. He invented the Misty Flip Rewind. So this is like there's country guys, there's people from all different backgrounds in this crazy platoon. And Pat was definitely not the most outspoken about the war, not even remotely. He was very intelligent. He was very well spoken, but dude, he was one of us. He was, I don't even want to say the dude's name. But Steve was like, not Elliot. There's another Steve in the platoon who was like way left wing nut.
But did all that stuff kind of get thrown to the side because you guys are just a misfit group of people?
Yes.
But everybody's got a common goal. And,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a guy that left the platoon and he had to become a professional gambler. We had a guy in Vegas, like a real-time, like WSOP, professional gambler. We had a guy that left the platoon and opened a pizza shop in Chicago and got fat. We had a guy that left the platoon and like a dear friend. You know, here's a good slice of life. My first roommate, Ben Frank. I hope you hear this, buddy. I love you. Ben Frank was like a ginger pale white guy from Minnesota who like baked bread on the weekends, you know, and he liked his fine craft beer. And I'm like his insane thugged out maniac, like hard partying, hard womanizing, graffiti, hip hop, street crazy man. And they threw us together in the same room. And Ben and I just clicked so well together. We were the two most different people in the world. I talk to Ben regularly. He's a long-suffering Cleveland Browns fan.
Oh, God bless him.
Right. And I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. Oh. So every year, like, I got to call him up and just heckle him ruthlessly. But Ben Frank went on to have a great career in the Rangers. He got out. He went to seminary school. He came back in as a chaplain, served as a chaplain in 3rd Special Forces Group. And, I mean, Ben Frank and I were the two most opposite people that could possibly have existed. And we didn't coexist. He and I thrived together. You know, he and I spent a lot of time in the mud and blood together in real war. And we're still close to this day. So if you get an infantry platoon, a platoon of fighting men, not just Rangers, whatever branch you're in, but a platoon of people whose job is to actively fight, you're going to get a crazy cast of characters. And your background and the difference between you, those things kind of fall away because you're all united under this banner of shared suffering. That's what soldiering is. That's what soldiering is. Soldiering is the endurance of suffering together in a group. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think Pete Blabber talked about it. If you guys don't know who Pete Blabber, I think he was a former A Squadron commander. Mm-hmm. And I think the Tillman family had reached out to him after the Army had done their investigation and gave him like 3,500 documents. So the family asked Pete, I'm not sure, he told the story on Sean Ryan, I don't remember, but anyway, he ends up kind of helping the family go through it. And that's exactly what he found.
That entire story is available for free on the internet, on YouTube right now. It's called The Tillman Story. You can watch the whole thing. You see all the things that Pete went through. Also, shout out, you'll see me in that documentary. I have a shaved head and less tattoos, but if you watch that documentary, you'll see me in it. Not that, but yeah.
And that's what Pete said. I mean, Pete said that, you know, the platoon got scapegoated. Yeah. A bunch of dudes who should have got smacked around didn't and became generals.
Generals. And I want to reiterate this. This is not for the viewers. This is for the other Rangers who are watching this, the old school Rangers out there who are inevitably going to say something behind my back. How dare he mention about these guys? I don't give a fuck what the fuck you say. I'm bulletproof. And I'm not only bulletproof, but I'm vetted in the regiment, and the people that I care most in my life are from regiment and from the unit. And they know those people. And they might have differing opinions of those people. But it's not going to affect my relationship with them. And your opinion out there isn't going to affect my life and my relationship. Those people did something, and you know it. You know what they did. That's, you know what I mean? If you're out there and you're part of the 75th Ranger Regiment Mafia family, you know what the fuck they did. And if you want to excoriate me and take your feelings out on me, be it. Go for it. You know what I mean? But those people did that, but in backroom, they made a decision to conspire, to conceal, to obfuscate the death of someone very important and very special. And they did it in a bad way. And the reason that they did it was because they thought career first and not the men, period.
But I also think the Army pushed some of that conspiracy as well because, again, the war was new. Now you had this, you know, hero.
Oh, for sure they did.
And Pat Tillman was a one of a kind. I mean, he still is. I don't think
he was the perfect face of the brand.
But he also, I mean, he left the NFL, the pinnacle of football,
Yeah,
a very good paying job.
He was at the time, he was the ideal American, right? He was handsome, good-looking, professional athlete, gorgeous young wife. He left the NFL, football superstar, to come and serve our nation in the call of duty. And then he's killed accidentally in a terrible, terrible accident.
And the Army was worried of what the brand would look like, and that they were, instead of just facing it, it's like I tell my kids, man, if you do something wrong, don't lie about it. Don't try to cover it up. That's only going to make it worse. Just own it.
I've met 1 million people, an incomprehensible number of people who've messaged me over the years and told me, hey, man, I joined the Army because of Pat Tillman. So the Army wanted to preserve that.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it, but he was great for marketing. He was.
Sure.
And his death made the military look bad. It's just a unbelievable confluence of things that happened that led to the death of this wonderful, amazing person that we all knew and loved so much.
Yeah. So let's transition, man. I know when you were here on the first time, you know, we talked a little bit about your experiences in the regiment overseas, but, you know, you're a humble dude. You didn't want to tell anything about yourself. You talked about some folks that you were with. But this time I wanted to talk a little bit about your experience, and definitely not necessarily so much about war, but there's just, you have such a unique ability for narration. And there's some things that you and I talked about preparing for this podcast that just, man, you speak in a way that's just very unique. Winter Strike, it was 2003 in Afghanistan. I think it was like the first time that like the Army SOF had really been operating in large scale, but at like elevation, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not totally aware of other, but I mean, you guys were fighting in the mountains. And for those of you that don't appreciate, look at Afghanistan, just look at some footage. I mean, the mountains it's unbelievable. I mean, I've been to Colorado. I'm well traveled around the world, you know, other than maybe like the Swiss Alps or the Dolomites up in Italy. I mean, Afghanistan has some just beautiful terrain, very unforgiving.
It's the entrance to the rooftop of the world. I mean, the Hindu Kush is there. You're moving towards the same mountainous area that eventually becomes the Himalayas.
And for the record, I mean, nobody's been able to conquer Afghanistan, I think, since Alexander the Great, right?
3,000 years we've been fighting there. 3,000 years, not we. 3,000 years men have been fighting in Afghanistan on that terrain.
What was it like to be in the place where Alexander the Great had wintered and spent time up there, and then to be fighting this enemy, man? I mean, you know, we are the most elite fighting force, most technological savvy fighting force.
Yeah.
But, you know, we were fighting guys that can move around the mountain barefoot and sandals, and they were pretty good at it.
Well, when I was in Afghanistan, I did Afghanistan a couple times, and I had the great fortune/misfortune to be in a very unusual area in Afghanistan that most of the people who served in Afghanistan never got into this area. Shout outs to all my Afghan vets who are out there watching. The large majority of fighting in Afghanistan took place in different areas, but this first deployment, we were very, very far high up in northeastern Afghanistan in the most mountainous, rugged terrain that exists probably on Earth outside of the actual Himalayas. And we were set up there as a very concerted effort by the U.S. military to send a bunch of people into what was known as the Afghani wintertime hideout. Since the time of Alexander, the Afghan people.
Yeah, and they call it in Afghan. We called it even when I was there, the fighting season, right? Because during the winter, the Mujahs would go disappear into the mountains. Yeah. They would winter down, go back to pack or whatever, and then once the snow started melting, then they would come out, and that's when the fighting started. So this was unique because we were going into their territory.
Correct. Well, since the time of Caesar writes in the Gallic Wars that they would put their soldiers in winter quarters, right? Just like the American Army did back in the time of Valley Forge. But through the modernization of modern warfare, the practice of winter quarters obviously went away. That went away probably around the time of World War I. But the Mujahs have been resting and refitting in winter quarters in the highest, most difficult, elevated parts of Afghanistan for thousands of years. Thousands of years they've been doing this. And even with all of our, Empire Death Star Star Destroyer technology. It's impossible to get up there, even with, like, we can see up there. We can't physically get up there. It's impossible. So I said this on the last pod. JSOC decided that we're going to take a group of extremely physically fit, highly motivated, fanatically prepared men to go up there and chase the Mooj around in their winter stronghold. And that's what we did for a couple months. And it became kind of a legendary deployment in the history of the Ranger Regiment. Not because of the kinetic action. There's almost no kinetic action, but because of like the nature of it. I will say this, I've been to war in 3 or 4 countries. I may or may not have been shot at in Pakistan, I'm not sure. But I've certainly been shot at in 3 countries. And I've been all over the place. And that part of Afghanistan looks like something otherworldly. It's impossible to describe. I've been in mountains all over the contiguous United States, Alaska. I've been all over the place. I've never seen anything like this. We used to call it Mordor. It looks like Mordor. It looks like the Lord of the Rings. It's hard to put into words because we don't have any frame of reference for this unless you're a very serious alpinist and mountaineer who maybe has been in the Dolomites or has been in the Himalayas. I've been serious elk hunting in Colorado. I've been over 13K in Colorado to hunt elk, and that looked nothing like this, This is vertical, and it's steep spires of barefaced stone everywhere. I'm not talking above the tree line. I'm talking just the nature of it. I think your comparison to the Dolomites is probably very apt. This is barefaced, frozen stone and snow and ice as far as you can see, with tiny little pockets of humanity. And there's, strangely, I think if there's a water source in somewhere that you can harbor animals in a canyon, a lot of times these people will occupy and they'll live in a tiny little shoebox canyon that's at very high elevation in the mountains, because they're safe and they're protected from they're not just protected from us, they're protected from the outside world, period. They're very, very remote and they're very, very isolated. And these people live a lifestyle that is out of time. And there's nowhere on earth like it. I don't think I would ever want to go back, but I'm glad and I'm a little bit amazed that I witnessed something like that.
What were you guys doing up there? And what was that deployment like?
In layman's terms, we were walking our asses off. We were walking and walking and walking and walking and walking. We call it, infantrymen call it humping. There's a difference between walking and there's a difference between hiking and there's a difference between humping. At some point when you're an infantryman and you're carrying a large load of weight on your back with all your gear, everything in your world compresses smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it just becomes one foot in front of the other. What we were doing was we would fly up into an area, we would possess an area, and we would move on foot and infiltrate or move into a known area of enemy resistance, take over that area, SSE it. We found a lot of like weapon stores, like innocent people don't have stores of hundreds of like Chi-Com 83 millimeter mortars and RPG heads in their villages. Sorry, right? So we were moving from position to position and we were clearing different box canyons and different settled areas up there. It was, it was never kinetic. It wasn't kinetic. We did not do anything to any civilians up there. We possessed and we blew up a lot of munitions. We blew up a lot of big machine guns too. I can remember taking with the platoon a village. We surprised this village. We flew into a box canyon. We walked for 2 days up and over and reconnoitered the village. Then the next morning, just boldly walked down to the village, took over the village, and we ended up taking a bunch of PKM machine guns, piling them up in the center of town, and demoing them with thermite. And then there was another village we walked into, and they had tons and tons and tons of 12.7 millimeter ammo, which is their version of like anti-aircraft 50 caliber ammo. And that ammunition comes in big, heavy metal boxes. I remember taking that ammo, blowing all that shit up with thermite. And then another village we went in, and they had a massive store of 83 millimeter mortars. We took those mortars and we strapped them to donkeys, and we took the mortars up and we stashed them in a cave that was right outside of the village. And then me and 6 other very fortunate, very happy Rangers spent the night in that ice-covered cave protecting these munitions. And then I think 36 hours later, Naval EOD flew out in a nice, warm, happy helicopter, landed on a PZ that we set up, came out, wired up all the shit, blew it up, got on the helicopter and flew away. Oh yeah, by the way, you guys are Rangers. You can walk out of here. You'll be good. Yeah. So, but I saw a lot of amazing things out there. I had a moment out there with David Outlaut I'd like to talk about.
Yeah.
So again, David Outlaut is somebody I hold in the highest esteem. At the time, I was a private. I was a nobody. And he was the platoon leader. And one day we were in a position in which the platoon was split into 2 groups. Group A, Group B. Group A is up on the side of the mountain. Group B is down on the lower side of the mountain. Had to be separated by a significant amount of distance. 700 meters, maybe a K. 2 elements. Outlaut, the PL has to go from element 1 to element 2. Check on them. And he needs to take someone with him. He needs to bring a private, a runner, right? I'm a private. That's the way things go. Hey, you're coming with me. We're going down to 1. Cool. We head down, and there's a literal real goat trail that takes us down there. And it's on the side of a mountain that's stunningly vertical. I mean, this is a real goat trail that's been knocked in here over thousands of years of animals walking around this. And it's narrow. I mean, it's really narrow. I mean, at some points, I would venture to say it was as narrow as this table, right? This isn't a real trail. This is a path. This is a tiny footpath. And it's not vertical, but it's a very, very steep, long drop off on one side, way down into the canyon below. Maybe a couple thousand feet. Just a long, rolling, ellipse-shaped curve that rolls down into the valley. And on the other side of the valley, sheer, steep rock face. And on our side, damn near vertical, sheer rock face. So we're edging along, and in some areas, you have to edge around this like path. And we're walking for a long way. And we come around the corner, and I've never seen this before, and I don't know if my words can do justice to describe it. It was freezing cold. It's late October in Afghanistan at very high elevation. So it is bitter, bitter, bitter cold and dry. And we are on the north face of the mountain. The reason the clothing company is called the North Face is because the north face of a mountain doesn't ever get full sunlight. So it's always colder, it's always more difficult, it's always got more ice, it's always got more snow on it, right? Whereas the south face is always in the sun. So the south face is easier to traverse and navigate, right? Anyway, we're on the north face, so we're in perpetual shade and darkness on this side of the mountain. And we come around, and there must have been a legit big waterfall coming off the mountain and going over the path. And it was so cold and it was so dry that this waterfall had frozen into this. I can see it right now looking in my memory, it had to have been 40 to 60 foot high. Let's call it 50 foot high, a massive cornice of frozen hard white and blue water coming off the side of this rock face that was like, it looked as though you had taken a snapshot of gushing water and flash frozen it in place. Like the mountain god had put it there, right? Colloquially speaking, calm down, internet. And it was incredible looking. And we stopped, and it really looked as though there was a flash photograph of this massive waterfall with, like, it was big and pillowed out, and there were icicles all over it. It was just huge, and it was perfectly white, and then you could see some areas it was like hard blue. And we came around the corner and we stood there looking at this thing. And there was enough room on the path to get around it. And Outlaw stopped, and we were standing there quiet. And there was this moment of like perfect stillness. No helicopters, no radio, no wind, no nothing. Just two men on the side of this massive, massive mountain. And he stopped and he turned to me and he said, "Hey, let's take a little break right here." "Yeah, Roger, sir." He goes, and he took his helmet off. And this is, we're not in an area that anyone is remotely near us. We've got vertical, steep face on one side, long valley on the other side. We're thousands of meters away from anybody. And he took his helmet off and he went like this. And he reached in his pocket and he opened up a MRE pound cake and he broke it and he handed half of it to me. And I can just remember having it and like, he put his helmet back. He just took his helmet off and he wiped his head like this and he did the MRI thing. He put his helmet back on. And we stood there looking at it. And I remember he said to me, he's like, "You and I might not ever see something like this again in our lives. We should really take a look at this thing." And at the time, I kind of thought that was a little bit of a weird thing to say, because I'm thinking, Ranger, combat, But we just stood there for probably a minute and really like looked at this thing. And I could see, I'm looking at this waterfall thing and I looked over and I could see he's like looking out over the valley, just taking this moment in. And we just strapped up and then we went back down the trail, down to the lower end. And like, that's not a hardcore war story, but that's a human moment. And I look back on it like, that doesn't sound like much. And maybe if you're out there listening, you think, who gives a shit? You guys saw a waterfall and kept moving. But this man had the presence of mind to stop and say something like that to his subordinate. "Hey man, let's take this in. Let's look at this. You and I might not ever see something like this again in our lives." And that little tiny moment, that really had a big effect on me, because through the arc of my life, I've thought about that. And when I have seen things that are unusual, or like when I have like good moments in my life or have little memories, I try and really stop and like absorb those moments and sort of build that book of memories in my life. I think it makes little moments that you have like that more special, more important. And I think he was right. And I think that like, that's an intelligent guy. I think your average, maybe like a troll commenter would be like, "Who gives a shit? You just saw something, blah, blah, blah," right? But that's the kind of person who's not going to stop and like really look at like what's happening in their life and take a moment to observe things. And like, what's the point of life if you just don't give a shit about anything that's happening?
I just see this bigger like lesson as well, man, right? It's like, giving gratitude and, just enjoying. I think so often in life, we're so focused on the destination that we miss the ride, man.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of cool things to be had on the ride to see and to experience. And a lot of us for many years, you and I both, we missed some of that. So it's really cool to hear something from way back, right? Because you went through a lot after that.
I went through a lot after that. Dave went through a lot after that.
Yeah. But you still have, like, it's still ingrained. I remember when we were preparing and you told me this story, I was even dumbfounded. I think I sat there for 30 seconds after I absorbed it because you're a vivid speaker. I felt like I was there, and I can see that and I can appreciate that now at my age as well. Because there was things I saw in Afghanistan, not that shared experience, but there's a lot of beautiful moments in a shitty, I think I've said this about war too. I really think it was the best and worst times of our life, right? Like, you're watching people die, you're watching death, you're responsible for people's death, but you're also, I think when you live that close to death, you live a lot more. Life happens a lot quicker. You feel more, experience more, some more than others. But I do remember certain refined moments in my own experiences where, you just feel. And like, that's just one of those stories where...
To be clear, Dave was a tough guy. Yeah. Dave was a fucking badass. Dave has punched me square in the mouth playing flag football. Dave was not a punk. Dave was not some softie who was taking in the view. Dave was a bad dude. Put a stamp on it. Dave Outlaw was a bad dude. Like, but he had the maturity in that moment to do that. And I think that's the first time someone ever like said that around here. But I don't want anyone out there to misconstrue the fact that they think Dave Outlaw was soft. That was a bad dude.
But I think taking something in and enjoying some magnificent Morador, Lord of the Rings type movie set for 30 seconds on the side of a goat trail doesn't make you soft, man. I just think he understood probably at a much younger age than we did.
Yes, he had a level of maturity and understanding that I think had escaped me at that age.
You guys had some interesting experiences at altitude. A lot of people got sick. So here's another thing that a lot of people don't realize, that altitude and altitude sickness, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
What was that like, having to deal with all that?
So in Ranger culture, and I think just in blue collar culture, because I was blue collar as well too. And maybe to a lot of the people listening out here, you're bred to believe that like being sick is fake. If you're sick, you're a bitch. Concussions are fake. If you have a concussion, you're a bitch. Vertigo doesn't exist. I personally did not think vertigo existed, period, until it happened to me after a concussion. I legitimately thought vertigo was some shit people made up to get out of work. I really thought that. Until it happened to me after a concussion. I was like, what the hell is happening to me? I was like, nah, bro, this is in my mind. When it was happening to me, I thought like, oh, this is fake, right? But when you're at altitude for a long, continuous period of time, your body, and you know what? I don't want to get the physiology of this wrong, right? But your body your physiological processes change, and there's a wide range of maladies that can happen to you with long-term altitude exposure. Not necessarily hypoxia, but all kinds of things. One of them being ketolactic acidosis. And long story short, it's extremely stressful on your body. Like if you're spending weeks at a time above 13,000 foot and you're not from up there, we're not Sherpas. We're like a bunch of young guys from middle America, right? And now all of a sudden you're putting them at 13,000 feet for weeks at a time, carrying huge amounts of gear. We were carrying more than Rangers carry on combat loads because we were fully self-sustaining. So everybody's got 80 to 100 pounds on them. Everyone gets sick. Everyone had severe flu-like symptoms. I can remember guys, I'm not going to say his name, but a guy that went on to have a really long Ranger career, hallucinating and walking out of the PB, having to be corralled by guys and dragged back in. They were like, what are you doing? Where are you going? It's like, oh, there's somebody left a big orange string on the ground. I was following it. Like, what are you talking? He's like, yeah, I don't know what happened. He like came to, he's like, I thought somebody had a long orange string on the ground. I just got up out of my bag and I started walking to it, right? Or you'd have guys in the middle of in the CP, in the middle of the PB, who are just coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing. Or, guys were ravaged with dysentery. If you're walking at 16,000 foot and you're carrying a 240 machine gun with all your ammunition and all the shit on your back, and you've got the runs horrifically, it's not, there's no amenity, dude. There's just making do with what you have is tough. It was like, it was a couple months of Ranger school.
Yeah, you even talked about one night, I guess they shot an artillery round or something.
Yeah. So we were in, this is a good look at the mind state of Rangers. We went up to a fob. I wouldn't even call it a fob. We went up to a big hole that was scratched in the ground. And a very elite Special Operations Command forward reconnaissance unit had gone up there with 4 guys. 4 guys with beards and big optics and halo badges and painted up rifles got in there before us, and they set up a little area for us to meet them in, right? And it was like one crumbling, falling down building and one, another crumbling, falling down goat shed. And they were like, this is where you guys live now, right? And we're like, all right. So Rangers, we put our shit down on the ground, we put out security, bring up the vehicles, blah, blah, blah. And that's where you live now. At the time, it was called Catamount. I don't know why I had that designation, but there was some map designation. It was called Catamount. But later on in the war, J. Anthony Blessing was killed very near there, and they built it up over time, and it became Fob Blessing. And I'm sure some of the people who are listening here served or have stayed at Fob Blessing. But when we got there, it was just a scratched out hole in the ground that was probably about the size of, maybe it was probably the size of a baseball field, with 2 little crumbling structures in it. And they were like, all right, here you are. And it was in the middle of a big valley. a big Box Canyon Valley. So we're up there and there's only like 35 of us, including the reconnaissance guys. We're all bedded down and we were allowed to make a fire, which was a huge luxury at the time. A fire, a little teeny tiny campfire. We dug a hole in the ground. We built a little teeny tiny campfire and we had some, it was far enough away. If you've got a fire that's this big and it's 20 feet away, like it doesn't throw any heat on you, you know what I mean? But it's not, we had a fire. So we're all laying there we're in our sleeping bags, we're sleeping in shifts. It's probably like 10% security. We're all bedded down and like we're laying on our bags and like you're laying in your sleeping bag in a frozen mountain valley in the middle of the wintertime at elevation in Afghanistan, shivering. You're laying next to your buddy talking and we're laying there and some asshole on one side of the valley shot a rocket at us. It was a huge rocket that arced through the air and it had like a green and yellow fiery plume behind it. Boom! Went directly overhead and hit the mountain valley on their side. Kaboom! Big explosion, right? And all of us went, oh! And there was like a small round of applause and a little bit of laughter. And like, it was like, we just had somebody shoot a huge rocket at us and everyone kind of reacted as like, oh, that was a cool little firework. Like Rangers are like, I think Rangers are just wired differently than other people. There was like a little small smattering of like golf style applause like this. And then, oh, and some laughter. And this was a massive explosion, a couple 100 meters away. Boom, that big bass guttural explosion. And then it was like, oh, good job guys. You missed, but hey, it was all right. Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude. What was what was that first deployment? What was it like for you personally? Obviously it wasn't as kinetic as I'm sure you were prepared.
It was a big adventure. I went on the most ultimate, in my mind, this is in my youth and ignorance, I went on the most badass adventure I could. I was with my Ranger buddies. I was a Ranger. Humping in the mountains of Afghanistan, taking over enemy villages, blowing stuff up. I get to use thermite and blow shit up, right? Flying around in Blackhawks, joshing with my bros, getting sick in the mountains, carrying a badass machine gun, seeing all this weird stuff. It was a big adventure. And I thought war was going to be an adventure. Even when Blessing was killed, and I talked about his death in the last pod, it came more into focus to me. But even then, there was like this sort of like, almost like John Wayne brainwashed thing in me where I was like, man, that's so sad, but that's the casualties of war. It was like I was saying it, but I didn't mean it, And I knew Blessing. He was the first person to put a rifle in my hands. It's like, this is your rifle. Take care of it. How do you want it outfitted? And I had a warped perspective on what war was because I went on a very unusual adventure with my best friends. And no one got hurt. Well, like none of in our immediate circle. Blessing was from the company, but in our platoon, no one got hurt, no one got killed. There was very little kinetic action. I went on an amazing adventure. And I was to find out later that war is not an adventure. War is ugly and it's horrible.
Oh. It's crazy how we romanticize it. And, I don't know if that's a culture thing.
I mean, I romanticized it myself and I was in it until it became real.
But I also I think it speaks to man, right? Like for many years.
It speaks to young men. Young men.
Yeah, but I mean, for so many years, right? We had to fight for everything. We had to fight for food. You had to fight for existence, tribal land, whatever, hunting rights. Now, what do we have to fight for, dude? You gotta fight somebody in line at the fucking grocery store?
Alec Guinness's portrayal of Prince Faisal in the famous movie Lawrence of Arabia, he makes a speech at the end that I think is actually really apt to the way that I saw it as a young guy. He says, the virtues of war are the virtues of young men, courage and hope. And I think that's very apt. At the time, as a young man, I saw war as like a virtuous, hopeful, courageous thing. And it took more exposure to like the gritty, I hate using that term, but like the horror of it to really understand what it was. But at that time, and that little almost magical deployment, it wasn't magical, you know what I mean? But in that little time in my life, everything was still courageous and hopeful.
Yeah, and I think it's something that we've talked about honestly across my entire podcast. You know, I'm definitely not anti-war. Some things need to be solved with violence. But it is, man. It's the worst things that humans can do to each other. And you know, and it does take a toll, right? We've talked a lot about that on this podcast as well. The toll of war, although it's necessary. I mean, it's very gruesome. It's very ugly. You know, we try to honor the folks that we've lost and the best way we can on this platform. But yeah, man, I think a lot of people forget that how...
I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions about war who've never experienced it.
That's a good point.
Which is really strange to me because that's like a human condition thing. And like, I don't have kids, so I don't have opinions on parenting. You know, I don't have opinions on how you should feel about your children. That'd be incomprehensible to me.
Oh.
You know, it would be like, you're going to have to bleep this out, Ole, but like, it's a bunch of virgins talking about fucking. I don't understand it. People have very strong opinions on what happens and how it should be done and what you should have done and da-da-da-da. Like, bro, I don't tell pilots what flying is like. You know, it's strange to me. And the crazy thing is like, war is a universal human condition. This has been going on for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Like, since human beings were picking up sticks, they've been fighting. And it's just, it's strange to me that people are so strongly opinionated about war who've never experienced it. It's like...
Well, but I think there's an allure of war too. So I think some people who didn't experience it maybe have regrets because they wanted to, because it's the pinnacle of I don't know, man. I think it's a male condition, right? We're supposed to fight, struggle, survive, and then we don't have a lot of that in our society. You don't have to fight for anything. I mean, you might have to...
I have a cousin who was beautiful. She was a Division I volleyball player. She was an All-American volleyball player. And afterwards, she became a teacher and a mother. She was gorgeous. Kimberly Lee Updike. And she never drank. She never smoked. She never engaged in vice at any point in her life, ever. She's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, tall, beautiful, kind, hardworking. And when she was 41... she had cancer. And she had a very long, brutally painful, debilitating fight with cancer that left her not only unable to speak, but eventually left her disfigured. After many years, she died, and she died painfully. It was terrible. Her children are now under the care of her parents, and like, you know, her family is assimilated. But her death was tragic and shocking, and it was just completely unfair that this person who was so healthy and happy and beautiful and prioritized not only her health, but the health of her children, this model mother, was killed in this horrible, awful, painful way that took away her physical ability to do things and her beauty. And I had never experienced that before. I never experienced the loss of someone to cancer, right? Well, losing someone to cancer is part of the human condition, right? It affects some people. It doesn't affect everyone. But I can't imagine having not faced that and having strong opinions about what someone should do while they're dying from cancer or how they should deal with the death of a parent from cancer. It's incomprehensible for me to like think that I'm important enough to have an opinion about that. And a lot of people have strong opinions about war and they've never been there. And it's not, I understand that people have an inherent curiosity, and I understand that people are inherently outspoken about things that are emotional, but it's strange to me. And I don't know why you would want to have an opinion about something as gruesome as war. It's just very strange to me.
Yeah.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I built Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
I want to kind of shift. There was another kind of instrumental person early on, kind of in your Ranger career. John Owens, man, your squad leader.
Yeah, John Owens.
You have a couple good stories about him, man.
This personal message that I'm about to say right now is for Billy Teeter and Ben Frank. Johnny Owens, man. Command Sergeant Major Billy Teeter, one of my dearest, closest friends. This is for you, buddy. We talking about John Owens. We talking about John Owens, man. We talking about John motherfucking Owens, man. Yeah, I'd like to talk about John Owens. And one of the reasons I'd like to talk about this guy is that someone can exist in two worlds at the same time. And everyone in their life has had someone come along who's been influential in the way that they think and they develop. You may not have liked them, but I'll say this. I want to preface this by saying I've known a lot of fantastic soldiers. Dave Utlaut, Kellett Sayre, Billy Teeter, Tom Fuller, Eric Godick. But of every man that I've served with, I think John Owens may be the most perfectly well-rounded, highly skilled soldier I've ever met. This guy he would never admit this, right? I've talked to him once every decade. I saw him at the reunion. Things were fine. I'll never be his close friend, but he's somebody that I acknowledge. I wouldn't say I look up to. I remember him perfectly. I know this guy completely. John Owens was a fantastic, fantastic fighting man. He was the Ranger standard made into a human, and he was a fucking asshole. Right? But he was a good dude, which is important. He was a good dude, but he was the standard made a human. He was gravity. He didn't have a like or a dislike. He just was. He was a thing where if you handled him wrong, it would hurt you. His opinion of you was the same way that gravity exists, you know? Gravity doesn't have an opinion of you. This just exists, right? Yeah. That was John Owens. He was the perfect Ranger, but he was a dick. Or in my youth, I saw him as a dick, right? But I needed that. I needed a hammer, right? You're going to come here and you're in the motherfucking big leagues. This is not a game. This is not a joke. And there's one way. There's the right way. And you're going to do that way. I'm going to hurt you. But he wasn't cruel. I've served with men who are cruel, who hurt the careers of people around them. But John wasn't cruel. He was the definition. He was the standard. I think that's one of the greatest lauded things I can say to a man. He was the standard made into a human being. And he said something, and I've been in a lot of heavy combat with John. I've spent a lot of time in the mud and blood with John. I've walked a lot of miles with John. With Sergeant Owens, the Weasel. So in the Ranger Regiment, we have a little bit of an odd phenomenon. We have our own language for people. One of the things that we have that's colloquially inside of the Rangers, I don't think they do this outside of the Rangers, but I don't know. But in the Rangers, we have a weapons squad in every platoon. The weapons squad leader, the WSL, is the second most senior NCO in the platoon. He's a guy that's going to be there for a little while, and then eventually he's going to leave and become a Ranger platoon sergeant. So this is a very, very serious position. This is the second highest ranking NCO in the platoon. This is a guy that has juice. This is a guy that's tested, right? This is a senior E6 who's about to pin 7. So since he's the weapon squad leader, the WSL, we call him the Weasel. And that is not a diss at all. That is a man who's got some, some strength and some rep in the regiment. So if you're a Weasel, if you're out there and you're listening and you're a Ranger Weasel, shout outs to you. You're a real one. This dude was a bad dude. And He was the weasel. He was hard. He was brutally hard. But there was nothing that he was hard on you about that he wasn't better than you at. He was the most physically fit. He was an unbelievable marksman who had proven it in combat, taking other people's lives in combat. Cool under pressure. I've never seen this dude tired. Never seen this dude flinch. Never seen this dude waver for a moment. But he wasn't a bully. He was just, to me, he was like, if you're out there listening to this and you envision a hard-ass Ranger, that's John Owens. And he said something to me one time. Again, this is a human moment. This isn't a combat moment. This isn't a war porn moment. John's got plenty of war porn moments that I'm not going to go into. But he said something to me one time that like stuck with me really strongly. I had been in the unit maybe a couple weeks. And we're in the Pacific Northwest. We're deep in the forest in Washington. And it's pouring down rain. It's maybe 2 a.m. Total blackout. And we are in the old growth forest where there's no canopy. There's no light. There's no moonlight. And it's storming at night. And it's pouring down rain. Huge fat raindrops. You can't see. You can't hear. All you can hear is the roar of a storm late at night in the old growth ancient forest. I mean, that forest is, from another time. It's like Endor in Star. We used to call it Endor, right? But I'm on a knee, and at the time we had a rule: no wet weather gear. No one likes the rule. No one loves the rule. Everyone hates the rule. And the rule has something to do with like heat management on long movements and, not letting your guys get overheated. But really there's a subtext to the rule. And the rule is that if you're going to come here and be part of this, then if getting wet is something that's going to get out of your comfort spot, well, then you probably made a big error in fucking coming here, right? That's just a well-known rule within the Ranger Regiment. It doesn't make sense for those of you out there listening who, think it's stupid. It is stupid. But it's part of the culture, right? And if you're from regiment, you know what I'm talking about. No wet weather gear. No snivel, no wet weather gear. It's just part of the culture. So I'm on a knee. It's pouring down rain. It's probably 38, 39 degrees most. And it's pouring and pouring and pouring. And I am shivering, shaking. I'm past being cold. I'm into uncontrollable shaking. I'm chattering. My teeth are chattering. And the more I'm thinking about making it stop, I can't. I can't stop shivering. My hands are numb. Nods on. Kit. Rifle. No wet weather gear. My clothing, my gear is wet to the point where it's just stuck to my body. And I'm freezing. Shaking uncontrollably. And my teeth are chattering. And I'm trying to make it stop. And he just materializes in the dark next to me. And he comes over and he takes a knee and he says it quiet enough to just I can hear him. You can't hear anything because it's pouring, right? And he leans in and he says, "Hey." He's got a big dip in his mouth. He's like, "Hey." And he says it venomously. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Staring at me. And I look up and I'm shaking. I'm like, teeth chattering. The rain, Sergeant, it's so cold. I can't. He's like, hey, shut up. He goes, "I'll never forget this." He goes, and I can see it right now with his face right there, the pouring down rain. He goes, "The rain ain't cold. You're cold. The rain don't feel shit." And he stands up and he walks away. That's 11 words off the top of his head like that. And the first thought I had was like, God, what a dick, right? But again, this is one of these moments, it started to slowly dawn on me that like, he was right. He was right. The rain ain't cold, you're cold. The rain don't feel shit. And it kind of dawned on me like, man, I have a decision to make. The only way out of here is to go forward. I couldn't even stand up and say, okay, I quit. Where am I going to go? There's no truck. There's no exfil. There's no Best Western around the corner. You're a ranger on patrol in the fucking forest, and your job is to move forward. and everyone's cold. There is no cold. Cold is you. You're cold. You know what I mean? And I look over and Eric Godek's not acting like that. John Owens isn't acting like that. So you got one pathway and it's fucking forward. And if you think it's going to be easy, you made a major error in coming here, bro. You know? And that stuck with me. And his gravity and the way that he was, that stayed with me. And like, you know, you can just decide to be hard. If something's hard, you can just decide to be hard. That's it.
How much do you think that sentence, those 11 words, still affect you in the way you live your life?
You know, it's a tiny moment. And sometimes tiny moments have a big influence in your life. Your whole life is painted by tiny moments, right? There's no grand speech by a pastor or savior or wizard. I don't know, you know? But your whole life is made up of tiny little moments. And over time, you as a person aggregate those little moments, or you decide which ones are important to you. I think that little tiny moment became important to me because it was at a pivotal time in my life. I'm a brand new guy. And I think the fact that I was freezing cold and being punished and, you know, in this stressful situation like that, it just had a deep effect on me. And I did carry that forward for many years. And I you know, I'm far removed from the lifestyle now, but I think still now, there's just like a thing in me, and I think every Ranger where you can just dig inside and get to that thing that keeps you moving forward. You know, and it's not just a Ranger thing. I think Rangers in general are just men who've proven that publicly over and over again. So we're a little bit more forward with it, but everyone out there has that ability. It doesn't matter if you're like a stay-at-home mom with kids. There's times in your life you just need to dig deep down inside and find that thing and keep going. That's like literally, that's being a human being.
Love that, dude. John Owens was also with you the first day you got shot at.
Yeah.
He had something very profound to say that day as well. Will you tell us that story?
He did. And like, there's a little bit of a funny story behind it.
Yeah, it's a great story.
So we're in Afghanistan and we're back I think we're in Bagram Airfield. We're at Bath. And we get spun up. This guy runs in, hey, there's a mission. Get your shit on, blah, 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 right?
You guys were QRF, right?
On this one, I think so, yeah.
Where you just
the two deployments in Afghanistan, I'm be honest, they kind of blend together.
Oh, yeah.
They blur together. When you're a Ranger, you do so many missions. When you're a GWAT Ranger, you do so many missions that they get blurry. But this was definitely Afghanistan. We're definitely in Bagram Airfield. And it was definitely the first time I got shot at. Because if you're out there listening, the first time you get shot at is pretty memorable, right?
Yeah.
But whether we were on, I believe we were on QRF, right? I remember I'm in the hooches and I'm playing cards with Taylor Roberts. And we're playing cards and we're in our PTs and this dude opens the door and goes, hey, where's the PL? And we go, and he goes, fuck it. And he slams the door and he runs out. And me and Roberts look at each other and we're like, no, dude. Oh shit, it's about to go down, right? So we just get up and we start putting on our gear, right? Minute later, dude runs in, put your shit on, blah, 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 right? Get ready to go. And you can hear the helicopters bzzz, starting spinning up. We go out, we muster on the airfield. They give us a quick brief and they say, basically, we're going to go in and the SEALs have gone in and secured a compound and they fucked it up. They went in with like a group of 5 guys. Turns out there's like 30 pucks on the objective. They're taking fire from everywhere. So they hit the big red easy button like, let's have TF Red come out and save us again, right? So we're on the airfield, birds are spinning up, blah, 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 and I'm nervous. Of course, they say, hey, there is a ton of fire on the objective. We're going to go out there, we're going to land, we're going to seize the objective, we're going to reinforce, we're going to hold this shit down. And I'm nervous. Say to you, the listener, first time, hey, you're about to get shot at right now. Right now, you, the listener, are going to put on all your gear. You get on this helicopter. You're going to fly out. You're going to relieve some Navy SEALs. And oh, by the way, you are going to get shot at. This is the first time this has ever happened to me, right? And I'm nervous. And I'm trying not to show it, right? I'm just thinking, oh, I'm an operator. I'm locked in, right? But I'm nervous. And John comes up to me. Sarn Owens comes up to me, this scary human being. And he gets real close to my face. He goes, hey, you're going to get shot at. There's going to be firing on the ground, right? I'm like, great, I don't need this bullshit right now from you, dude. I get it. You know what I mean? He's like, listen, you just do your training. You stay with Steven. You stay on his 6 and you watch his back. And I'm telling you, everything's going to be okay. You just do what you've been trained and everything's going to be okay. And if you don't know what to do, you find Steven or you find me. Stay with your guy, stay in his pocket, and everything's going to work out. You got this. And he kind of clapped me a little bit. Like in that tense moment, he was enough of a human being. He knew that I was scared. I was scared. I wouldn't say I was scared. I was nervous.
Yeah.
I was very nervous. I wasn't scared. I've never actually been scared while being shot at. I've been scared. I've been terrified in combat, but being shot at, I would say I've never been scared, but I wasn't scared in this moment. I just had a lot of nerves and adrenaline going through me. And he knew that. And he said the right thing. He said the right thing. He was a fine soldier. He was a fine leader. You stay with your people and you do what you're supposed to do and everything's going to be all right. And if you don't know what to do, you find Steven or you find me. And you do what we're doing. And it's all going to be okay. And we flew in. We're on the birds. We're on a blacked out Chinook. I'm sitting up front near to the cockpit. I can look in the cockpit, see all the panel lights and everything, the digital map and everything. I feel it's banking really hard. We land and flare. It's a long flight. Land and flare. And we all run out of the back. And the OBJ is over here. And we did a small offset, not a huge offset, because we had to get to the OBJ. But we didn't land on the X. Because there's gunfire on the you're not going to land on the X and get the bird shot up, right? So we land on an offset and we ran over. And we landed. The ramp comes down, everybody comes off. And everyone has a huge adrenaline dump, right? Or not an adrenaline dump, but we're getting ready. We're going to get in a gunfight. We all run off and the squad pulls off and everyone circles up and takes a knee. And everyone takes a knee. Everyone's got nods and we're kind of doing a quick hasty brief. And like almost every guy has his dick out and is taking a piss on the knee. So we're in a circle of 7 guys. We're all pissing, right? And we get up, bail in, we run into the compound. And there's random popcorn gunfire going off in the distance. And run in there. And the first thing I see is a dev crew guy. So red. Yeah, red. He's like, I need you guys to take that. There's like a little castellated, I don't know how to describe it. It was a huge compound with huge, thick mud adobe brick walls. And each corner of this compound had like a little, almost like I don't know how to describe it, like a castellated corner, like a bunker or a turret on the corner, a set of stairs. He's like, grab that corner. Hold down, that sector or whatever. And we went up there. And pre-assault fires had shot up this objective, and I think like a 30 millimeter round had gone through the roof of this castellated corner and had blown up inside the room. And it was strange because the roof was caved in. Half the room was burnt, right, and blown up. But the other half of the room was pristine, as though the explosion hadn't even touched the half of the room. We ran up there and we kicked the door in, cleared the room, and we go in there and the room's really small. It's the size of this carpet. And half the room is burning, smoldering. There's still a little bit of fire in there. The other half of the room is perfectly pristine. And there was a nice ornate silver tea set on a little table like this big with like a tea set with like cups next to it and a pitcher. It was like a nice prayer rug or like it looked like a keffiyeh or something like that. And we went in there and we were like, whoa, there's like, this room has been blown up. And Ashpole looked at me and he goes, and he ran and he kicked the tea set over. He was like, clear. And like, yeah, I did. We just giggled like that. And we set up the gun and like, the mission went on. And that was my first experience of like having gunfire arcing through the air, hearing popping all over the place. But my first moment of being exposed to gunfire, John Owens, this magnanimous force of nature, he just knew what to say,
Years later, he sent you a long message explaining kind of who he was and why. What did that message actually say, and what did that mean to you?
And again, this is for Billy and Frank. I know we had a lot of animosity to this guy for many years. This guy was much harder on us than he needed to be. Even by Ranger standards, he was a hardo. And he took away a lot of our personal time. He inflicted a lot of punishment on us. I've come to realize later in life, and especially as an NCO, you need a little bit of a lighter hand. You can't be ruthless on your guys 24 hours a day. You just cannot. If you've got young men who are very motivated to do the right thing, you can't be ruthless and smash them 24 hours a day for years. You can't. It discourages them deeply, right? But to John's credit, that's the way that he thought he should raise us. And it did have good effect in the end. It made us physically tougher. It definitely made us mentally tougher, I think. But I do think that it capped our growth, for sure. You can raise men up a certain level by being ruthlessly hard on them, but you can't get them to really excel to the next level if you're just ruthless on them all the time. And I think that's a myopic, one-dimensional way to look at leadership, right? There's probably plenty of listeners out here who come from tough blue-collar backgrounds or tough childhoods or tough fathers, and you think that's the way. There's different ways to lead men. And I'm going to tell you right now, I come from a ruthlessly hardcore background. You know what I mean? It gets no more hardcore, you know. The trade job you work at, the civil service job that you work at, the blue-collar job you work at, you work with some hardos. Bro, the regiment is hardos defined as humans. And if you fuck up in the regiment, you're going to get your ass kicked. You're not going to get yelled at. Somebody's going to have a bunch of dudes jump you and fuck you up. Straight up. It's like prison. It's like prison rules there, bro. So it's a self-leveling meritocracy, right? But even within that world, there can be a myopic view. You can't just crush dudes 24 hours a day. You can't light-handed guys. You can't like always be rewarding. It's not sunshine and daydreams over there, bro. But you can't crush people to death all the time because it caps the upper limit of, I think, of what they're capable of doing. So this guy crushed us ruthlessly for years. It was very, very hard. Even within our world, he was considered very, very unnecessarily hard man. And I held a lot of animosity to this guy, a lot. And a lot of soldiers held a lot of animosity to this guy over the years, even though he did the right thing all the time. And years later, I don't want to put his business out there, but he went through his arc of an adult life, and he went through trials and tribulations post-service. And I think he went through a lot of the things that mature all of us as human beings. And he sent me a really random, I don't have Facebook anymore. I was fortunate enough at the time I had Facebook. He sent me a very long, sincere, authentic message on Facebook. And I don't want to speak for John. He's certainly not the kind of guy who waxes philosophical on these kinds of things. But in that moment, he expressed a lot of really personal, sincere things. And he said, hey, I want to let you know, I want to let you and Billy know, you and Billy and Fig, Louis Figueroa, Billy Teeter. I want to let you guys, like, I was hard on you guys, and I was harder on you than I had to have been. I shouldn't have been like that to you guys. He's like, the reason I was hard on you is because I knew that you guys could take it. To this day, and even back then, I thought, and I still think, you guys were great Rangers. And I thought that I had to be hard on you to keep you reined in. And looking back on it, I shouldn't have been like that, you know? And I just want to apologize to you for being excessive when I didn't need to be. And he came to the same realization that I was talking about, you know? And he said, I just want to let you know, man, back then and even today, I think you guys were great Rangers. And I'm sorry that I was harder on you. I shouldn't have done it like that. But I was like that in my youth and ignorance. And I read that, and immediately a decade plus of animosity to this guy melted and evaporated. Because to me, that's an ultimately masculine thing to do. To admit your failures, apologize, be sincere, be honest, have a high degree of integrity, and tell someone, hey man, I made a mistake and I'm owning up to it. And it was what it was, and this is why I did that. And if I could go back, I would do things differently. But in the end of the day, I want you to know that I cared about you guys. And I'm sorry that I did it that way. And I did it because I didn't know any better.
What did that mean to you in that moment? When you
it meant everything to me. And to this day, it still had a profound effect on me, man. Because especially coming from him, he was such a hard motherfucker.
But he's also somebody like you secretly respected as well.
I don't secretly respect him. I openly respect him. This guy was a fantastic fighting man. This guy was a fantastic ranger. He was just a hard man, and that was the way that he knew how to do things. And he wasn't toxic. He was just that way. And like, again, this whole story circles back to the fact that this was a very human moment with one of the most hardened men to ever come out of that regiment. Even that guy came to this years later. And it's kind of weird because I saw him at the reunion very recently. I was like, hey, what's up, man? Oh, dude, so good to see you, blah, 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 blah. And he was John Owens again. He was like, yeah. Like, his cool, cold demeanor, that's who he is, you know? I get it. Like, all right, man. That's like really who you are, you know? Like, it wasn't some buddy, bro, hug shit.
Yeah.
That's just John, you know? He's one of the, and you know, like, I want it to be public. That's one of the finest fighting men this country's ever produced, you know?
You made an interesting comment to me when we were prepping this time. I hadn't heard you said it before, but you said that there was a hard line between, you were naming people. I don't want to name the names, but there's a hard line between being a good ranger and just a tough person and being a great ranger and a shitty person. What's the actual difference between being a tough versus being a tough guy?
Well, look, the regiment is full of tough guys. Basically, you have to be a tough guy just to get there. In order to stay there, you got to be a real tough guy. In order to thrive there, you have to be a hard MFer. The average lifespan there is very, very short. It's comparable lifespan-wise to the NFL. You know what I mean? Maybe one out of every couple thousand NFL guys has an 18-year career, right? Most guys are there. I think the average NFL lifespan is 2.8 years, something like that. Average Ranger lifespan is probably about 3 years. It's a hard life. It wears people down. It breaks people off. The culture is very difficult. You know, you get a guy in the NFL 7-8 years, that's a long NFL career. You get a Ranger been there 7-8 years, that's a long Ranger career.
Yeah.
You get a guy who's been in the NFL 10-11 years, that's a incomprehensibly long Ranger career. I mean, that's a incomprehensibly long NFL career.
Yeah, you look at dudes like Tom Brady, man, and like what it took for him to stay.
Well, he's one out of thousands and thousands and thousands of guys, right? If you stay in the regiment over 10 years, there's something about you that's very, very different from regular people. So at that level, everyone's tough. But in any serious profession, there's something that separates good guys from great guys. I'm going to use the NFL analogy again. If you stay in the NFL 10 years, you are physically strong and physically fit. There's no way to do it without being mutant level strong and fit, right? If you're in the Rangers 10 years, you're hard. That is basic requirement of being there. But the thing that separates guys from being good and great, it's not courage. If you're there that long, you're gonna fight. You're gonna fight, and you're gonna have to prove yourself in combat, period. Everyone there who's there long enough goes to war, fights, is hard, physically fit, a great marksman, great at humping, great at applying, great at the implementation of the tactical application of the hard skills to the ground. And to some people, that's all that matters. Maybe to some of the listeners who aren't from the regiment think that's all that matters. But there's another level to it. There's another level to leadership. On one level of leadership, there is be, no, do. That's the term we use. Be, no, do. Be the example. Know the material. Do the right thing, right? And maybe to some people, that's all that matters. Maybe to some people, humping the hardest, being the most physically fit, shooting the gun best, maybe that's all that matters. And from the outside, if you've never been there, maybe that's all that matters. Winning the gunfight, successfully executing the raid, blah, blah, blah. But there's another level to leadership. And that level of leadership is carrying yourself in such a way that makes the men around you want to get better. I can put you on a PT program. I can put you on a shooting program. I can put you on a humping program. Rucking, sorry, that's our term. I can put you on these programs, or I can set the standards and conditions for you to train that make you physically better. But there's a different level of leadership in which just by your nature, you make men around you want to be better. And that's very, very rare.
What do you think those ingredients are to make that person?
I think it's actually pretty simple. Men from hard backgrounds get very narrow-minded in their outlook on how it is, right? You got to be hard. Just be hard. Be hard as fuck all the time. And if anyone deviates from being hard, smash them. And that is actually a pretty common, pretty proletarian, pretty lowbrow way to look at it. The ones that are great understand that at the highest levels of soldiering and leadership, there has to be a human application of touch. I can't just punch you in the face all fucking day long, every day, and then expect you to fall in line, because when you become a leader, all you're going to know is how to hurt people. And at some point, you have to understand that you're interacting with humans, whether it be a ranger, whether you be in the trades, whether you be a cop, whether you be wherever. If you're going to lead, you have to be able to have a leadership quality in you that brings people along and makes them want to do better. Maybe for those of you out there who went through a difficult scholastic program, you know, like a STEM course or an engineering course, or maybe some of you out there who possibly went through like a hard medical course or even like a musician scholarship or something like that. Hopefully in your journey, you came along somebody who you were like, man, that's the person I want to be like.
I'll tell you too, we've talked a lot on this podcast about coaches.
I think a great leader has an element of coaching in them. That's very important. Like you can't just be a hammer all the time forever, because the regiment is full of hammers. The NFL is full of hammers, right? What makes someone great at what they do is knowing how to bring people along with them, having the intangible qualities of, not just the intangible qualities, but the conscious wherewithal to understand that, like, hey, it's my responsibility now that I'm in a leadership position to uplift the people around me. And you don't uplift people around you by just hammering them all the time for years and years and years and years and years. That's where you get toxic leadership.
Do you think like that whole toxic leadership, I mean, it's inbred, right? And you know, we talked on your initial podcast about, you know, some tough leaders you had. But I also look back at the culture of 275 pre 9/11, and man, it was a peacetime war. And so that's what a lot of the regiment was known for, because it's just, you know, it's just constant hazing because you got free time. But I think, you know, did some of that change later on? I mean, I know you left the regiment early and not of your own timing, but, you know, from the people that you talked that stayed longer or the people that are still in, is the culture still inherently like that? I mean, I know the Ranger Regiment's always going to be tough.
The culture is like that. The hard application of training is different, right? Again, I'd like to use the NFL analogy. And again, I never played in the NFL, right? But not outside of Pat, I also have other friends who played in the NFL, right? The culture of the locker room is never going to change, or it's going to be very similar over the years. However, NFL players today, they have more nutrition, more sports science. They have more ways to take care of their bodies, things like that. Well, that's very similar in the Ranger Regiment. The gear is always changing. They're taking much better physical care of the men now, for sure. I would say, from what I've experienced talking to young NCOs, shout out to, I'm not going to say his last name, but you're doing God's work. Man, you're at 275, you know who I'm talking about right now. I got a buddy who's an NCO. At 275, he's going to go on to do great things, and he's doing great things now. The way that he's leading his men, I think you're like an ACO. That's all I'm going to say. The way that you're doing it right now, I hope you hear this. The way that you're leading your men, the way that you care about your people, the way that you're setting the example with your own physical skills and your body, and the way that you're living, that's what every young Ranger should strive for. Then the Ranger Regiment needs more men like you. So I hope you hear this, buddy. You know what I mean? The physical hard skills are going to continue to evolve and get better and better. Rangers now are bigger, stronger, faster, more fit than they were in my day. Just like NFL players or NBA players They're bigger, stronger, more fit than they were in the past. But the culture is not going to change, because the thing people need to understand, the prime directive of the 75th Ranger Regiment, the prime cultural motivator of the 75th Ranger Regiment is war. It's nothing else. It's war. So you have to have hammers. You have to have men who are hard. You have to have men who are ready to inflict violence any moment. But that element of human leadership, I don't think it's a rare quality in Ranger Regiment. I think it's a rare quality in men in general. Mm. If you're out there listening and you're an electrician or an HVAC guy, you've probably worked with some real assholes who are great electricians. But every now and then some guy comes along and you're like, man, I want to be like that dude. That guy has it right. That guy has his gear squared away. That guy knows the answer to every problem. That dude doesn't freak out when things get hard. I show up and I see him walk in the room and I'm like, hell yeah, we're ready to work today. But sometimes you have another leader who might walk in and he might be the best guy on the job site. You're like, man, that guy's a prick. And it brings you down. And if you're with that guy for years and years and years and years and you're constantly top of mind about how that dude's bringing your shit down, it just overall, it makes it harder for you to be locked in at work. It just chips away at your ability, because it's impossible to separate your personal feelings about people from something when you're inculcated and you live in it, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of toxic leadership out there, but every now and then someone comes along who's great. And that element of greatness doesn't come from shooting the gun. That element of greatness comes from being like an inspiring person. So if you're out there listening, if you're in an office doing business to business sales, if you're in the trades, if you're driving a truck, even if you own your own business, everyone is looking at you and judging your character. And it's easy to make the right decision. It's easy to give a shit about the people around you. It's not hard.
It is wild to me. Yeah, I've always thought that. Like, how hard is it to actually, even if it, I had a boss one time, and he always remembered things about me personally, remembered things about where I was from, knew things about my parents, and he was a couple levels removed from what I was doing. But I never forgot that. Yeah. And every time he would see me, he would reference some kind of personal thing in my life, only for a moment, sometimes in passing. But you're like, damn, that dude cares, So even if it's fake, like even if that dude never really cared about, like to me, especially as a young man, I was like, man, that dude cares.
I have the great fortune to know and be friends with Mike Hall. Mike Hall's unarguably, on paper, one of the greatest special operations men this country's ever produced. He's the ISAF Sergeant Major, the SOCOM Sergeant Major, the Regimental Sergeant Major. And even now, with this dude commands massive respect everywhere we go. He knows everyone in the world, right? Al Buford is the same way. Al Buford is a former unit commander, Army Ranger Hall of Fame. But these men have an intangible quality where they care about the people around them. It's not all flowers and sunshine. This isn't Mr. Rogers, right? Yeah. But these men undeniably care about the well-being of the people that they're entrusted to lead. And I think that a lot of people, especially at the lower levels, they lose sight of that. Because when you become a leader, you're not responsible for yourself, you're responsible for the group.
I've had to instruct both of my kids implicitly about that. They are extremely physically gifted, and they've been put in situations to be team captains or in charge, and I've always had to tell them.
Yeah, your son's like a great athlete. He's
both of my kids, and actually even my oldest was as well. But I have twins, boy-girl twins, and they're both, but I've constantly had to impress upon them, because when you're a kid and they tell you you're the team captain, people got to do what I say. And I've had to tell them it's quite the opposite. You say nothing, you lead by example. Yeah. You lift everybody up. When you're the team captain on a soccer team or whatever, now that there's 12 or 15 people, like you have to care about the people you don't even like.
Let me just pose a question to your listeners, right? What does it hurt you to care about your people? Yeah. Yeah, you have to enforce standards. You have to enforce discipline. Look at John Owens, right? Mm-hmm. It's easy to care about your people. If you're that invested in your job and learning the skills of your job, well, one of the skills you should be invested in is leading people, being a good leader. You know what I mean? The regiment needs a lot more Danny S's out there. And those people are very hard to come by. And unfortunately, in the military and in the police, some of those qualities get overlooked because I think a lot of people at the higher levels are scrambling to preserve their careers.
Yeah, yeah. We had some funny stories in your podcast prep.
It's about to get weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
You have a strange affinity for Navy SEALs, and affinity is a term I use loosely. You saw a lot of things in your career, and look, man, we're not SEAL haters on here, but I think there are. They live in this brand bubble.
Oh boy!
But you've had some personal experiences, man. I know, especially there's one story where you helped find somebody, but where do you think that's all bred from? This.
All right, so we're about to go into real soft insider type shit here. All right. This is going to ignite a lot of comments from people who've never been in SOF.
That's all right, though. I've had 0 Navy SEALs on this podcast on purpose.
A lot of people out there, a lot of the TAC bros out there, a lot of the war fans out there are going to get buck in the comments about this, right? Again, this is for the bros. This is for other Rangers. This is for Green Berets. This is, I would say, probably for Marines, too. My knowledge about them is less.
Even our AFSOC dudes, bro.
AFSOC, yes. So if you're from our world, if you're from the fighting man's world, especially during the time of the GWAT, you guys know what I'm saying is the truth. And if you're not, there's probably going to be some hatred in the comments, but that's fine because it's going to drive engagement, right? All right. So during the GWAT, the SEALs, which we all know about, managed to cultivate quite a reputation. I'm sure if you're out there listening, you're thinking about the Navy SEALs, man. Navy SEALs, most elite dudes in the world, right?
The best book club in America.
And I will say this, they're extraordinarily physically fit. Even by our standards, these dudes are unbelievably physically fit.
And before you guys all cry, they're great warriors.
They're very physically fit, I'll say that. And I don't know how harsh I want to go on this, and people are going to call me a hater, and I'm going to get a lot of hate. But every Ranger out there is laughing and cheering right now because my level of vitriol to the SEALs is nothing compared to the level of vitriol that a lot of Rangers have towards SEALs out there. This isn't an inter-service rivalry thing. Rangers love AFSOC guys. Rangers love Marines, right?
Marines and Rangers are a lot alike.
I wouldn't say that, but
I would.
Rangers have an inherent deep respect for fighting Marines, that's for sure, because we're built from the same warlike culture, right? And Rangers love AFSOC, and Rangers love Green Berets, and of course we venerate the unit. But Rangers have done a lot of missions with the SEALs in the GWAT, and overall the shocking percentage of those missions have been cocked up and fucked up, and those dudes have created a lot of mistakes. They've made a lot of poor decisions, and a lot of those decisions have not only led to hardships for the regiment, but to the death of Rangers, having to fix their cock-ups. That's a real thing. And from the media, these guys are portrayed as superheroes, right? They're soft guys. They're badasses with the kit and the gear and the guns. But
they got great hair, too.
At the end of the day, those guys have a different planning methodology. And it's been my experience on this level and the experience of most Rangers at a much higher level that those dudes do not plan or account for things as well as the regiment or other SOF units do. They've made a lot of mistakes that have had to be cleaned up by other people because of the way that the JSOC sphere of operations worked during the GWAT was that some of these units would go out and they would execute missions and they would have Rangers on standby to come in and fix their foul ups. And that's something that went on for at least 10 years in the height of the GWAT. The SEALs will plan something, they'll plan it poorly, they'll go and execute it poorly on the ground, and then boop, here's the easy button. Oh, we'll call these guys in and come in and like fix things. And that happened over and over and over. It was happening in 2003, and it was happening up to at least 2016. That's 13 years. And the whole culture of like, look, there's no knock. If you're a SEAL out there and you're listening to this and you got your trident, kudos to you, man. You earned it. Just the way that I earned a scroll.
I highly doubt there's Navy SEALs listening to this. Okay.
But there's a big mythos out there amongst the public. These guys are supermen. And the fact is that their execution of direct action is very poor. Their track record of execution of direct action is very poor.
I definitely know that the unit has not killed a hostage with a grenade on an HRT.
Yeah, killed a hostage with a hand grenade on an HRT while the hostage was saying, "Hey, I'm in here." In English, "Hey, I'm in here, come get me." And then throw a grenade in there and kill a woman, right? I've been on missions where they left sensitive items on the ground, where they left weapons on the ground. I've been on missions where they rigged det charges that didn't go off. I've been on missions where someone left a CAC card on an objective, and we had to fly back and get a CAC card, right? I've been on training ranges where I've been on a training range where Kyle Lamb, shout outs to Sergeant Major Kyle Lamb of Viking Tactics, was giving us a pistol course. And this guy, who shall not be named, who a very close friend, a friend of mine, Clay Othick, former Delta operator, former Gothic Serpent Mogadishu Ranger, knows this guy. We were on a range. Kyle Lamb is giving us a pistol course. This SEAL who happens to be with us has his pistol. He's got his long hair. He's showing us the pistol. And this dude, he's like, shoots the pistol, bam, bam, bam. He's like, yeah. He's showing us the pistol. And he takes it like this, and he throws it up in the air and catches it in his other hand. And he shoots it with his other hand. And Kyle Lamb freaked out on this guy. Sergeant Major Kyle Lamb. C Squadron Delta Commander Kyle Lamb came up and physically grabbed this dude and threw him off. Get the fuck off my range. Get off my range. You're not going to be doing that bullshit on my range, blah, blah, blah. Like, I've seen these guys act in a very, like, undisciplined, unprofessional way. Not all of them, but my experiences, and a lot of Rangers have seen this behavior too. I don't know what it's like now. I would venture to say that at some point that behavior got cleaned up. But through a large majority of the GWAT, these guys were acting in a way that was incongruent with the values of SOF. And their execution on the ground led to a lot of like planning disasters. I will say I've been on a lot of hits with these guys, and I will say they're very physically talented. But being physically talented only gets you so far, because war is constant entropy. And one of the things that the regiment does well, and the thing that the unit does better than anyone in the world, is they plan contingencies for entropy. Now, I can speak to entropy because I've lost good friends in combat, and I've been in direct, heavy combat. Things go sideways on the ground constantly, you know?
That's the whole reason we plan contingencies.
If you've ever been in a bad street fight or a bad bar fight where things got out of control, things go crazy, you know? That's just in a fight on the street. And you're talking about scores of men and gunfire and, you know, all kinds of things like that. But in general, through the GWAT, they proved that there was a lot of issues with their planning contingencies and their ability to execute and their ability to be in possession of sensitive items. And it kind of almost became de rigueur that they would just, well, we fucked that up. We'll call these guys in and come fix it. It caused a lot of friction between us and that unit. And eventually there was a planning split. That's why we don't work with them. Or we work with them in a very, very curated way. And I can't speak to their culture, because I'm not from their culture. But there were a lot of problems through the GWAT.
Oh, they got some great branding, though. I don't know how they've convinced. Yeah, their branding's really good.
I have a theory about that, too. And again, I'm speaking from an insider perspective. So if you disagree with me, argue with the wall. The unit, especially, and to a lesser degree, the Rangers. Our mission is inherently morally repugnant. Our mission is to kill people. We don't build bridges. We don't give medicine to kids. We don't dig wells. Our mission, our driving culture, the reason we exist is to kill people. And the unit's mission is to rescue hostages and kill an incomprehensible number of people. They do violence, and we apply surgical violence to enforce United States policy on the ground. And at its heart, that mission is morally repugnant. A unified, modern, civilized culture of people probably should have figured out at some point how you can enact policy without hurting other people, right? It goes against the Judeo-Christian, the ethical values of humanity together. But since our mission is morally repugnant, it's probably not something that needs to be, that the US military and the US government as a whole wants to put out there to people. And outside of Delta Force and the unit and the Rangers, there are other units out there whose mission is even more morally repugnant, where they use all kinds of conspiratorial, seditious methods by which to enact violence and kill people for the enforcement of United States policy. However, at the core, the mission of the SEALs is a little bit different. The mission of NAVSOC is a little bit different. Their mission is a little bit more oriented towards a bigger scale of things, which is reconnaissance. EOD has become a big part of that. CBRN has become a big part of that. So they enact a much broader sphere of missions. And I think that it is actually important to have a group of men which the country can look towards and be like, wow, these guys are the shining example of what an American soldier can be, right? The physical fitness, the ability to operate in austere conditions, the ability to just like deal with hardship, you know. But I think if the public really knew what some of these units were doing and what the primary directive of some of these units were, it would inherently be ugly, you know. And that's my theory as to why maybe those guys have more media shine. It's not a hatred thing. It's just like a practicality thing. I mean, you don't, you know, as much love as I have for the unit, some of the most influential people in my life are longtime unit members, right? I mentioned Clay Othick. I mentioned Al Buford. Shout out to Matt Weeks. Like, those guys are some of the best human beings I've ever met in my life. And Al Buford and Clay Othick, they care about the people around them. Matty Weeks cared about the men around him. Matt Weeks is one of the greatest leaders I've ever met. He cared about his people, but ultimately the role of the unit is to inflict violence on people. And that's, you know, at its core, it's a necessary evil.
Do you think we have too many layers of special operations forces within the U.S. military?
I don't know.
Because I look at, like, let's take Dev Group or even the SEALs, right? Everything that the SEALs do, other than maybe live on an aircraft, carry on the boats, like we've got Green Berets that do the same thing. So we have dive qualified Green Beret teams. Hell, we've got guys every PJ goes to dive school. There's all these different things, and we have all these different overlaps. And again, man, I'm not a policymaker.
You know what?
I
don't think so.
No?
I don't think it's too stratified. I think you need to build a pipeline of men who are very well versed in a wide variety of skills. And I think it's very important that these different inter-service people can work together and they can overlap on missions. I don't think it's in the best interest of the military to have a very myopic view, like, you guys do this, you guys do this, you guys do this, right? Like, I think, like, if you look at firefighters, right? There's lots of different roles within fire departments, right? You guys got special recovery, underwater stuff, entry guys, things like that. Like, I think it's very important that these people cross-pollinate their skills, not only within our military.
I'm only talking about, like, within just the soft community. We have a plethora of soft units. So, like, is it redundant to have Navy SEALs and Green Berets? Like, I always asked, why did Green Berets go to dive school? Because I've met a ton of GBs that were dive trained, dive supervisors. I haven't met very many of them actually did a dive mission.
Well, at their core, they have different missions, right?
Sure.
The group's primary directive is FID, right? So I think each group has a prime directive, and I think those prime directives are pretty well managed. I do think that the soft world that we know today is a very well organized machine. It's been proven through many, many decades.
Oh, it's the best in the world. And I'm not arguing that we should get rid of Green Berets or Navy SEALs or anything. It's just a question I always think about, because we have a ton, even the Marine Special Operations, stood up. And I do agree with you. We do need to have a strong fighting force.
I think it's correctly self-organized over time. That's what I do. I do believe that. Yeah. And this is not, I'm not knocking on SEALs, right? I'm talking about a very...
we are just a little bit, bro.
A little bit. I'm talking about a very narrow slice of what happened. Their performance in the GWAT, in essence, is not what the general public has perceived of them.
Yeah, I mean, again, you and I come from a different community. I'm not a Ranger. I didn't come from the regiment. I worked with the Ranger Regiment. I worked...
God, I'm going to get hated on so bad after that.
It's all good. But, I do... Again, man, I haven't met too many folks that had great experiences. Now, Dev Group's a little bit different.
Well, let me pose a question to you. You've interviewed a lot of Rangers and a lot of unit guys. Mm-hmm. What is the overall opinion of guys in this chair on the SEALs and Dev?
Well, I mean, there's a reason why they've never been on the podcast.
No, we'll just say it. What is it?
That nobody's had a good experience.
Yeah.
I mean, we had an RRC guy in here, that was working in a tier 1 capacity in Somalia, where 2 guys from Blue, gave their weapons to Jundies and walked off the mountain as they were on a, you know what I mean? I've heard a bunch of those stories. Now look, man, is it second, third?
Now let me ask you this as the viewers, right? What would you think if I told you that some SEALs were on an objective and they knowingly gave their weapons up to a Jundie and then left?
Yeah.
What would you think of if someone told you that, right?
Well, I think that never happened. That was impossible.
Right. Or, what would you think if I told you that some SEALs went on an objective and they didn't prep their demo and built water impulse charges that didn't have water on them and they blew up and damn near killed themselves? Or what would you think if I told you that, you went on a mission and you as a young Ranger got spun up to go on a mission to fly out and recover an ID card on a hot objective, And that's not one incident. That's it happened over and over and over and over, probably hundreds of times.
But why do you think that continually was an issue? Do you think it's a culture problem, or?
From my very narrow view as a low-level middle manager, I think that the same thing that bred a lot of the toxic leadership in the Rangers is also the thing that kept us very tight.
Yeah.
An extremely high level of discipline and organization. And I don't know because I'm not from their culture, but I think that those guys have had during the GWAT a very limited amount of oversight while they're on missions.
Yeah, and you do have this thing where Navy SEALs, I mean, you can be 18 years old and you can become a SEAL and then you're on a SEAL team. But what the difference is in the regiment, you take an 18-year-old kid, he makes it through RASP, he gets in the regiment. It's adult daycare. I mean, and I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. You have 18-year-old kids, you're going to give them a gun and put them in very high stress, high combat. But there is, to your point, there's this level of extreme discipline.
Yeah,
and so there's guardrails.
And an extreme enforcement of discipline. You can get booted from regiment for anything.
Yeah, and then you take, Army Green Berets for a long time. You have to be...
They're older.
Yeah, you got to be, in the military for a long time. You had to be an E5, and they did.
Or look at MARSOC. Those guys are all older, more mature.
Same thing with the unit, man. Yeah. And so I do think, maybe that could be some of the Navy SEALs culture issues.
You see a unit guy that's 27, 28. That's a young unit guy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so there's this level of maturity, and I think. While Navy SEALs, obviously they have to go through physical stuff. Nobody's going to say they don't, right? Their training is just as tough as some of the others. I just wonder if, you take some 18, 19-year-old, 21-year-old kid and you give them this super high level of training. Now they're this warrior, this physically fit, specimen, but they don't necessarily have the guardrails that...
I think guardrails is a really good term for that. And it's kind of like the pendulum swings. Those guardrails are probably applied too heavily in the regiment, right?
Yeah, and I mean, in my brief time supporting the unit, I remember this very vividly. If you watch the movie Black Hawk Down, there's this difference. But I mean, they nailed it in that movie, right? The Ranger culture, the unit culture, perfect. And I remember seeing that when I was deployed in Iraq.
We used to call them Godfather.
Yeah.
You know, like as a young 23-year-old Ranger, you'd work with the unit guys and we would colloquially call them Godfather.
Yeah, and you see it, man. Like I remember
Big
being
brother.
on the FOB and Rangers, you know, they're doing just as many hits. They're hitting their own lines of operations. They're going out just as often, different targets. But dude, you still got to have a high and tight. You know, they're in their uniform every day. Like they're still like extremely disciplined soldiers versus, you know, you see the unit dudes and, you know, they have the freedom that comes with being in that unit. Long hair. I remember one of the squadron sergeant majors, man, I mean, he would wear cut off multicam shorts and he had a belt, like a rope that he used for a belt on his shorts. And
I can remember going on a mission with unit guys and being in the striker. And there were a very few times where I was, as a young E5, I was like, because I was in a floater position, I was attached to the squadron. And I can remember riding in the back of a striker with a guy and he had cut off jorts on and he had chucks on and he had his blood type written on the toes of his chucks. And I can remember being on a mission with Brandon Jackson. He was wearing a basketball jersey. He was wearing an Adidas like basketball jersey, like a dry fit basketball jersey. He was all jacked. I'm like,
and there's probably some reason.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah, but there was probably some reason because like that's how those guys are. Like the unit.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a group of thinkers. I mean, you spend time around those dudes. Like, yeah, dude. Like, you have this idea of what a unit member would look like, and it's some Hollywood-looking actor with super fit and jacked, and they're all like that. But man, you meet dudes from the unit. Half the time, if you met them in public, you would never know that that's who they work for. You could mistake that guy for a doctor, a PhD. They're just.
Well, I've served in combat quite a bit with the unit. And I've also trained in the civilian world with the unit. I just did a training eval with the unit, in a place I won't mention. But shout out Sergeant Major Eddie Edmondson. He was on our side of the house, the enabler side of the house. But I was talking to him about one of my close mentors who comes from the unit, and they were familiar with each other. And, my mentor had a long and storied career in the unit. And it's very interesting. You get guys from the unit, and they have ancillary hobbies that are unbelievable.
Yeah, bro. Like it's just as extreme as their work job.
Right. Like a really good example is Pat McNamara, right?
T-Mac.
Yeah. So T-Mac is everyone. I would assume most of the people who watch this know who T-Mac is, right? T-Mac's very intense. I've never met him personally, but one of my mentors served very closely with him for a very long time. Eddie Edmondson served with him for a very long time. And I kind of remember asking Al, like, what's that guy like? Because they see him on social media and he's so wound up, right? And they're like, yeah, that guy's very intense, but that guy's like a nutrition scientist on the side, right?
Oh, you see his workout stuff and it's like stuff that would blow your mind.
But this guy brought the new science of nutrition and fitness science to the unit. Like, hey, there's a new way to think about functional fitness for these guys. Another good example is Al Buford, my mentor, Army Ranger Hall of Fame, went over to the unit as a squadron commander. Al Buford got his MBA while he was in the unit. And he told me an interesting story. I think this speaks to the kind of person that's over there. This kind of person's common in the unit, right? He's a unit operator, and Al Buford's from the South, and originally he had a very heavy Southern accent. And he had aspirations to become a successful businessman after the unit, which he did. He's a fantastically successful businessman. And he said that along the way, he learned that people who speak with a very heavy inflected accent are subconsciously judged by the people around them to be of lower intellect. There's been studies that show this. If you have a very heavy, especially if you have a very strong accent, a very strong regional accent, whatever it be, people are going to subconsciously judge you of being lower intellect. So while he was in the unit and while he was getting an MBA on the side, he also took language classes and speech classes to kind of wash that accent out. So when he got out as a businessman, he wouldn't be judged as much. And now it's like he sounds like a Weather Channel meteorologist when you hear him now. He's got perfect diction. And that's just one of like a million stories of these guys. There's guys out there in the unit who are like classically trained musicians.
Oh, dude.
A really good example is Norm Hooten, right? Everyone here is probably familiar with Hoot from Black Hawk Down. Norm Hooten.
Got his whiskey up there.
Yeah. Norm Hooten's a doctor. Norm Hooten's a freaking doctor, you know, like these are guys who like being in the unit is hard enough, right? That's like being a professional athlete. But these guys are so fantastically motivated to excel. They excel in all of these sort of like magnanimous, crazy ways. You know,
we got somebody coming on. She was the unit's, I think she was one of the unit psychologists for a while. And there's such of like psychological, like the unit figures it out, dude. They have figured out how to recruit and assess at a level, and maybe I'm impartial, but
they want benevolent sociopaths who are of extraordinarily high intellect. Oh, and also like physically fit, professional athlete level fitness guys.
Yeah.
So it's the caliber of person over there is like.
Do you think it you know, in your experience, I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to ask anyway, that's the correlation and why so many unit members come from the regiment, because it's that grounded base of discipline and that physical specimen that requires the unit requires. And I would imagine that not everybody from the regiment makes it, because there is a maturity and a mental gymnastics. Not saying the Rangers are dumb, but you know, it's not for everybody.
Well,
anyway.
I think there's certain tiers of excellence, right? And I think for all the great things that the regiment has done, the regiment is a very good breeding ground to find the kind of person that's going to excel at a higher and higher and higher and higher level. Like I've used this analogy over and over again, but in professional sports, right? If you get someone who's at the highest level in professional sports, they're going to have excelled at every level that they were at, whether that be minor leagues or college or whatever. It's just you find and cull the greatest people through a very rigorous, long-term, decades-long vetting process. And I think the regiment is the perfect breeding ground to find that tier of excellence, just like Special Forces and Group. Yeah. And just to put this to the side, not every unit member comes from SOF.
No, that's a great point.
A lot of unit members come from the big army,
mechanics, and
right. For all of our soft badassness, I mean, dude, there's brilliant soldiers all across the military. A lot of those guys come from the 82nd. A lot of those guys come from like just normal National Guard units. Because if you're excellent, if you're truly excellent, the unit's going to find you. If you're a truly gifted athlete, the big leagues are going to find you at some point. You know?
I've got another guy I think that's coming on as well. He was a sport guy. Spent most of his career as a sport dude in the unit, and like they do that well, right? Like a lot of people don't realize, you know, the unit has obviously the
drivers and mechanics,
the shooters, but they also have an entire support apparatus that's within the unit. So
EW guys, they're friggin' cyber guys, like all those dudes are.
So
excellent.
Yeah, that whole organization is full of just top tier people outside of just the shooters. And a lot of people don't realize what it takes to put a shooter on a target.
I mean, they're the Harvard medicine or the MIT of war.
Yeah, that's a great point.
They really are. Yeah. Not that that doesn't knock anyone else, but those are organizations that breed excellent people, right?
No.
But that's really what they are. They're the highest pinnacle. You know, if you want to excel in physics, you know, Cambridge and MIT is where the most excellent people end up.
What was your experience with the Damnet guys?
I worked with them as a contractor for quite a while, a couple of years. My good buddy, Sergeant Major Tyler Marciano. And the Damnet guys I worked with were excellent. My experience with Damnet was very much almost totally limited to their EOD CBRN guys. And they were fantastic. Their level of professionalism, their level of knowledge, their level of flexibility, wanting to get good at their jobs, innovation. I think innovation is a huge one. You don't really see as much innovation in the regiment. Real innovation and forward thinking comes from the higher tier, you know, the tier 1 elements of SOF. Not that there isn't innovation, but those organizations are inherently skilled because they allow their top people, they entrust their top people to be innovators and innovative thinkers.
Yeah, very interesting. You had, you know, speaking of Dev Group and Damnick, you had a pretty interesting story on a recovery of an HVT.
Yeah.
We got to tell that story, man. It's just, it's a good story.
All right. You want me to set the scale?
Set the backdrop.
All right. So I was put in for a very minor level award. It was one higher and then it got downgraded, but that doesn't matter.
By he who shall not be named, bro.
Anyway, I So we're in Afghanistan. Rangers are in one area, and DevGru, SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. SEAL Team 6. Like and subscribe, right? SEAL Team 6 goes out and they hit this objective. They know there's an HVT there, a high value target. A Taliban warlord, right? Big time honcho in the Taliban. They've been hunting this guy and they've got all the cool info on him, and they go and they hit this dude's compound. He's not there. All right, cool. Dry hole, we call it.
Happens a lot.
Happens a lot. A lot. I would say most of the missions in Afghanistan are dry hole, right? So they go and they hit this objective. It's a dry hole. All right, we didn't find anything. Cool. About a week later, they fly out. They hit the, no, we know he's there tonight. Boom, they hit the objective, dry hole again, right? All right, cool, it happens. It happens twice in a row, little, where's that, bro? Whatever. A little while later, they put together a hasty raid. Humet says he's there right now. Go get this guy. They fly out, boom, dry hole again, 3 for 3, right? 3 for 3, they've had actionable intel. They've gone and hit this place 3 times in a row. They've come up bupkis, nothing. So DevGru's like, look, man, either the intel source must be bad or something, but this dude ain't there, right? We know for sure we've hit this place 3 times. Dude ain't there, right? So some Ranger commander is like, nah, you know what? How about we take a shot at this thing, right? So they spin us up. We plan this mission out really well. And it's a huge, I don't want to say a canyon, it's a valley, big scooped valley like this that's got like acres and acres and acres of irrigated rice fields, right? Rice fields are deep mud, curated valley full of like, irrigated rice fields. And in the middle of this valley are 2 perfect domed hills. We use the term titties, right? It looked like a pair of big tits, right? In this valley. I hope that word doesn't get censored.
Oh God, no.
Right. So it's these 2
we'll have to censor out the 347 fucks.
I'm trying to not say the F word, bro. It was this huge valley, irrigated rice fields everywhere, and smack dab in the middle of this valley are these 2 big mounds that look like tits. And on the top of one is scrubland brush, and on the top of the other is a compound that's got maybe 4 or 5 buildings on it. And what 6 had done is they had flown in, landed at the base of this hill, assaulted up the hill, cleared the compound, came up nothing 3 times in a row. All right. The way that the topography is set, there's nowhere else to land, right? So we fly in, we get spun up, we fly in, check this place out, we land, and instead of assaulting directly up into the compound, what we do is we kind of button hook and we set up on the opposing hillside.
The other titty.
No. We're on the left titty looking at the right titty. So we're set up on this hillside, and we set up there and we tuck in for a long time. I don't know how long, it was several hours. And then we send a couple guys out in like a horn-shaped, 4 group of guys. They secure the area, and then the main force comes up the middle and takes the objective. And I'm on a Mark 48 machine gun, which is a belt-fed 7.62 machine gun. It's a little bit bigger than a SAW. At the time, it was like super cool whiz-bang stuff that only Rangers were using. Now it's in a little bit more wide use, but I'm carrying a big belt-fed machine gun. We go in, we clear the compound, and the platoon sergeant says, hey, cleared this area, get up on that rooftop right there. There's a stairs leading on the outside of this building. It's a 1-story building. Get up on that rooftop, set up the gun, overwatch the PZ, because when we extract, we're going to have the birds come in. So overwatch the PZ, right? Cool, no problem. Get up on the high ground. I'm coming up this roof. I got the machine gun. Come up on the roof, and there's dead green chem lights on the roof, right? And the roof has a goat pen on top of it. It's very common in Afghanistan that people will take their goats and their livestock, small livestock, not cows, but they'll take goats, and they'll herd them up, and they'll build goat pens on the roofs of their houses. And these goat pens keep them away from like wild predators and things like that. So I go up on the roof, and there's dead chem lights up there. There's old green chem lights there where it's someone gone up on the roof, checked the roof out. There's nobody up here, clear the chem, throw it out there, roll out, right? There's a bunch of them up there. So I come up on the roof.
Probably at least 3 of them, right?
There was at least 3 dead chem lights on this roof. So I go up on the roof. I'm creeping up on the roof. And at some point, the goat pen had been broken. The little door. I mean, these goat pens are like knee high. Somebody kicked the goat pen open, and there's goats milling around on this roof. There's a bunch of goats milling around the roof of this house. And there's a pile of like trash and debris in the corner. And as I'm coming up the stairs, I'm coming up eye line with the roof. And the roof looks perfectly flat. And there's a pile of trash in the corner. It's not mounded up. It just looks like a pile of papers, maybe. Just junk, right? Not junk, but like trash. It looks like paper trash. Maybe some like old water bottles, stuff like that. Just like a small pile of junk in the corner. And goats milling all over the place. I come up on the roof. And I don't have my light on, but I'm looking at the roof and something, I don't know how to describe it. Something about this roof looked off to me. I'm looking at the roof and I'm trying to look around these goats that are milling around. Goats are at my feet. They're milling all over the place. And I'm looking at this pile of trash and it just looks off. I don't really know how to describe it. I wish I had better words to describe, but I just got this feeling like something's not right. I come up and I've got the gun on it and I go on the radio. And I use our coded language, we use call signs and code words and stuff like that. And I basically say in our coded language, hey, I need the platoon sergeant leadership to come up here because I got something up here, right? And the reason for you to using coded language is that I don't want to say in English, hey man, there's something weird up here, right? So I use the coded language. I get the coded response. And my platoon sergeant shows up next to me, being very quiet, and I just signal at this trash. We kind of stalk over there. Now, my platoon sergeant at the time is a very, very big man. Got to be 6'3", every bit of 250, and he had been a minor league hockey player from Detroit. So this dude can bang. This dude can fight. A very aggressive, very big, very well-known Ranger. Tough guy. Legit tough guy. Super badass dude. Big, physical, mean, scary, badass dude. Give him the signal, and we creep forward on this pile of trash, and we're looking at it, getting closer and getting closer. And it looks even with the dirt roof of this house. Now, the roofs on these houses don't have shingles on them. They're not like American houses. These are essentially mud structures, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a mud roof, this little goat pen on it, a pile of trash in the corner. I come over. And he comes over and we both got our weapons on it. And I put my light on. I go white light and I kind of shake the light on the little spot. He looks at it. He nods. He puts his weapon behind his back. He goes over. And you know how you see a polar bear smash through the ice to grab like a seal? And this is a big man the size of a polar bear. He slings his weapon and he's probably about as far as I am from you. Reaches in the ground, pulls up like this, and he pulls a man up out of this pile of trash. There had been a man laying on the roof, and what the Afghanis had done, they had dug a very, very shallow indentation in this mud hut roof. They covered it with a piece of like canvas, and they threw some trash on top of it to hide the guy. So the man was essentially laying in a very shallow grave on the roof. And the mud structure had allowed them to dig a very narrow little grave-sized trench in the roof that let this guy lay in there and covered him up with trash. So when they heard an American helicopter land in the valley, they ran up. The guy ran upstairs. He got in his little hole. They covered him up. Hey, we don't know where this guy is, right? So he grabs this guy, yanks him up. I sling weapon, and I was wearing Oakley carbon fiber gloves, and I just cracked this dude right down Main Street. Bam, smash this dude. I hear his teeth rattle. Throw this dude on the ground, tune him up pretty good. Cuff him and bag him. Bag over his head, cuff him. Flex cuff him. And pull this dude off the objective. Carry this unconscious guy off the objective. Take him back. Bird comes in. We exfil, go home. I didn't think about it. Right? It was just another. That's like daily life in the regiment. Doing a raid, tuning someone up, capturing somebody, whatever. I mean, this is like something I've done literally hundreds of times. We come home. And we're back from the deployment. We've been back maybe a couple weeks, and they held an award ceremony, which is pretty unusual for us. We have award ceremonies every once in a blue moon. They have a big formation out in the quad.
Yeah, Rangers do not get, they're like the Marines. Rangers and Marines don't get a lot of awards.
We do not get awards, right? Period. We just don't. If Rangers get awards, it's very, very unusual.
Yeah, Rangers could do some heroic shit, and it's an Archon with a V.
Yeah. So, and look, there's been a lot of Rangers that got silver stars.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Rangers. There's Rangers that got DSCs.
But the reality is most of those Rangers that got DSCs and silver stars probably could have got the Medal of Honor if they were in a leg unit.
I mean, you're expected to do this, right? The actual application of your job in combat is expected. It's the standard, right? So they have an award ceremony, and they're giving a couple of little awards out, and then they call my name, and I'm like, oh, McCoy, get up here. And I froze. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get yelled at. And my first thought is I'm going to get punished for some dumb shit in this award ceremony. Bring him up front, pin me up, I get an Archon, right? And I don't have the physical award anymore in my trials and tribulations afterwards. I lost a lot of physical possessions, but the award, the Archon, actually had the words henchman on it. That's the one thing from my military career I wish I still had. I had this Archon that said, to assist in the capture of known Afghani henchman, right? Such and such name. But it turned out that he was the HVT. Oh. And I talked to some guys about this. I'm like, man, why did I get this weird award? And they said basically because us picking that dude and us capturing that dude, especially that dude having been captured by a very young Ranger specialist, was a little bit of a thumb in the eye of NAVSOC. Like, hey, you guys dry hold this guy 3 times in here. We got a specialist, E4.
The premier NAVSOC.
All right. The premier Navy SEAL Team 6. It's SEAL Team 6. Like and subscribe. SEAL Team 6. Bum, bum, bum. Eagle, flag waving. SEAL Team 6. Dry hold 3 times on this guy. Look, we've got this young, tatted up, dip spitting Ranger E4 who snatched this dude. So I got my little award for that.
That's funny.
Yeah, me and a big dude beat up a little dude, and I got an award for it.
You had a very interesting story. So we had another podcast guest, good friend of mine, Greg Coker. Greg was a Little Bird pilot, 6 guns.
6 guns don't miss.
6 Night Stalkers don't quit.
Yeah.
And it was funny. Coker came on the podcast, and then I found out you guys knew each other, and then that's when you told me that he had saved your, almost saved your life.
He didn't almost save my life. He saved my life.
So I think it's a cool story. It's a good war story, especially the way you tell it, but it's also like serendipitous for our podcast.
Yeah. I'll give a little bit of the background here. A couple of years ago, I went on a hog hunting trip in Graham, Texas. I went on a helicopter hog hunting trip in Graham, Texas with a bunch of other Rangers, a bunch of other old soft guys. And afterwards, we're having a big barbecue, big cookout, sitting there with a guy talking, and somebody was like, oh, hey, this guy was Night Stalkers, Little Bird pilot, blah, blah, blah. Come to find out we were in Ramadi on the same deployment because the name Horrigan was brought up. And I mentioned an incident. I was like, oh man, one of those Little Bird pilots saved my bacon. And we're talking about it. And he's like, I was the pilot on that incident. And he wrote about it in his book. It's very crazy. Greg Coker spoke about an incident in his book in which he fired on someone with a Little Bird. And I happened to be the guy on the ground in a small group of 2 other guys where he saved us.
I'm going to merge that audio section onto this. It's going to be cool because he's got an Audible book. I listened to his book. That's how I ended up getting him on the podcast.
Yeah. Hopefully our recollections of it merge, but I saw it from my perspective. He saw it from his perspective. This is during Ramadi at the height of the war.
It's like what, 05?
Yeah, 05.
Oof.
So at this time during the war, we're in the most dangerous place in the world. We're in Western Iraq, in Ramadi, and every night we're out there banging and clanging with the unit. 2, sometimes 3 hits a night. On this night, we fly out and we're in a residential neighborhood kind of on the outskirts of Ramadi. There's a downtown city, large city, Ramadi. Then there's the surrounding suburbs and the outskirts. And a little bit farther than that, there's plantations of all manners of orchards and plantations and things like that. So we're in a small residential neighborhood that's scattered with ranchers, a little bit like this neighborhood. So we go in and we do a hit, and the unit Delta is hitting an objective behind us, and I'm pushed out on a BP, a vehicle control point, and it's me, Zeman, and another Ranger, our platoon sergeant. And we're posted up in this corner. We're pretty well separated from the main group. And we're looking down a street, and the street terminates in a T intersection. And we're pulling security. We're doing our operation. You can hear the unit going to work behind us. And we've got little birds flying cover over top of us. And the little birds are blacked out. They don't have any lights on them. And little birds sound a lot different than 60s or Chinooks. They've got kind of like a droning roar to them. When they get down close to you, you can hear them real good. And when they get up, it's harder to hear them. But they've got like a buzzing, droning roar to them. Whereas the 60s and the Chinooks have more of a beating, whopping sound, right? But, you know, if you've ever been under little birds at night, they sound very unique. So this particular night, we're out at the BP, and we're with Zeman. Rest in peace, Zeman. We had an RTO named Zeman who went by Z-Cleeps. We called him Z-Cleeps. He was a good dude. And unfortunately, after the war, Zeman passed away. So he's no longer with us. But, I want to be on the record. Zeman, everyone thought very highly of you. And if you're a relative or a loved one of Zeman, he's looked back with very fondly by the guys who served him. He was our RTO. He was a good guy. A little bit of like a goofy character, a little bit of like, I wouldn't say a nerd, but a little bit more of a bookish guy. I think if you saw him on the street, you wouldn't think Army Ranger. But he was a very good RTO. He was a very intelligent kid. And after the war, he passed away. But he's remembered fondly. So I have this memory with Zeman. So we're out on the BP and residential neighborhood late at night. We're looking down the street to this T intersection. It's a pretty good ways. It's at least 200 meters to this T intersection, maybe a little farther. And I see a white small hatchback car. I want to say it looks the size of a Toyota Corolla, some little car, and it rolls really slowly across the T intersection like this. And then after a few minutes, it rolls back the other way. And it looks just like Boys in the Hood, like drive-by, right? Like, it's very clear these people are up to no good. Mm-hmm. There's no reason you should be rolling like that, checking us out. And Zeman comes over the radio, because we're right there. It's me, him, and the other guy. We're in a small little area that's no bigger than the size of this room. And Zeman's like, hey, man, heads up. Overhead's got an eye on this vehicle down there, and they think something's up. I'm like, all right. The vehicle comes by again, and it stops, and it's just paused. And even at this distance, I can hear the engine revving real hard. They must have really hit the engine. Zeman panics. He's like, VBID, get back, now, go. Go into overdrive, turn, and start to run back. And at the same time, he says that you can hear the vehicle rev and start to come down the street. At the same time, the constant drone of the little birds, I hear one of the little birds engage really and do a dive. This all happened in the space of a couple seconds. But big adrenaline dump, time dilation. I can remember every moment of this. This happened like it was in slow motion. I turn and run. I hear the little bird come down. And the little bird fires a 2.75 inch folding fin aerial rocket, comes off the rail. And a big concussive boom, and at the same time, a sound I've never heard before. It sounds like a gigantic sledgehammer hitting a big piece of steel. It's like a clanging bang sound and a big concussive crunching thump at the same time. It's the sound of a rocket coming off the rail of a little bird. Boom, right into the hood of this car. Car blows up, skids, comes off the road, boom, hits into a tree. Over there, just like in California, they've got huge palm trees, right? Really, really tall palm trees that have the big frond on top. It's very, very hot and it's very, very dry. Car blows up, hits this tree, We're being pulled off the OBJ, and almost simultaneously, the unit is finished their work, and they tell us, hey, it's time to boss, go get off the objective. So we collapse down, we meet up with the unit, and the plan was to exfil, and instead of exfilling the way we came in, we were going to exfil from another direction that took us through a palm orchard. So it was like a massive orchard of these perfectly planted rows of palm trees. And there's kind of a funky like optical illusion that happens when you walk through palm trees that are planted in an orchard row. Like everyone I'm sure out there has driven by or been in an orchard at some point where if you look down one row, you can see perfectly, but if you change your angle, you can't see anything. And that kind of creates a strobing effect when you walk through it. So this car is burning, and at some point, one of the cinders of this burning car went up into this palm tree, and that palm tree caught fire. And there must have been enough of a breeze where it sent the cinders from this palm tree into other palm trees, and now there's a massive conflagration of trees, palm trees burning, because I guess palm trees are full of palm oil, and it's so hot and it's so dry. You know, if your listeners are from California and you've seen these palm trees, you can imagine what a big palm tree on fire next to lots of other palm trees catching fire might look like in the dead black of night. So we're walking out of this orchard, these perfectly planted rows of palm trees, and the sound of infantrymen walking together at night quietly has a really like sort of almost hypnotic ASMR shuffling, clacking, clicking sound of men walking together with all their gear on. And we're walking out of there. There's probably 30, 40 of us walking out of there, you know, creeping out of there in formation. We've got detainees with us. And I look back through the strobing, you know, effect of these trees passing in and out. And I look up and there's just a massive conflagration of fire, huge fireball. And you can hear them burning. And I stopped and I just remember looking up at these trees and going back to Dave Utlau. I just remember thinking, I'm never going to see something like this ever again in my life. And I just stopped and I was transfixed, staring at these palm trees. And I remember this D-boy came up and he put his hand on my shoulder, and I think he knew what I was doing. I think maybe he was looking too. And he looked up and he put his hand on his shoulder and he kind of gently tapped me. He's like, hey, we got to go. He said it real calmly, hey, we got to go. And he was looking up at it too. And we just stopped there for a second, just looking at it. He showed me, hey, we got to go. Yeah, we're trying to lock back in and we're gone. And I just remember thinking about, man, I'm never going to see something like that ever again in my life. And the violence of that moment, you know, that rocket killed those men in that car. And those men were coming at us. There was no reason those dudes would rev their engine and rocket down the street at a BP of Rangers in the middle of the night unless they had violent intent on us. And Greg Coker saw those dudes and knew. And in that moment with we're talking one of the best helicopter pilots in the world, right? One of the best helicopter pilots in the world dove his helicopter in, shot a rocket and blew those dudes up and saved our lives. And years later, we're at the hog hunt and I'm at a barbecue talking to Greg about this incident. And it turns out he was the guy piloting that helicopter. And his skill literally saved our lives because that car could have come down and blown up and destroyed all of us. But he blew the car up, the charge unit blows up. And it's so crazy because it happened so fast. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. I didn't really have time to process it, like that close brush that I had with death. I just remember looking back at it and not being overwhelmed at the violence of the moment, but being overwhelmed at the sight of this thing that, you know, very few people, I don't know how many people out there have been in a palm tree orchard at night while they're on fire.
Yeah.
And that moment is just so burned in my memory. It was horrible, but it was actually, there was that aesthetic of looking at that was very beautiful.
Yeah, the last kind of portion before we move on to like other sections of your life is your very last deployment. You guys were attached to C Squadron, and it was one of the most kinetic stretches in the regiment's history.
Yeah.
Especially the way you tell it. 3 hits a night. Somebody's getting schwacked almost every night. What does that tempo do to you, you think?
It creates an extremely high allostatic load on you. And I just remember the thing that I most vividly remember about it, and I think that a lot of guys will agree with me if you've lived in that particular slice of time, is that it creates sort of a all-encompassing, roaring, loud, like tidal wave of just stimulation, noise and heat and light, pressure, explosions, screaming, adrenaline, kind of all morphs into a huge, giant, loud machine of just noise and stimulation. And it burns your CNS out completely. I didn't realize it at the time because I was still a young guy. I wasn't thinking that way, but it etches itself into your nervous system in a way that's really hard to describe.
Yeah, before we close out, this part of the life and this part of the podcast, really, there are things from over there, Iraq, Afghanistan, your time in the regiment at war, that you'll never talk about. I mean, you and I've talked privately about a few things off camera that just aren't for the camera, and I totally respect that. What does it cost a man to carry those decided stories that no one will ever hear?
Well, I can only tell you from my personal viewpoint. And look, there's been a lot of operators who've done a lot of things in combat that were more hardcore than me, and I've done some things that are probably more hardcore than other people. But for me personally, I think there were a couple incidents out there that became kind of mountains in my life, right? They kind of became inescapable mountains that shock you and terrify you, and things that I've done that are morally questionable. And I didn't really know how to process them. I processed them like a young, ignorant guy. And I probably did a lot more damage to myself than you should have done. But like when you do an extreme level of violence on somebody, it definitely stays with you unless you've got that sort of like ability to compartmentalize things. But those things always come back to the surface. You can't just do something and then put it away and have it go away forever. It shows up somewhere. But for me personally, I handled things really poorly when I got out, and I gave a lot of space to those things. And I didn't have the maturity to deal with what I was going through. You know, the death of a close friend, the death of a mentor, the violence that I did on other people, the violence that I saw, the adrenaline dumps from almost being killed more than once. Those things just create a bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger load on you. And then I think if you're somebody who comes from a really grounded, happy place or supportive place, it's easier to deal with them. And if you're somebody who comes from an ungrounded sort of, I guess the term would be an ungrounded place, they're a lot harder to deal with. And I dealt with them poorly. So they just became this sort of mountain in my life. And then processing essentially trauma over the years sort of became later in my life like a mission that I was like really dedicated towards. Like, how do I deal with this in like a healthy way? How do I get healthy? You know, get your body healthy, get your mind healthy are two totally different tasks. I envy the guys that were able to come home and compartmentalize and deal with that stuff in a healthy way. Maybe usually from what I've observed, it's usually the guys that had good functioning marriages, because I think they had kids and they were like, all right, I've got to deal with this because, you know, I want my kids to be happy and healthy. But I didn't have any of that. I was just out there thugging. So I envy the guys who were able to deal with that stuff in a healthy way. I personally did not, but I will say the benefit I had from it, I learned a lot about the human psyche. And I think that it put me in this place where I realized that I'm part of like an unhappy fraternity of men who've existed for, you know, many thousands of years, who, what I've learned over time dealing with trauma from war is very human. This has been going on for thousands of years. And the things that those men were dealing with all the way back to like, you know, the Greek hoplites and the Roman legionnaires and the, you know, the Zulu Impia and the Tokugawa era samurai and stuff. Not comparing myself to those guys, but those guys were all dealing with combat trauma as well. And they were dealing with those in a bevy of ways that are shockingly similar over the years. So on a way, I wouldn't say I'm proud of, but I think I was thrust into, whether I liked it or not, an unhappy fraternity of men. And it made me learn a lot about the human condition and history, I think, in general.
Yeah. You wrote a book. It should be out soon.
Yeah. I want to preface this by saying, yes, I wrote a book. Oh, wow, look, another Ranger vet with tattoos writing a book. This is not that kind of book. I want to be very, very clear. This is not that kind of book. This is not a war porn. This is not a look at me. This is not a no shit, there I was, gunfire everywhere book. This is not that kind of book whatsoever. I wrote a book that's a loose memoir of some of the things that I went through and did, but this book is really an attempt to framework what happens when human beings process trauma. Not just soldiers, but people who've processed trauma in their lives, period. There's a lot of people out there, there's a lot of people in the comments who are going through a lot of shit.
Absolutely.
And my trauma from coming from a crazy childhood, my trauma from being in war, it's still trauma. It's not a contest, you know? Yeah. If you're out there listening, look, if you're out there listening and you're an adult human, you've been through something, right? And we've all been through varying degrees of trauma. And what's very interesting to me is that over the years, human beings have tried to put words to how they process that in very different ways, but they were all explaining the same thing. So this book that I wrote, it's a connected journey through how human beings have processed trauma through the years. And what I found to be very interesting is that ancient warrior cultures, ancient mythology, the history of the fighting man through history, and modern psychiatric and psychological and psychedelic research have all been striving to answer the same question. And along the way, I learned a lot of very interesting and cool things. So if you read this book, I think you're going to learn a lot of cool stuff. This book is more like a history lesson. I think a good example is like, if any other listeners out there are familiar with Moby Dick, the book that Herman Melville wrote. The book Moby Dick, in essence, is an adventure tale about a ship full of men who go out and they chase a crazy sea monster, right? But Melville himself, having served on a whaling ship, has a lot of interwoven narratives about the everyday life on a ship at sea during the great age of sail. And whaling, he writes about the pinnipeds, he writes about, marine life. And it's kind of this really interesting history lesson. And I tried to bring that in my book. Like if this book is going to have a lot of lessons about ancient history. It's going to have a lot of lessons about like what daily life was like in the Greek phalanxes and the Roman legion, about what, American Civil War veterans, what they faced when they came home, Tokugawa era samurai, what their daily life was when they came home, the Zulu Impi Nation, which I found to be unbelievably interesting. And then there's a lot of forays into how human beings processed trauma. I read about Terence McKenna, the famous psychedelic researcher. I wrote about a lot of the books that have influenced me, The Body Keeping the Score, Allostatic Load, things like that. So this is a book about psychology, military history, ancient mythology, and how all of these things in my research are kind of linked to how human beings process trauma. So
yeah, one of the things that was interesting to learn about you is you're a prolific reader, and you're you're stoic, almost philosopher of sorts.
I don't know about philosopher, but
I don't know, man. We've had some very interesting conversations in the last year of just the way you process information. It's very unique.
I can confidently say, and this isn't a brag, but I read more than anybody. I read every single day. I read before I go to bed. I read through the day. I probably spend I spend a significant part of my downtime and my free time reading.
What's the drive?
I think it's very simple. For me, I grew up in a really, we talked about it in the last pod. Excuse me. I grew up in a very, very abusive, neglectful, ugly, horrific childhood. I've been abused every way possible other than sexually. But a big part of that abuse was neglect. A big part of that abuse was growing up in a household where there was want, constantly being hungry. Like I think I said in the last pod, I didn't sleep in a bed with a mattress and a box spring until I was like 19, 20 years old. So a big escape for me at a very early age was in books. I lived in a house with hoarders, real hoarders who are like that because they have mental deficiencies. You know, my stepmother and stepfather were people who had really severe problems, and they were constantly scheming, constantly coming up with plots and plans. And one of these things was that they were going to buy shit and then resell, and they never did. And their house was full of trash and junk and filth. But fortunately, one of the unexpected side effects is that the house was full of like old moldy books. So from a very early age, it was an escape for me to find these old books and disappear in a corner. And reading gave me a sense of like peace and calm. And I don't know if I'm a better reader than anybody else, but I'm just a prolific reader. And reading gives me a sense of happiness and peace and escape. So I just devour books. Like there will probably be people out here watching who follow my Instagram. I'm not promoting my Instagram. I'm not even going to say who I am, but I do book reviews on Instagram all the time. You know, I'll read a book and then I'll kind of do synopses and summaries of it, take little pictures that are, you know, that are pertinent to the book and do synopses on the book. Like a good example, like I just read again, Caesar's treatise on the Gallic Wars, right? Like, this is just an example, but like Julius Caesar, before he was this famous politician, he was really like a fantastically talented combat general. And he wrote a synopsis on the history of the Gallic Wars, the wars in Gaul and Germany. And, you know, I did like I'll read a book like that and I'll do synopsis on my Instagram story reel. And, you know, I'll do book suggestions for people, you know, like, I just reading and studying, and that's just like an intrinsic part of who I am. And I enjoy it. And, you know, like over the years, I've collated a lot of, you know, when I was younger, my stepmother called it useless information, but I've just learned a lot about the human condition over the years because I read voraciously. And like, I like to share that with people. Hopefully my main goal is from this book that you'll read this book and you'll learn something cool. And maybe you'll read this book and you'll read about like, you know, the machinations of the Greek phalanx. You'll learn what an enclier was, you know. You'll learn about like the tramp effect of displaced Civil War veterans after the war. And maybe that'll interest you and have you go down your little path and learn something.
What was the drive for you to write this book?
There were a couple very specific ones. One, I have a Ranger buddy, Paul Martinez, who wrote a book about his stories as a Ranger sniper. He wrote a book called When the Killer Man Comes. And Martinez and I are very close buddies. We don't hang out as much now because he lives in a different part of the country. He's deeply engaged in his work as a horse trainer and stuff like that. He's very successful now. But he was the first person who said, man, you got a gift. Like, you're really a super smart dude. And like, I've been writing little vignettes on my social media for a long time, for years. I've been writing little vignettes about history lessons and odd things I come across and like things like that. So I write these little write-ups on my Instagram page. And he's like, man, you're so good at this stuff. You need to write. Really need to write. I'm like, man, I can't do that. He's like, no, seriously, F writing a war book, just write about the things that you know about. And that kind of put like a little seed in my mind that I could do it. And you know, it's not bragging, but I've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages on my social media over the years from all kinds of people, not vet people, just regular people. Like Vicious RC. Like, I know this guy on Instagram who is an RC car builder on the West Coast. He's like, man, I don't read books, but I'll bet you, bro, if you wrote a book, I'd read that shit. He's like, you just write cool stories. And they're never about me. They're just about interesting things that I come along. And over the years, I just decided I'd put it all together.
I got to read just bits and pieces as we were prepping. Of course, man, I would expect nothing from you because I've gotten to know you. I know how you speak, and of course, you write like you speak, and it's just very. I don't know, man. It's very colorful, but it's also very thought intriguing. The way you propose questions and ideas, it's very interesting. I'm really excited for that book to come to press. If we can ever get your editor.
By the time this episode comes out, the book will be out. It's called Unseen Worlds.
Yeah, so we'll make sure that we push it the moment it comes available.
Yeah, it's about mythology, military history, psychology, trauma processing, psychedelic research.
I got a couple questions, man, that sparked me from going through your book. I mean, in that book, you talk about war as the defining culture of the 75th Ranger Regiment. Yeah, everything in the system exists to feed combat operations. How is that different day to day from the normal Army unit?
Well, I served in the big Army before I went to regiment. And I think the biggest defining thing is that culturally it's a lot different. People on the outside think about the gear, they think about the tattoos and the Velcro and the night vision and the helicopters and all that, the cool guns and shit. But that's silverware at the dinner table, you know? The culture is geared in such a way that it finds these unusual men for this unusual job. Because normal people don't go there. That's just how it is.
And it's very Spartan-esque over there, man.
You know, the term Spartan has been thrown around way too much, and the term the Agoge has been thrown around way too much. I mean, shoot, you go to a fitness place in the local shopping center, and they call themselves the Agoge, right? But this really is a culture that's designed to funnel everything into one overarching cultural landscape, and that landscape is getting good at fighting. It doesn't matter if you're fighting with drones, it doesn't matter if you're fighting hand-to-hand, fighting with a rifle, fighting as a group, but it's a culture of men who are tested every day in the art of getting better at violence. And that breeds a very unusual sort of person to come there, and an even more unusual kind of person to stay there.
There's a line in the book, the regiment expelled weakness like the body rejecting infection, gone after a single lapse. Did you ever watch someone good get expelled for one mistake?
Absolutely.
And then why do you think that is? Do you think it's just the rigorous standards that have to be met?
You know, and this is for my Ranger brethren out there. This is for other scroll holders out there. You know, we've all seen it a million times. Some dudes get F'd down who don't deserve it. And some dudes fall through the cracks. But in general, the regiment, like I've said this before, is a self-leveling meritocracy. And in such a large machine that's under as much entropy and stress as the regiment is, there are going to be mistakes that are made. We talked about that earlier, right? Yeah. But I hate to say it, but it kind of has to be that way.
Sure.
You know, these aren't the regiment and other really dedicated combat military units who've existed through history have all been like that. It has to be that way.
Well, I think the problem is once you bend the standard, then what's the standard? And it's hard, right? Like we see this in other areas of society. I mean, immigration's a huge topic, right? And I have my own opinions, but it's hard, right? When you apply immigration at the broad spectrum, like, hey, if you're not here legally, you should be out of here. But then you meet, you know, the dude that's helping you do X, Y, Z around your house, or, you know, you get to know a family because your kids go to school and the kids are here legally, but the parents may not be. And then there's that human level of, well, what about just these people? But then, you know, that's, and I don't have an opinion either way. So I'm just using that as an example.
I don't want to compare the regiment to immigration policy, but but
I'm just using that, you know, as there's a standard, right?
Well, I think about it more, again, and I've used this term a few times, but I think it's a little bit more like it's not more like, but the way that I can look at it, at least the way that I can envision it in my mind, it's a little bit like maybe professional sports. The professional sports team has a goal. That's to like win games and create money, right?
Yeah.
And along the way, they find the best people, and along the way, some of the best people get thrown to the side that don't need to be. And I think in any large machinery that has a very strict policy, those things are going to happen. It's very unfortunate, but it's part of it's part of the world.
Yeah, there's a part in the book where you're kind of speaking about war. You said for you, the rhythm was intoxicating. When do you think you first realized you kind of have come to need war, not just tolerate it?
when I come to need war, I think young Rangers immediately think that you need war. That's our culture. It's very sort of, it's not in alignment with like normal human values, but the values of the regiment are not normal human values. From day one, you were told this is the shining example of what you need to be in order to be like a perfect functioning Ranger and man. War, 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 war all the time. That is what it is. And it's created some of the greatest individuals in the world. It's also created a lot of like gaps in humanity and stuff like that. But you know.
Yeah, you close one of your chapters with the seeds of collapse were already sown. The cost was waiting, patient, inevitable. Did any part of you sense the bill was coming due while you were still in and you knew that something was going to break?
No, I don't think so. I think once it happened to me like a big tidal wave and I wasn't prepared for it. I think had I had a little bit more maturity, a little bit more of a support system that wasn't inside a regiment, I think I could have been in place to like transition better. But for me, no, I just had blinders on. It was one direction all the time until it wasn't, then it all blew up. Oh. That's my personal story though.
Sure. There's this idea in the book that every era needs someone inside the line who bore more than their share of weight. The NCO with the heaviest ruck and the harshest order. Did you become that man? And what did it cost you?
I don't know. I mean, I've had better Rangers than me say that, yeah, I was a good Ranger. You know, we were just on the phone with Sergeant Major William Teeter, right? Of the Special Forces Group. And he's very adamant in telling people I was a great Ranger. I don't think so at all. To me, John Owens was that guy, right? To me, Eric Godick was that guy. To me, Kellett Sayre was that guy. I wasn't an nth of those guys. I just did the thing.
The highest Roman compliment in the Roman army.
He stood firm.
You wrote about it.
Mm-hmm.
Who in the regiment was that to you? You've named quite a few people.
I mean, I can name them again and again until I'm blue in the face. There's a lot of guys. You know, a name that comes to mind that I haven't mentioned, John Schaefer. You know, these are names that I'm saying that mean nothing to the viewer, but these are men who intrinsically had a huge impression on me because they stood firm. They did the right thing all the time. I never saw them tired. I never saw them busted out. I never saw them scared. You know, they did the right thing all the time under pressure. Dave Kang, Caleb Williamson, Billy Teeter. I could name 100 names like that, you know, but that's the beauty of the regiment. For all its ugliness, there's the beauty in there. These men that are just incredible men.
Yeah. I mean, you wrote, men endured not because of flag, nation, or ideology, but for the man in the next foxhole. Does that match your own experience of why you held the line as well?
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
Yes, I will say this, yes. All the things that I did in combat, for all my fuck ups and all my mistakes, I did the right thing in combat. I never did the wrong thing in combat. All my guys came home. All the guys I led, they're home safe. Mikey Reynolds is out there living his life. Louis Figueroa, all the guys that were Mark Denton, all those guys are directly under me. You know, they came home and they're happy and they're healthy. And I never made a mistake in combat. I made incomprehensible number of mistakes in my personal life, but under fire and in combat, I'm pretty proud to say that I did the right thing.
Well, the one thing I love about you, bros, you've owned every mistake.
Oh my God.
You know, and
I've made 1 or 2 mistakes. In my
sure. I mean, but your first podcast, you know, again, man, it takes a huge person to come out here and lay your soul in the hopes that you might help one person. Because initially, man, you know, I asked you to come on this podcast. Yeah. We got put in contact and I almost had to talk you into it. And then when I got your story, you know, you were kind of apprehensive. And I mean, I've pushed a lot of my guests to come on here. Like we're not the, hey, look at me podcast. I ask questions.
Yeah.
I think a lot of viewers don't understand, like, I have tons of people trying to come on this podcast, but a lot of the people,
really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of the people we bring are people that I kind of have to coax sometimes because I think their story is that important. And you've never pitched yourself to be anything, but I knew in hearing your story that it would help people, and we saw it last time. And so it's, again, man, I think that's what I love about you personally as a friend, but also your story. You've never tried to hide from what you did, the mistakes you've made, and you've been openly and brutally honest in the hopes that maybe, and I don't think you say this consciously, but I think it's subconscious. I think you're brutally honest in the hopes that maybe you can help somebody avoid the same pitfalls.
Yeah, I would like to. There have been so many unbelievable men in my life that have helped lift me up out of darkness. I'm going to say this very, very firmly. I would not be alive and unincarcerated today if it weren't for Marcus Hull. Straight up. Marcus Hull, 375, Panama Ranger, is the reason that I am sitting in this chair and I'm successful today. I've never had a human relationship in my life that's meant more to me. I'm closer to him than any other family member. The book is dedicated to the two people that saved my life. That's my grandmother, Dorothy Updike, who took me in when I was 13. She didn't have to. And Marcus Hull, who did the same. To a lesser degree, there's been another mentor out there, Alan Buford, who these people were just instrumental leaders in my life. And I think Sergeant Major Mike Hall has been a big influence as well, too. Just by being himself. These guys were just leaders to me because they proved to me and they showed to me as an example of what you're supposed to be like. And they did it. They didn't do it with the firm hand. They didn't they were just honest with me, And, I was thinking about something while we were talking about combat leadership. And I think that people out there think that, people out there who haven't been in heavy combat might have kind of a warped idea of what a good leader is. And from what I can tell and what I've seen, I think the best combat leaders were guys who stood firm, who were calm. When the whole world is blowing up outside of them, some guys just have an innate ability to be calm. And I tried to be like that for my guys. And the best guys that I've ever met, the most brave guys, the guys who've done the most brave things, the unit guys, Rangers, senior NCOs, all this stuff, like guys who were just calm when the whole world was blowing up. And that takes a lot of discipline and it takes a lot of bravery to do that. I don't think there's any such thing as being brave. There's just being calm.
Yeah, I've taught some active shooter courses and some other courses in my career, and that's one of the lines I always said when I was on the podium teaching, calm breeds calm.
Yeah.
And because if you're calm in those crazy environments, you can help others be calm. But if you freak out, especially if you're the leader, but just in general, if you freak out.
Well, there's a practical and tactical application of that they used to talk to us about. We were and it's kind of funny because of the harsh language that I use and most Rangers use. We were strictly forbidden from cursing or yelling on the radio. That's a big time sin, a big time no-no, a big time screw up in the regiment. You can get in a lot of trouble for that. Screaming and yelling or cursing on the radio, because fear is infectious. If you hear fear and upset and panic in someone's voice, it's just going to put ink in the well and spread through the group.
Yeah. There's a line in the book, cohesion is chemistry. My survival is your survival.
Yeah. But
the same glue that makes survival possible can make solitude unbearable.
Yes.
Is that the hidden injury nobody warns you about?
Absolutely. Or I just want to be clear to the people who are listening. This is all coming from my aspect.
Yeah, that's all this is, bro. You're not a doctor. This is two dudes having a conversation on a camera, but I think there's a lot.
I'm not some super badass Delta operator.
No, yeah.
I'm not some psychologist. These are all just things that I've noticed, I've seen and observed from my aspect. Yes. When your cohesion and identity is tied to a group, and then that group is taken away or you're no longer part of that group, the fall can be shocking. And I think that there's a lot of historical examples and a lot of psychological data to prove that people need to be associated with the group. Even if the group might just be like a hobby or something that you're passionate about. Even if your group is like your family unit, but you have an identity that's tied to something. And when that identity is pulled away, the framework and the scaffolding of who you are can fall apart.
I talked to Hugh Mills. Hugh Mills is a Vietnam vet, just came on our podcast recently. 3 tours in Vietnam, shot down 16 times.
Oh my God.
We talked a lot about, I don't know, man, the Vietnam vet heirs, at least the Vietnam guys that I've had, they didn't suffer with mental health did. If they did, it was way different. But I really think...
Oh, they definitely suffered with mental health.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying they didn't, but I mean, they haven't had the same issues that our generation has had. One of the reasons that we talked about most recently on the podcast was those guys came home. It wasn't popular to talk about Vietnam. So they kind of kept it quiet to themselves, but they met often. Like, there's all these Vietnam groups. They've been around for a while. Those guys would meet 1, 2, 3 times a year.
So look, I have a caveat to that. Any man who goes to war and comes home is going to suffer the exact same way. They just bore it culturally differently than we do now, right? And trust me, those guys were suffering just as bad as we were. There's countless stories of like addiction and fuck ups. And
I'm not saying they didn't suffer. Maybe that came off wrong. Right. I mean, I'm not saying that the dudes, they saw hellacious combat, and of course they were affected. What I'm saying is, I think they maybe have handled it better. I don't know what the word is, but I think what I'm getting at is a lot of folks in our generation have become solitude. They've, they get out, they get out of the military, and we how many times you hear people, I heard people say it a lot during my career, I'm going to get out, I'm going to get the ranch. I don't want to be around people. I don't want to be near people. I just want to be by myself.
Yeah.
But the reality is we weren't made to be by ourselves. And I think that's why our generation has suffered. And I think the Vietnam vets that got out, they assimilated back in society, but they met up a lot. They're that culture you meet Vietnam vets now, they're very tied to that culture. They have these groups. None of them miss it unless you're in the hospital.
Well, this is a very common theme through history, and this is something I wrote about a lot in the book. Through history, this has been a common occurrence. Veterans come home from desperate combat. They're carrying a high level of allostatic load. Their body is keeping the score, and they want to be isolated. They want to be away from people, right? This is very well documented in the Roman legionnaire era, right? Legionnaires came home after their 22 years of service. They're granted a parcel of land. They're given some money. Maybe they've got some earnings through their career. Hey, go farm. You're a citizen. Everything's going to be great. And a lot of those guys congregated in taverns and pubs. A shocking number of those guys sold their parcels of land and wandered. A lot of those guys fell into severe problems with, we wouldn't call it alcoholism, but, they blew their money. They blew their money on vice. This was a huge, huge problem in the Tokugawa era with samurai, the wandering Ronin, the myth of the wandering Ronin that we know now from all the cool movies, right? Well, the Ronin, after they came home, were looked at as like dangerous drunks who congregated in taverns and got into fights and killed people, right? The Civil War tramp era, there was a huge, massive problem with displaced veterans after the Civil War who were out traveling through America because they didn't know how to integrate back into society. This has been going on since professional soldiering has existed. It's just got a different face on it in every era of humanity. Now, I think the big difference between us and the Vietnam era, at least from my aspect, is that social media, the internet has created a sense of community, but it's not an actual sense of community, right? Like there's a big difference between you and I sitting down next to a fireplace and having a couple of drinks and talking than there is from like maybe being in a chat room or a social media group or something like that.
It's why I've insisted on having this podcast in person. Yeah. It's such a different experience because even though the internet can connect us, you can still leave. You can be completely
now. Look, there's a lot of good about being connected on the internet.
Sure.
For real. That's an awesome thing. Like I'm in some pretty insane chat groups, but a good example. We took a break on this podcast, and I called up somebody to get a phone call, and like I picked up the phone twice and called. Both those guys picked up immediately. Will Aker, Billy Teeter, like right away. Boop. Hey, what's up, man? Like you gotta. We've heard this until we're blue in the face, but if you're out there, you got to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, just talk to your bros, man. And you know what? It costs nothing to talk to your bros, and it's nice. It's always good to pick up the phone and talk to your buddy,
Oh.
I think it's got a bigger effect on you emotionally and mentally than you think it might be. We're out there curating our health. We're out there working out. We're out there eating the right things. We're trying to do all these right things, but I think a lot of people overlook the fact, man, like picking up your phone and talking to a friend, that's like just as important.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tell us again the name of your book.
Unseen Worlds.
Yeah, man. It was a great read. Again, I haven't gotten to read the whole thing. I've been super busy. I combed through parts, but like every kind of different part because I jumped around the book just to see what was in it. And it's just, yeah, you're a very unique writer. It's if you enjoyed listening to Chris talk, you will really enjoy. Chris just has you have a writing gift. And I don't read near as much as you. And actually it takes me a lot to read because I'm so busy.
You are a busy person.
I don't have a ton of time. I always laugh because, a lot of my podcast guests have had books and they're like, hey, can you read my book? I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm reading your book. And
I'm actually pretty proud of this book. And I think the book is full of the book's full of cool shit.
Yeah.
And I think if you read this book, you're going to learn something interesting.
There's a lot of warrior history in there. Like
there's just real human history in there. And I there's definitely something for everyone. And it's definitely, I think, the kind of book you can pick up and read in pieces. And I just think if you're a fan of this podcast, there's going to be something there that's very interesting too.
I totally
It's
agree.
not just the narrative of my Ranger bullshit. This is a book. The real thrust of this is I want this book to be a learning machine.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of John Krakauer was very instrumental to me about this book. Sebastian Junger, actually Herman Melville was very influential on me, and the writings of a lot of the post-World War I guys. There's a lot of interesting stuff in here. I'll say this: if you read the book, you're going to learn something cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
I want to dive into, so you spent 2 seasons up in the Bering Sea.
I did, yeah.
We covered it in the first podcast very briefly. We talked about kind of what was going on in your life, and then how you started off cleaning boats in the Seattle harbor, and then the boat captain you were cleaning for. I guess there was a dude. It was kind of by happenstance. Yeah. He got a spiral fracture in his leg, and it opened up a spot. And were they taking the boat all the way up into the Bering Sea?
They did, yeah.
And the Bering Sea, that's up near Alaska, right?
They took it up to southeastern Alaska in the harbors doing what's known as tending. So that was my first pull. I want to preface this by saying I found out in this past year that the boat captain, Captain Ron Lloyd, passed away in 2014 in the Gulf of Mexico. And he was saving someone in a boating accident. And subsequently, he saved that person, and he unfortunately drowned and was killed in that action. This is very poignant to me because that guy saved me. And this is a man who spent over 30 years as a captain in the Bering Sea, hauling line, and as a Bering Sea crab fisherman. So this isn't a sailor. This man was a mariner in the truest sense of the word, the human phenotype. There have been all kinds of people that come along and served on boats, but this man was a mariner. He was of the sea. And I think it's really tragic, and it's also really beautiful that his life was ended by the sea, I think, reclaiming him. And the sea reclaimed him in a final act of sacrifice, which I think is the most glorious way it's awful that he died. I really wish he was back in Mexico celebrating his retirement. But the way that he passed away was incredible. It wasn't incredible, it was tragic, but that man was a mariner of the most old and ancient and truest form. And he gave his life saving someone at sea, and the sea reclaimed him.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We cut a couple shorts that went absolutely viral. One's still going. Yeah. It's got 12 or 13 million views. And, people in that community, the fishermen, if you will, got a little butthurt, which is crazy because you have a very unique affinity for people that do that type of work.
Someone, I think, not to give it space to the comments, but I think somebody in one of your comments said that I was very well known up there. Dude, I was a nobody. I want to make this clear to the listeners. There's people who've been up there for 10, 15, 20 years. I did 2 seasons up there and a season as a tender. So I technically did 3 seasons working up there. I was a nobody. I was a deckhand, and then I made all the way up to number 3 man, right? I'm just a guy that served up there, and I did the thing, and I served with someone who was, again, I've been a nobody through my career. I just happened to be near people who were great. It's like I didn't make history, but I was certainly there when history was being made. And I had the very great fortune to serve on a ship with somebody who had a really strong and powerful legacy up there.
Yeah, I kind of want to walk through some of that because we didn't get to spend a lot of time in that. I was on the backside of the podcast, and we had already filmed a banger, but we have a little bit of time. I kind of want you to walk me through, the day that Bronco grabs you and brings you into the on the ship to talk to you about coming on to work full time. What was that like? And did you know what you were getting into?
Well, for the editor, Odie, and for you and for the listeners out there, I think we're probably going to recap stuff that we talked about in the first podcast, but I guess that's okay, right? So if we do touch on stuff, the last podcast was very, very definitive, and we went over 7 hours, and it's going to be impossible for us to talk about things that don't overlap with the last podcast, right? Sure. So some of this stuff, if you're super sharp and you point out, oh, they talked about that in the last podcast. Yeah, we did, right? But we're just two men having a conversation, and to reiterate on that point, I was working on the boat in dry dock, and I went up there with a job service. I was totally broke looking for a job, and I went to like a day work facility. And I did a bunch of weird things with the day work facility. I think at one point I worked at a car wash. I left the car wash. They sent me with a fence post digging company. There was another job. I remember I was like breaking open bags of cement. I was mixing cement by hand for a little while. And then one day they were like, all right, you're going down to PFI to work on this boat, scaling boats. I was working on a crew of guys doing grunt work on these boats in dry dock. And at the time, no longer, I spoke really good gringo Spanish, right? I had a Mexican girlfriend, kind of spoke Spanglish in the house, and I just spoke pretty decent like Spanish. And at the time, the boat captain and the crew, Bronco and Mark and those guys, they would kind of give orders for the guys to work on the boat. And like, I was just super hard worker, fantastically motivated. I was in shape, still really young. And I think the boat captain just noticed that. And he knew that I was Ron was very, very patriotic. And he had this sort of really warm, fatherly energy. And I think he just saw something in me. And they thought, man, this guy's going to be a good fit on the boat. And then before the boat ripped out to go up to do what's known as tending, to work in the salmon bays up there. During the salmon run, one of the men on the boat, whose name I never knew, he was in a motorcycle accident. He spiral fractured his leg, so he couldn't be on the boat. So they pulled me into the bridge of the ship one day, and they were like, hey, how would you like to go up to Alaska and work for us tending salmon? It's a pretty easy gig. You just got to throw line. We know you can handle line. We know you can handle yourself on the boat. How would you like to come up with this? And this isn't the Bering Sea. We're just going to work as a pull on a tending ship. It's sort of like a nurse boat for the small salmon ships that go up there. And a lot of guys, when they get their start, they do that tending salmon. So I immediately said yes. I was dead broke, and I was ready. And I went up there on my first pull, tending salmon in the not in the Bering Sea, but in the bays of southeastern Alaska in the summertime.
What did that job entail?
A lot of throwing rope, a lot of throwing line, hauling line, doing the basic deckhand stuff of landing the boat, living on the boat, working the hydraulics, other small 30, or I think they're 28 or 32 foot. These small salmon boats would come in with their salmon bycatch. They'd link up to our boat. We're in a big 128 foot ship. We'd take their bycatch in with cranes, put it on our boat in our big freezers. And then we had a small sundry store where we sold eggs and cheese and bread and snacks and things like that, and Cokes and water and stuff. So we'd sell that to the guys on the boat. They would on the salmon boats, and they would go out and do their thing. And it was just all day working in flip-flops, running a crane, throwing line, tying up, bringing the boat back, tying back up, working the crane, dropping off bycatch.
Were you living on the boat?
Yeah.
What was that experience like initially?
Well, I was very well suited for it because I was used to working in austere conditions and confined spaces with rough men, which is exactly what it's like being on a boat. There's no HR department up there. And it's very, it's a very masculine environment. And I don't know if that environment really exists as much anymore. But in small pockets out there in the world, it's just you and four dudes on a boat out in the middle of nowhere, pulling line and hauling line. So there's definitely a social aspect of it. You got to be a tough guy. You got to be a hard worker, but you got to get along with the people that you work with. You can't be an island unto yourself, or they're going to kick you off the boat.
You said you were Captain Ron's dog, that if he'd have told you to put your head through the wall, you'd have done it.
Yeah.
Where did that kind of loyalty come from that fast?
Well, you know what's funny? You and I had this talk in the truck on the way over here, and I recently took a very comprehensive 100-question personality test, and I scored unbelievably high in linguistics, loyalty, and hostility. But there's something in me that makes me extraordinarily loyal to the people that show me love. I think I'm just one of those people, and I'm not perfect like all of your viewers, The people who leave comments, you guys are perfect. I'm not perfect like the commenters who leave comments here.
They're bot farms, bro.
Right. I really wish that I was as perfect as the people who leave comments on here, but I'm not. But I'm just the kind of person, I'm unbelievably loyal to the people that show me love. And I definitely have a curated sense of hostility to the people that don't. And I think that comes from growing up in a really fractured, horrific household where when people are kind to me, I just show them everything. I give them everything that I can. And this guy took a big chance on me. He didn't know me from Adam. He knew me a little bit from working on the boat. But this guy took a big chance on me.
And the pay was decent, and you were, at the time, man, we don't need to relive your story, but you were down on your luck.
Look, when you're dead broke, normal pay looks like, I had king's riches, right? Nowadays, there's no way I would do that. I'm in a position now where I'm very financially stable. I'm doing very, very well in my life. Just for the record, I'm not getting paid to do this podcast. I'm doing this because it's my bro. But at the time, that was my first opportunity to come back with a little chunk of money. And to me, that was, it might as well have been $1 million, right?
Yeah.
It was a couple thousand, but I came home, I was like, oh my God, this is real money. And it was a first little stable footing that I had in this sort of chaotic life, which is ironic because stable footing that came from being at sea, right?
Yeah. At the end of salmon season, they sit you down and tell you the truth. The whole thing had been a tryout. They could have run salmon without you. How did that land with you?
It ratcheted up the loyalty thing to an incomprehensible degree. I had unknowingly proven myself to these guys in a really tough, austere condition, and I had proven I had proven myself to them in a situation where I didn't need to. And they decided, hey, we're going to push our chips in on the table on you. We're going to take a risk on you because we think you're the right guy. And it was the first time outside a regiment tough men had trusted me in a tough condition, and I was going to put everything I had into proving that they made the right decision.
Yeah, I think the words you told me they said is, Ron asked you, how would you feel about coming up and crabbing with us this winter? The real deal. What did what did the real deal mean to you then versus what it turned out to mean to you later on in life?
Well, the way that I look at it later on in life versus the way that I looked at it then are two completely different things. At the time, I didn't really think about what it was going to be. I just knew that there was another task in front of me and I was going to chase it as hard as I humanly could to do the right thing. And looking back on it, it was a pivotal moment in my life. I don't think Ron realized, even to his dying day, the effect that he had on me as a man. But this is a guy who just saw me and he saw something in me, and he had the conscious mind to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a risk on this guy. The same way that Marcus Hall said that. Hey, I'm going to take a risk on this guy. I think there's something there. I think there's something there with this guy. And these men trusted me. And I just knew there was never going to be a situation where I was going to belie their trust. I would have rather died than make those dudes look bad. You know what I mean? Today, I would rather go to Russian prison than have Marcus Hall say to me, hey, buddy, you disappointed me. I would rather jump into a volcano than have Alan Buford say, hey, man, you let me down. That's just, the thought of letting someone down who trusts me is incomprehensible. I just couldn't do it. I will sacrifice everything I have to repay the trust that certain people have put in me. And I think that was the first time outside a regiment I'd been in that situation. Mm. And I also think the fact that I cocked it up and screwed up so bad at the end of my regimental career, I think I really had something in me motivated, like, hey, I need to do the right thing. You know, I need to repay these debts to people who've trusted in me.
Yeah, you also had some leadership cut your throat. And so I think there was that too. It's so to find, you know, somebody, leadership, right? Because Ron was in charge of the boat.
A real leader, a boat captain. I mean, that's real authority. That's real government authority. That's implied and it's tacit authority.
Yeah. Describe, so for a lot of people, like you were crab fishing, but a lot of people was like, oh, you know, if you haven't watched a season of The Deadliest Catch, I'd highly suggest it. One, it's entertaining, but two, it not only is it inherently dangerous, it's hard work, dude. I mean, you alluded to that in the first podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a guy that came from one of the toughest places in, you know, the military, and you even compared like fishing to be way harder than that. Speak to that a little bit.
The physical labor of being on a crabbing boat is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. For all the people out there listening, for the bot farms, for the angry boomers on Facebook, I mean, those guys it's changed significantly since I was there. And I said this in the last podcast. The rules have changed over time. They were losing a lot of guys. A lot of guys were getting injured and a lot of guys were getting killed. So the government stepped in and changed a lot of the rules of derby fishing. And I spoke about this in the last pod, but the physical act of the job itself is incomprehensibly difficult, physically difficult. You're hauling line, 600 feet of line at a time. You're grabbing and landing, swinging heavy pots. There's steel machinery on the deck. You're in the elements, the rain, it's snowing, it's fiercely storming all the time, and you're on a boat that's up and down, plunging in the water all the time. And a lot of times, like just an act of filling a bait bag, you know? Like you get a bait bag that's probably like a 2-foot sphere, shoving a bait in it, tying it, throwing it into the pot, climbing into the pot, tying it in the pot, hitting the dogs, throwing the bags up on top. You know, a set of bags and rope all together when it's soaking wet, it's probably 50 pounds. So like, all right, cool. I'm picking up and I'm power cleaning 50 pounds over my head. All right, anybody can do that once or twice. Do that 700 times a day, day after day after. Well, it's not 700. Do that 130 times a day, day after day after day after day after day, on top of all the other physical action you got to do. Like it's just an unbelievable wear on your body. I honestly don't know to this day. I don't know how guys do that for decades in a row. I really don't. There's some sort of monster motivation in those guys. Like there's people out here working who are probably working in the trades. And like you see old framers, you see old masons, you'll see old bricklayers. Those dudes' bodies are wrecked, right? Because a good example is guys who do flooring, right? Roofers, drywall guys. Those dudes' bodies are wrecked. And this is that kind of work, right? Now they work in much shorter compressed periods of time and then they have time off to rest. It's an unbelievably physically hard job. I just don't know how people, I really, like me and, Army Ranger, all this other nonsense, but like, I don't know how they do it for decades on, they're special people.
The people that you met out there, were most of them like come from that as a familial business or, I mean, what
Yes. Well, I don't know about most of them. Many of them come from familial businesses. They're born into it and it just becomes part of what they do. I think like, I'm not sure, but I think people who are like ranchers probably are like that. A lot of people who are in like, hopefully some of the listeners out there can comment on this. I would think, I'm not positive, but like if you grow up on a big horse ranch or a big cattle ranch, my guess would be that not all, but a lot of people are just born into that lifestyle. Yeah. So that's their norm, right? You know, like that's a hard lifestyle, right? I think it's probably different from the trades because most people who end up in the trades, because I worked in the trades as well when I was younger, most people end up in the trades get there because they go there. But I think certain professions, it's definitely a familiar thing. There's a lot of Norwegians and Nordic people. You know, there's Norwegians and Swedes up there who are born into that. And, their culture and their lifestyle, is like a very sort of easy step into that. But a lot of people are familial business, yes.
The boat you're on was called the Pacific Mariner.
The FV Pacific Mariner.
FV Pacific Mariner. Describe that, man. Walk us through the listeners, what it's like to be on that boat, the deck, the wheelhouse, the breezeway, the bunks down below. I mean, for people who've never been on a boat, maybe even seen one,
Well, I hope that some of the listeners out there are at least familiar with the Deadliest Catch, or you've seen some sort of lore or videos out there about these fishing boats. But the best way to describe it is it's a big metal piece of machinery, right? You're obviously on a ship. It's 128 foot. There's cab forward and then there's cab rearward boats, right? So some of the boats, the cab is in the back of the boat and the deck is in the front of them. And some boats, the cab is in the front and the deck is behind them. I was on what's known as a cab forward 124 Marco. Marco is the boat maker. And at some point in the history of this boat, they had literally sawed the boat in half and then extended it a few feet so they could add another freezer or a refrigerator in there. So I was on a 128 foot cab forward Marco, and it's a big, giant piece of floating steel that's covered in machinery. You've got a very, very small deck. I would say the living quarters are about the size of this podcast room. I don't know how much the cameras get, but from the viewers at home, you can see this space between us. It's about this square is your living area. You've got a small kitchen, a small galley. Everything's cramped. There's huge walk-in pantries and freezers full of food and sundries for the men. And then you go up a very small, tight, compacted stairwell into a second floor which is essentially the bridge. It's got like the sonar, the radar, the radio, the wheelhouse. There's no big steering wheel on boats anymore. It's kind of funny. These boats are ran by like a little small, it's like a joystick, like a flat joystick that's about this big, and a big couple of radar screens and locating screens and things like that. And there's just a constant roar of machinery on the boat, the screws of the boat, the hydros of the hydraulic systems on the boat. And there's just the sea has a loud, nonstop ambient roar, nonstop. It's like I think it's kind of like being on the flight line where jet engines are. It's just unbelievably loud all the time. So it's super kinetic, but there's something when you're not in stormy weather, which is unfortunately, that's a big part of the job. But when you're not in stormy weather, there's something sort of like calming about the nonstop white noise of the boat. There's a constant nonstop droning white noise, the clacking and clanging of metal, and that's constantly moving all the time. And that's where you get the term your sea legs from. Eventually, you just get used to like moving around like that. It's kind of weird when you've been on the boat for a couple months and then you come back to land. Your sense of balance is off. You get so used to constantly moving. I'm sure there's people listening who've been in the Navy on small craft. When you come back and you get on dry land after being at sea for a while, your sense of balance is like way off. And I know that being seasick is a real phenomenon. Again, we going back to like the vertigo, concussions, getting sick. I thought all that was nonsense, right? But the first time I went to sleep on the boat, I woke up and we were in real pitching seas, and I got violently ill because your eyes just can't focus. Your eyes can't focus on anything. Your eyes are moving up and down all the time. So they tell you to focus on something that's far away and try and orient your head towards it. And I got violently sick, and all the other guys on the boat were, I'm the greenhorn. They're making fun of me. Like this happens to everybody. Even some of those old grizzled veterans, the first time they go back up after a few months off, they'll get sick. But I got violently ill, and I ran to go outside on the deck and throw up. And Bronco grabbed me. He was like, "Do not go on the deck." He's like, "Don't go on the deck. Throw up in the breezeway." And I just remember crawling out to the breezeway and retching and throwing up and retching and retching and retching and retching. He was like, "Are you all right?" And I was like, "No." I'm messed up. I'm bad. I don't know. What am I going to do? He's like, "Hang with it. And your first cycle of sleep, your brain will adjust a little bit. And then by your second cycle of sleep, you'll be fine." And he was dead right. I made it through the day, very violently sick, went to sleep. And when I woke up, the symptoms were a lot better. I could focus a little bit more. I was still kind of ill, a little less sick the next day. And by the next cycle of sleep, I don't know how it works, but your brain adjusts to the constant movement. And now you're just sort of like gyroscopically focusing your head on the distance. And then by the end of it, you're fine. But like, it's a big adjustment. I think unless you've been on a small boat, and I'm not talking about, hey, I went on a boat out into the bay. I went on my buddy's fishing boat for a little while. I didn't get sick. Well, no shit, dude. I'm talking about you go out and you're in 20-foot seas, or you're even in 10-foot seas for days on end. messes with your equilibrium and your brain and your eyes.
And the Bering Sea it's a rough place.
Yeah, this is not
cold and violent.
Yeah, this is not being on your buddy's boat in the bay or like, oh, I was in a sailboat. We were in a storm and I didn't get sick. Yeah, bro. Like be in that storm for like weeks at a time. Yeah.
When you're setting out the crab pots, how do they, I don't understand, and the show never covered it, but are you just setting them in one big circle or a big line and then you just go up?
Well, they're called strings, right? So a crab pot, for the listeners, for the people who haven't seen the show, a crab pot is like it's a big square metal box that's got netting all over it. And I want to say they're built flat, sort of like pancakes. And we store them like pancakes. But if you were to flip one up on its side, it's square in this direction and it's like narrow and rectangular in this position. I would say that it's probably about 7 to 8 foot square. And then if you turn it on its side, it's about 2 to 3 foot rectangular. And one side of it has a doorway on it where the whole doorway opens like this. And it's netting all inside. And it's got like hangers inside. It's got big metal, like carabiner style hangers. So you fill up bait bags that are about 2 foot. You fill them up with, you fill them up with shredded cod and bycatch bait. You hang the bait inside of the box. You shut the door, dog the door with a latch. And then the pot has a huge roll of line. We used 60 fathoms. I can't remember. Listeners out there, I don't know what 60 fathoms converts to, but it's several hundred feet of line. And at the end of that line, it's got 3 very large flotation bags that are made of very, very heavy, I think, vulcanized poly rubber, right? Like there's 3 big bags in case one of them breaks, right? Mm-hmm. So the pot is put on a metal sled, and then the hydraulics lift up this pot, and the pot slides off the boat and goes into the water. And then as it floats down, the line unspools behind it. So there's a buoy floating that's got 3 bags, and each bag is probably about this big. We call them bags, but they're just air-inflated balloons of super heavy plastic. And these 3 balloons, sometimes they use 2, but we use 3. These balloons have like a leader line on them that's about 8 foot. So you get a big triangle of 3 balloons that's probably roughly about 12 feet across from any point on the triangle. So you drive in a line, and they're called strings. So the captain will look at the topographic map of the seafloor, and through his experience and through his time at sea, he'll kind of determine what are good areas where the crab are populated, because crab tend to cluster in big areas. They're not just evenly spread across the seafloor. And the seafloor in the Bering Sea has some sort of like unique topographical ocean floor dynamics to it that like have crab proliferate there in massive, massive number, millions on millions on millions of them. So the captain will find an area and he'll sort of line the boat up in a straight line where you can drop these pots a couple hundred meters apart from each other. They'll spool them down, and while they're falling down, what he'll do is he'll use his radar map and he'll mark where they are in the GPS. And then not only that, but the bags are super brightly colored. They're bright orange and white. They're usually a big round floating bag, and half of the bag is orange and half of the bag is white. So they're pretty easy to see. Over time, they get washed out and they get sun bleached. But the boat will ride along, and you'll have about 120 pots. The cages are called pots. Mm-hmm. And you'll drop a bunch of pots in a row, boom, 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 boom.
And they're heavy, right?
Yeah, I think they weigh like 600 pounds. They're huge, right? They're heavy enough that 2 grown, I don't know if they're 600 pounds. They're probably a little bit lighter than that. But you and I together, with a lot of effort, could get one up off the ground, and 3 of us could stand one up on its edge. It's several hundred pounds. These pots are dropped off into the water in a long string, and they're left to soak for anywhere from 8 to 10 to 20 hours. But I know that you can't let them soak too long. They have to be picked up in kind of a rotation. So the boat will go and they'll drop them off like a bomber dropping off bombs. Boop, 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 boop. You'll go in another line. You'll drop off another row of them. The captain will mark and log all of them. All the bags have tags on them. And then you'll go to another area and drop off pots, and then you'll make a big circuitous route. And this route might be many, many, many miles. And you'll come back in the next day and you'll pick them up and you'll haul them up. And the way that that's done is a guy will stand on the deck with a 3-prong grappling hook. And this is the dangerous part of the job. The engineer stands in an area where he's got a rack of hydraulic switches, levers. He'll stand there and he'll take a grappling hook and he'll hook it out and he'll try to get the hook to land in that triangle of floats. The hook will sink and it'll grab one of those lines, and the engineer and another man will furiously pull that rope in as hard as they can. They'll lift the bags up onto the deck and they'll take the leader line from the deck and they'll hook it into a shiv. A shiv is 2 big brass metal, they're like discs that are concave and face into each other. So the discs have like a concave area like this in between them. Once the line is hooked into the shiv, he'll lock it in with a hydro, and he'll hit another hydro, and that spins a metallic crank that, like a rotary engine, that pulls this pot up at great speed from the depths. While it's pulling it up, it's shooting a huge amount of line at very high speed onto the deck floor. So one guy has to take that line and guide it into, like, it looks like a big metal, like 55-gallon drum that's got a door on it. That was my job for a long time. You manage the line flying into this metal drum, and you get the line in there so it coils up nice and tall, right? The shiv raises the pot up, and the pot comes up, and it's dangling in the air. Then the shiv is on a crane. The boat engineer maneuvers the crane sits over the deck, and the 3-man and the 4-man will grab this swinging pot, this huge several 100-pound swinging pot that's now loaded with product with catch. You'll grab it and you'll forcibly guide it onto a big metal ramp that's on the boat. When it lands on the boat, the engineer will see it and he'll hit another metallic switch, and that'll activate what's known as dogs. These dogs are big metal clamps that look about probably the size of my arm. It's a big metal arm, and it'll hit down really, really with a lot of force. Several hundred, maybe a couple thousand pounds of hydraulic force. Boom, and it'll lock the pot in. Once the pot's locked in, the ramp will level up. Another guy will open the cage door, and all of the product in the cage will fall out onto a massive sorting tray. The sorting tray is probably, I don't know, I want to say 8 to 9 foot wide and about 4 foot long. All the product will spill out of it. Sometimes 5 crabs will come out. Sometimes 300 crab will come out. And you got to sort them, throw them down the chutes.
Yeah, because they have to be a certain size.
They have to be a certain size, and you can't catch females. And you can flip a crab over really quickly and tell if it's a male or female. So the females get thrown back over the board. They sink down and they live their crab life again, because you don't want to kill all the females, because that's how you breed more crabs. Anyway, the crab's getting sorted. While that's happening, another man is going and he's filling a bait bag. You've got a big tray that's full of shredded cod. You take big 3-foot cod and you feed them basically into this equivalent of a wood chipper that shreds these cod into little tiny shredded like pieces. And then you take a big metal scoop it up, fill a bait bag, wind the bait bag, pull it tight, clip it shut. And now you've got probably, I want to say it's 30, 40 pounds. It's pretty heavy. You know, you got a 30, 40 pound bag of wet, chopped, disgusting bait. That bait permeates the smell of everything on the deck. It doesn't matter where you are on the boat, even if you're the captain. The captain might be upstairs in his underwear driving the boat, drinking a cup of coffee. He's going to smell like bait. The whole boat reeks of bait. You throw this bloody, stinking bag of bait, clip it into the pot. By this time, the pot's empty. Slam the door shut, open up that big metal drum, and you lift up several 100 feet of soaking wet polyester line. And it's heavy. It's heavy as shit. I don't know how heavy it is, but I mean, it's damn heavy. You throw the line up on top of the pot. You throw the bags back up on top of the pot. Once everyone's cleared, you call clear, everyone steps back. The engineer hits the hydros again, it lifts the pot up, and boom, it dumps back into the ocean. Or if you're gonna roll out and go somewhere else, you throw the line inside of the pot, tuck it away, shut the doors, and then the crane comes down, picks up the pot, lifts it up, carries it to the back of the boat. And this is where it gets hectic. This is frightening. The pots are stacked up really high. These pots might be stacked up at least the height of this ceiling, 8 to 10 foot. You got to climb up on this pile of pots on the back of a boat that's bucking, moving minimum 6, sometimes 20 foot, land the pot, put it on the stack, and then carabiner clip it into the other pots. Or, like we used to do, there's hundreds, there might be thousands of pieces of line that are about 2.5 foot long, and you got to lash the pot in with an overhand lash, and like a splice hitch, just over and over and over again. So tie these things over and over and over again, and eventually you've got this giant Lego pile of pots in the back of the boat that's whipping around and moving. And like, if you're a new guy, guess who's climbing up on this pot to land this pot? That's going to be you. And that's intimidating, because now I'm on the back of a boat. I'm 10, 15 foot in the air. I'm 20, 30 foot off the surface of the sea, and we're moving up and down at 20 foot. I'm got my sea legs standing on a netting pot, trying to land another one, land it, and then tie it as fast as I can into the other pots. And that just goes on over and over and over and over again. It's just blinding until every moment just turns into the next moment. It's just over and over and over again.
How long are you guys out to sea at any one time?
A long pull might be 4 days, 5 days at a time. And then finally all the catch is out, or all the pots are laid. Once the boat is full of catch, we're talking many, many thousands of pounds, tons of catch. The boat will turn around and you'll steam back as fast as you can to shore, to a processing plant. You'll come in, and that is finally you can get some rest, because that might be an 18-hour drive back to shore. Anywhere from like an 8 to 10 to 16 to 18-hour ride back to shore. Come back to shore, bring the boat in. You got to land the boat. You got to throw line, tie up the bullards, stuff like that. And then you got to empty the product into a processor and fill out all the paperwork and stuff like that. So
you're trying to get back out as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. That was called the derby style. Nowadays, they realize that the derby style is very dangerous. So now they've slowed it down considerably. So these guys can work at more of an acceptable rate. That way, if bad weather comes up, guys are less likely to like work through bad weather, less likely to work through like dangerous kinetic situations. Like there's, the way they describe it is like, man, those crab aren't going anywhere, Like we can get them at our leisure. So, but back in the day it was derby style. Just get them as fast as you humanly can, get out of there.
Was it because the season was only so long? And
yeah, the season was only open for so many days. So you've got from today to today to work it. That was called the derby style. Now it's done by weight. Once you catch your weight, then you're done.
Yeah, how did that derby race change the way that you guys actually worked?
Well, it rewarded people who were more willing to work longer hours, Because you're essentially you're not getting paid by the hour. You're not getting paid by the job. You're getting paid by as much catch as you can bring in. So if you've got 4 weeks to do this, or you've got 3 weeks to do this, that's your only time. But now it's done by weight, which is a much smarter, safer way to do it. Guys are probably up there longer now, but the danger, I mean, there have been times where we had to pull into lee of like harbors. I've harbored up next to the Pribilof Islands before, waiting out storms and stuff like that. And guys were like, damn, dude, we need to get back out there. We need to get out there. We're burning time. We need to get out there. And that sense of like frantic urgency has been dampened quite a bit, because that's what leads to accidents and deaths.
And those guys, they're trying to make their whole year's salary off.
Yeah, in 2 seasons. Yeah, your whole year. If your whole year comes down to 3 weeks, what are you going to do? You're going to go manic. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there watching this. If you were out there and you had to make your entire year's nut in 3 weeks, you're going to work every single hour of every single day,
Yeah, what was the work schedule rotation like?
When we were on the boat, it was 20 on, 4 off.
Damn.
Yeah, 20 hours, 4 on when you're pulling pots. So one guy, you get to go down, you get a couple hours of sleep, rotate back out. There's always one guy sleeping, trying to get that 4 hours of sleep, coming back on. And you're so exhausted, it doesn't matter how much caffeine or nicotine or stimulants are in you, you just black out. You just black out. I can remember laying down, closing my eyes, and then waking back up, and I'm just back in it again. But it's 20 on, 4 off while you're out to sea. And then when you come back, it's a little bit more like 12 and 12. And then when you're doing catch, working at the CP, it's whatever the CP.
That explains the excessive use of stimulants.
We had some people in the comments like, "Oh yeah, right, your boat didn't use." Well, our boat was very, 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 very fanatically led by Ron Lloyd. Ron Lloyd did not allow drugs or alcohol on his boat. Every boat captain is the ultimate law and authority on our boat. Our boat had a very, very strict no alcohol or drugs policy, but you're just cranked full of like caffeine and nicotine to like a nuclear level. Every guy on that boat is just one walking caffeine molecule.
Yeah. What is it? What's the like regimen to get ready for season? Is there a bunch of stuff you have to do to the boat for?
Yeah, like there's like a 2-week, if I recall correctly, it was like a 2-week period of time where you fly up to Alaska, you fly up to Anchorage, and then you fly out to Dutch Harbor. That's actually kind of like a cool, fun, that's like the best experience of being like a Bering Sea crabbing fisherman, because you're basically working 8 to 10 hour shifts. You wake up on the boat, you go tie your nets up. I know one thing I had to do was I had to stick weld thousands and thousands and thousands of these like zinc sticks onto the pots, because from what I understand, zinc belays or delays oxidization of the steel when it's in the water, because it's in salt water for its entire life cycle. So I just remember stick welding thousands and thousands of zinc sticks onto the pots, and then you're cutting leader lines, you're cutting and tying and blowtorching leader lines. You're getting the boat cleaned up, you're fueling the boat, you're buying sundries. So you're basically working a tradesman style job for about 10 hours a day for 2 weeks, and there's nothing to do up there except go to the little gym and party at the elbow room. And you're like, hey man, can I get some money to go to the elbow room? Sure. How much you need? I don't know, $200. How about $2,000? Here's a big, massive wad of cash out of the safe. It's an advance on your check. Like, yeah, I think I'm going to go to the bar tonight and just crash beers. Yeah.
Good Lord, dude.
Yeah.
Any crazy stories from your time at the bars up there in Alaska?
Yeah. The elbow room. I don't think the elbow room exists anymore, but there was a notorious bar, and we talked about this in the last pod. So we're covering stuff that we talked about before, but you're at the very end of the earth. You're on the last wild frontier that exists on planet Earth with a bunch of misfit sailors and fishermen in a town that doesn't have a stoplight, and it's got one massive, massive bar in the middle of it. And you get a bunch of these misfit outlaw guys at the end of the planet Earth with a big pile of money in their pocket. And it gets crazy in there. It got insane in there. That's like as hard as I've ever partied my entire life. It was a wild time. I don't think the elbow room exists anymore, but if you're out there listening, you can go look it up. The elbow room, Dutch Harbor.
Did you run into any of the crews from the Deadliest catch?
Absolutely, yeah. I partied quite a bit with the Hillstrand brothers. I talked about this in the last one. I've got I don't know about the notoriety, but I partied with and I threw up in the back of Jonathan Hillstrand's Chevy Silverado. So as a young greenhorn, I puked my guts. I puked my guts up in the back of Jonathan Hillstrand's Chevy Silverado in the parking lot of the elbow room.
What did you see off the camera from those guys? And like what was different versus what you saw on TV?
A lot of those guys are bikers, I noticed. A lot of those guys, I don't know if they're bikers or not, but a lot of those guys own motorcycles. I think that, because I didn't have a community with those guys outside of Dutch Harbor. A lot of those guys do have community when they come home. A lot of those guys live in Mexico, and a lot of those guys have motorcycles. And I think a lot of those guys literally look like you with a big chopper back home. And they come home and they got $50K in their pocket, and they go to Mexico and they just party that money up. They buy some cheap property somewhere, maybe in like a trailer. A lot of those guys own trailer homes somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. And they just get to riding their motorcycle and partying in their off days because they've got a ton of disposable income.
So a lot of them didn't live up in Alaska then, huh?
No one lived up in Alaska. No,
really?
They all just fly in from different parts of the earth, or they ride boats up there and they set to working, and then you walk out of there with $50K. Imagine going up and doing that kind of work, and at the end of the day, boom, here's a check for $50K. See you in a couple months,
You work king crab and then Opelio or Opie, then king again. What's the difference between those two seasons, like once you're on deck, or is it the same?
From my experience, king has a lot worse weather. The weather is way more kinetic. There's a lot more high seas. The high seas is the worst part. Like you can adapt. Opelio is a lot of more frozen weather, a lot more hard labor because you're breaking ice spray off of the boat all the time and it's a lot colder. But from my experience, the weather during king season was way worse. And the weather, the high seas, that's what beats your ass. That's what beats you down. That's what's dangerous because the boat is moving up and down and up and down and up and down. I just remember king season was a lot more dangerous, I thought, than Opie season. At least when I was up there. Maybe I was up there during a cycle of weather when the weather wasn't as bad for Opie. Opie's a lot more freezing cold and beating, like you take big plastic mauls and breaking ice off the boat. But King was a lot more violent weather, and the violent weather is what's frightening and dangerous.
What were some of the closest calls you had? I mean, I know it's super dangerous. We talked about the big wave one.
I mentioned this in the first pod, but we didn't go into it. I was almost killed maybe like a week into my first pool, actually out in king season. And I didn't even know it. So every fisherman up there carries a small belt that's got an extremely sharp, brand new, I forget the name of the company, but the boat has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these knives in plastic. Use a knife a couple times, you'll throw it away and get a new one, right? So you've always got a wickedly sharp, brand new, it's like the size of a steak knife. It's serrated and it's meant to cut through line almost instantly. If you pull a line tight and slash it really hard with this knife, it'll go right through the poly line. They're little lightweight knives, and every single guy carries a belt with a scabbard on it with that knife tucked in it. The knife locks into the scabbard, and most guys, if you're right-handed, they carry them crossways on your belt so you can just pull it out and yank it out and cut line with it. Put it back in the scabbard, use it a few times, it gets dull, you chuck the knife away, get another one, right? I was working the portion where I told you where I was picking up the heavy line and hauling it, throwing it up on top of the pot. Pot goes down, and I wasn't paying attention because I'm a brand new guy. And the deck of the boat looks like a giant, it looks like a giant spaghetti dinner of thousands and thousands and thousands of feet of line all over the place. There's just like, it's impossible to keep the deck fully organized of line. As a sailor, you're always kind of trying to keep your line organized, but it's just impossible to keep the line organized all the time. Somehow I had gotten between, here's the railing of the boat, the pot went off the boat, and the pot was unspooling, and I was between a line that was crossing around me and the pot. And as the pot descended into the depths, I could feel this line brushing up against my hip, and I didn't think anything of it. And the line got tighter and tighter and tighter, and in my mind, I was like, oh, I'll just turn around and step over the line. But the line grabbed me and yanked me up against the seawall. And the cook, who's also a very experienced line handler and deck man, he ran over with his knife and he cut the line and he screamed out to the engineer, stop, 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 stop. And he cut the line. And the pot went down into the depths and we lost the pot. And I think I did talk about this on the first pod, but I think we did. We'll have to talk to Odie about this. But the captain shut the boat down and he came down and he dressed me down. Really, like Captain Ron Lloyd had a very warm, fatherly, kind-hearted energy to him. And he came down, he pulled me up on the bridge and he effing screamed at me. He's like, what are you doing? Like they were upset about the loss of the pot because each pot has a tag on it, sort of like hunters when they get a tag for like elk or something like that. The tag itself costs a lot of money. They lost the pot, but in that action, I'd almost been killed in my ignorance. He dressed me down, and when someone yells at you all the time or someone's a hard ass all the time, you can kind of blow it off. But when someone's kind and warm and then they come down on you really hard, it makes a big impression on you. And he told me, he's like, I need you to pay the F attention to what you're doing here. You're almost killed, right? And I didn't even know because I was like, oh, some more line is unspooling.
So what happened? It was going to be wrapped around you?
Yeah, the line was going to pull me over, and at best it would have fractured my spine. At worst, it would have pitched me over the side of the boat into the sea. And the cook had the mental wherewithal very quickly to run over and cut this line as it was unspooling, so we lost the pot. But in my ignorance, I wasn't paying attention. It was my first time on a crabbing boat. Like That's how little mishaps happen. No one goes up there and is just blindly, no one is up there and becomes an expert at that craft in your first day. You know, I'd been up there 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I was almost killed. I was almost dragged overboard by a pot until a man stepped in and he cut the line. And the captain came in and he flashed on me heavy. And after that, that really locked me into like, man, this is, I didn't even get the adrenaline dump. I was sort of like, whoa, I didn't even know what happened. Like they had to explain to me, like, dude, you almost got killed. And I was, oh, what? What? You know, I didn't know. But that was a real close brush with death. That's a lot different than when someone shoots at you or an explosion goes off because you're innately aware of what just almost happened.
How did getting paid actually work on the boat? Like, is it the total haul? Like how this is the part I'm most curious about.
Yeah. So the boat gets all of its catch during the Derby system. The catch is weighed and processed and the boat's paid out. So the boat is basically a franchise member of a bigger company, right? So I was a member of the Caldestet Fisheries. For you Facebook boomers who are hating on me, I worked for Caldestet Fisheries, ran by Kevin Caldestet. I think Kevin Caldestet retired, and I don't know if Caldestet exists anymore, but Caldestet had a fleet of 7 boats. They were all known as the FV something Mariner, right? I was on the Pacific Mariner. There was the Northern Mariner. You know, there were all the different Mariner. It was known as the Mariner fleet. So the boats are paid out for their catch. Each boat gets their share. That share goes to the captain, and then depending on your rank, you get a percentage of that share. As a greenhorn, I think my pay was something like, I don't know, like 3%. Maybe the engineer was making 6%. Maybe Ron was making 12%. I don't know what it was, but my share was a little bit. And they just write you, back then it was a paper check. And my check was for 30-some K. Hey, broke guy. Hey, guy who's completely destitute and broke as hell and was working in a day trade. Here's $34,000. Have fun and be merry. We'll see you in a couple months. And I just had no idea what to do with that money. It was like, even now in my position, if I give you a check right now for $30,000,
that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. And when you're dead broke and you've got a kind of download drug addiction, that's like an almost fatal mistake. I was smart enough. I paid my rent for a year. I remember that. I was living in a nicer apartment than I should have been living in. I remember I paid my rent for a year.
In Alaska or you're still in Seattle?
In Seattle. And to be honest with you, I don't know what I did with the money. I cocked it up. I blew that money. I ran through that money. I don't even know. I didn't even, I destroyed that money. I have nothing to show for it. I bought a shitload of like DJ equipment. I remember that. I used to be a very like serious DJ music guy. So I bought a bunch of music gear and DJ production stuff and millions of records and a bunch of shoes. I've always been a sneakerhead. So I bought a shitload of shoes and I put some money down on my shit car. But yeah, the rest of that money, just like a young, ignorant guy, like I know everyone out there in the comments section, you guys would have invested that money in a mutual fund and turned it into $1 million, but I did not. I cocked that money up immediately.
What was the pull back? Was it just the money, or did you like the adventure?
I liked the adventure. I liked being on the boat. I knew that I was doing something unusual, and I was still in that very high drive gear mode, where like, I couldn't have been in an office.
What was your relationship with your crew?
It was great. There was Bronco, Mark, I believe his last name is Ellis. Comments, guys, you'll probably suss me out on this, but Bronco Mark, I think his last name was Ellis, but I could be wrong. He was an old, grizzled, wizened biker dude who lived in Mexico in the off season. He had a red beard and red hair, always had a Marlboro 100 hanging out of his mouth, smoked down to the wick. He was one of those dudes, he would smoke while he was eating. He always, he was just face weathered and beat down, and he was cool. Bronco was a huge influence on me. He was super friendly. He was funny as hell. He had a lot of juice and a lot of respect up there. And he was the boat engineer. He's what I would consider the senior NCO on the boat. The engineer is, generally speaking, the second in command on the boat. You've got the captain, who's clearly, he's the commanding officer, right? The captain is your leader. He's your Ahab, but he's not your buddy. right? Bronco was of us. He was the most senior of us. Bronco had been up there, I want to say damn near 20 years when I had been up there. And Bronco was awesome. Every interaction I ever had with Bronco was a good one. For those of you who are listening who might know those guys from back in that day, Bronco was very, very well known up there. Bronco and Ron Lloyd had very long careers up in the Bering Sea, and they were very well known. The cook, I can't remember his name, but he was Mexican as well. He lived on a ranch in Mexico in the off season. And he was a Mexican guy who spoke very little English. And he was just a big, huge Mexican guy who was meaner than shit. I remember that. He was a hard ass. He was a Bering Sea fisherman, and in the off season he was a Mexican horse rancher. So that was a tough guy. And then we had Dave, the 3-man, who I got into it quite a bit with. And then we had Brent, who was a long lighter and worked that Brent was a fisherman 365 days a year. He would get off the boat from crab and he would go do something else, whether that be halibut or long line or tuna or whatever. But that guy just lived at sea 24 hours a day for his entire life. I had a good relationship with the boat. Dave and I had a big personality conflict in the beginning. We got in a fight on the boat. And then after the Rogue Wave incident, it cleared us up and we were fine afterwards. And Brent and Dave were hardcore partiers off of the boat, drugs and alcohol. But they were absolutely fine fishermen. Let it be said that those dudes were fantastic fishermen, but they were wild men. You know, if you're not from that culture, you don't understand. Those guys are wild dudes. They're wild men up there. They're not normal people. So I had a good relationship with the guys on the boat. And then Ron Lloyd was a real stabilizing factor in my life. I wish I had stayed there longer, but I got burnt out by it. That coming back to back from my career as a Ranger, I was just gone from home forever. The CNS load, the allostatic load, the adrenaline load on my body was like, I was living with the pedal pressed to the floor for probably 8 years at that point.
Did you find some similarities in what you were doing in the Bering Sea with what you were doing, with what you had done at the regiment?
No, but I think the traits that made me a Ranger NCO translated extremely well into what I was doing up there. The fitness, excuse me, the mental toughness. You have to be mentally hard to do that job. You got to be physically fit. You got to be mentally hard. And I had those two in spades. And I think that's what, like if you're a boat captain and you're in dry dock and you lose a crew member and you're looking at a group of people around you in order to be like a low-level grunt on your boat, my guess would be like Ron Lloyd, hey, this dude is a Ranger sergeant versus this guy is like, off the street. Hey, we got a young, physically fit, fantastically motivated Ranger sergeant. I think this guy can be taught how to haul line and throw a line and work on a boat. So I already had the physical traits from the regiment that made me really good to fit in on the boat with those guys. Because I was a wild man and I was a crazy dude and I was out at the ends of the earth and I was displaced. I didn't have a family. I didn't have anything to go home to. I was out there just seeking the ends of oblivion, So I was a very good fit.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
What is it that you think you found out there that would help you later on in life? Because that was the beginning to start setting you straight. I mean, you fell again, but ultimately you picked yourself back up.
I think the thing that I brought most from it that I still carry today is that I had a willingness to do stuff that were do things that were very unusual and different than other people. I've lived quite an unusual life. And that just sort of put another sense into me like, hey man, I don't have to be like everyone else. I can literally do whatever is in front of me. I don't have to go work in an office or I don't have to go work in the trades. I can just literally set on my own path and like live an adventure. Like I don't have to fit inside the boundaries of what people tell me to do. But eventually that caught up to me. It burned me out. I'm talking complete burnout. You go from being a Ranger at war, then you go to being a Bering Sea fisherman. That's, That's quite a lot to put on somebody's mind and nervous system for years on end.
Yeah, the Bering Sea has like this level of cold. Low 40s water in the summer, mid 30s in the winter. How fast can that take you? That sea, that cold water, like falling overboard is pretty detrimental. It's one of the many aspects in the danger of being up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know the science behind it, but I know that guys who go in those overboard positions usually aren't recovered. When men have been washed overboard, it's very rare that they're recovered. My 3-man, I said this in the last pod, had been overboard, and he had been recovered. And he spent a month in the hospital. Now, that month wasn't just because of the injuries that he sustained when he was in the water. I believe he fractured his femur when he was recovered. But that water will kill you, period. This isn't like, oh, I jumped off the deck of my boat into the bay and it was really cold and they recovered me. But like, this is like a wild, unearthly, violent, pitching sea in the middle, and you're up by the Arctic Circle. Like, that is not a survivable environment.
What's the weirdest thing you ever saw when you were out at sea?
I've seen a couple really amazing things up there. You know, it wasn't all doom and gloom. Some of the stuff I saw up there was incredible. 2 things that stick out to my mind are with the fauna and flora of being up somewhere that's alien, completely alien up there. I remember one night, so when you're bringing the boat back to shore to drop off your catch, sometimes that can be a really long pull. Sometimes that can be 18. Sometimes that can be a 24-hour trip because the boat's not moving fast. We're talking like 6 knots, I think. So if you're several hundred miles out at sea, it's going to take you a long time, many, many hours to come back. I remember one night they put me in the bridge. It was just my turn to be on the bridge for 4 hours, right? You go in little 3 or 4 hour shifts. Hey, man the stick, man the wheelhouse, man the radio, man the sonar. This is all you got to do. You see this number on the screen? You keep this number at this number. And if the boat deviates, you use the stick and get us back on path. And it's kind of cool. You're up there, you're totally by yourself, and like you can mess with the stick a little bit, like, oh, we're going left a little bit, oh, we're going right a little bit. Like, you know, you're a young guy, you're in the pilot house at night all by yourself, you're trusted to drive the boat for a couple hours. You're like, wow, I'm driving the boat. I'm up here driving the boat with my joystick. This is cool, right? So I'm up in the wheelhouse one night, and it's a perfectly calm, clear, moonlit night where the moon is out and it's super, super bright. It had to have been 80% of looms. Moon and starry sky and the sea. I don't know how this happens. One of the people who's smarter than me in the comments can probably tell us, but sometimes out at the open sea becomes perfectly flat glass. I don't know how that happens, but it has to be less than a foot swell. So we're steaming along. Not steaming, it's not steam power, it's diesel power, but like we're cruising along in the middle of the night. I'm in the bridge by myself. And the bridge has a window, a sliding window you can open up. And if you look out the sliding window, you can look straight down to the sea next to you. You're probably 20 feet in the air. Had the window open, fully moonlit night. And we're cruising along, and I noticed that the sea becomes perfectly flat glass. It was like I was on a pool table. It was crazy. As far as I can see in every direction, it's perfectly black ink, matte black. And I looked down, and we went through, the boat has huge lights in it, shining down on the surface of the sea. And I looked down, and we rode through, I guess, a jellyfish bloom. I don't know what kind of jellyfish these are, but they were cream colored and they had domes on them that had to be 3-4 foot wide. And there were millions and millions and millions of them. As I looked down, I could see the boat smashing through them, and they had to be in layers, 10, 20 foot deep, the boat going through this bloom of jellyfish. And we rode through this, I want to say maybe for an hour. For an hour straight, we rode through this jellyfish bloom where there was millions of them. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen anything like this. These massive, massive jellyfish. Jellyfish are very common when you pull the net up. There's like jellyfish, and like fishermen you'll see have like burn marks on their cheeks and stuff from like the jellyfish. It's not stingers. I don't know what they are, but like the little stinging cells in them, they don't sting you. They just kind of cause like a little hot rash, like where they get on you from the line and stuff like that. But like this bloom of jellyfish, there was billions of them. And again, I remember thinking to myself, I'm never going to see something like this ever again in my life. And I can just remember, like Bronco, I had a cigarette hanging out of my mouth and I was out over the door like this. I just taking this moment in, looking down and like looking down in the water with these millions and millions and millions of massive, massive jellyfish and looking out. And the sea is so black, it just goes from black sea into sky. It's like this strange sense of vertigo, and the moon, massive, massive silver bright moon hanging down. I just remember thinking like, wow, I'm hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles out to sea, away from civilization. And I'm the only one awake on the boat. I'm the only person on earth who's seeing this right now. And I don't even, all these years later, I probably should have done some more research and to see what it is, but I've never seen anything like that. I doubt many people, maybe, I'll bet you some of the listeners out here have served on naval ships. And I'm sure I'm not the only man who's seen this, but it was very shocking to me. If you're out there and you've seen something like that, please leave a comment, because I don't know what that phenomenon is, but it was very interesting. Another one was, I saw a real sea leopard, like a leopard, like the spotted ones. I was fishing off the deck of the boat when we were in Dutch Harbor, and I had a fishing rod. There was old fishing rods on the boat. And Bronco comes up to me. It's the middle of the day. It's a cool, crisp, foggy day. And the boat's tied up in Dutch. We're on our like 2 weeks where we're prepping the boat. And Bronco comes up to me. He's like, hey man, you want to do a little fishing? I was like, all right, cool. We go to the back of the boat and he's got 2 rod and reels and he's casting and we're fishing. And he's like, man, there's a lot of Irish lord in these waters. And these are crazy looking fish. They've got spines all over them. They're brown and spotted and striped. He's like, they're good to eat, but we're not going to eat them, but they're fighters. Like you can throw down there and pull up an Irish lord and that thing will fight you all the way up, come up. Just make sure you got gloves on, unhook the thing and chuck it back, right? Because they're bycatch. We're not going to keep them. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm out there fishing with Bronco. We're just chit-chatting. He's smoking. He's got his permanent Marlboro 100 in his mouth. And we catch a couple fish and he's like, all right, man, I'm going to turn it in or I'm going to go off, do whatever. I was like, oh, it's cool. I think I'm a fish for all. He's like, hey, whatever you do, don't reach over the side of the boat to pull that fish in. Pull this fish all the way up, sling it on the boat, then undo it and throw it over. I'm like, why? He's like, well, there's sea lions and there's sea leopards out there. And if one of them comes up and grabs that fish, it's going to grab your arm. It's going to rip your fucking arm off. And I was like, okay, sure, bud, whatever. And he's like, well, see you later. And he rolls out. And I was like, okay, you're just, Bronco was cool. Like clearly you're messing with me, right? So I'm fishing and I'm having a little moment. I'm like, wow, man, I'm in Dutch Harbor. The mist rolling in, the hills, and like you can hear the boats and stuff. It's just me out here fishing. I was like, I'm like doing the real fisherman thing. I'm fishing off the side of the boat in Dutch Harbor. And I see a head come up out of the water. And it was the size of a man. This sea animal, I'm sorry, not a leopard. I'm sorry, not a sea leopard, a sea lion. Let me rephrase it. A sea lion, not a sea leopard. This huge, massive sea lion, I look down and I see what looks like a head, bigger than a man's head or the size of a man's head, slowly pop up out of the water, like in that scene in Apocalypse Now where he comes out like this. And these animals are very sentient and they've got big eyes, and he was staring at me. He came out of the water like this and he was staring at me. And it was a little unnerving, and he went back down onto the water, right? And I was like, that was kind of odd. So I'm fishing and I don't have any fish on line. And then I hear something out of the corner of my eye, I see him come up again on the other side. Now he's like 30 feet away on the other side. And this time he comes up all the way out of the water up to like his shoulders. And it's massive. I mean, it's much bigger than a man, right? This thing is the size of, much bigger than an NFL linebacker. This is a big, big animal. I don't know how big it is. Like, it's the size of freaking Bigfoot coming up out of the water. And he came up out of the water and he stared at me. And maybe it was my perception of it, but he was staring at me with absolute malice, right? And then very slowly went down under the water like it was an elevator again. And I was a little unnerved by that. Like, damn, that was weird. Pull line back, throw it back out again. And now he just came up out of the water again like this. And he stared at me and I heard him huff like, and it was unnerving because this is a massive, massive animal. And it was very clear, like, hey, dude, what are you doing in my effing living room? You know what I mean? That's my fish. You don't come in here and that's my meal. You know, I was in his living room, in his house. And it was really odd because like, I can't replicate it, but it was like he was on an elevator, just perfectly still in the water, staring at me. Zzz, click, and then 20 feet over here, zzz, click, check me out, zzz, click. And it dawned on me that Bronco was right. Bronco wasn't messing with me. It told me the truth. Like, dude, don't reach down there. That thing will come as slow and as controlled and as perfectly stable as he came up. It was very obvious that this thing had the power and athleticism. He could have easily come up and grabbed that fish and done whatever he wanted with it. And that was a little off-putting because it made me think later in life, like maybe those stories of like sea monsters, or I don't know about mermaids or not, but like,
dude, the world is 2/3 water. We haven't even fully discovered what's under there.
Yeah,
I'm always like, every time I talk to people who have spent a lot of time at sea, I'm always asking questions. No hidden agenda, but I'm just like, what did you see? Because there's so many sea lore stories of people seeing everything from spacecraft to aliens to mermaids and everything else in between.
I've seen humpback whales and I've seen whales spout out at sea, but that was unnerving. I mean, if I was on the deck of the boat and I was a good 10, 12 feet off the water, like I bet you he was as close to like, not me to you, but maybe a few feet away. And he just came up perfectly quiet like this. And you know the way your dog looks at you and your dog knows, you know? And this thing is much, much bigger than a man. Came up perfect. I don't know how many, there's a several 100-pound animal, you know, like maybe, I don't know how big they get. 600 pounds, 800 pounds, 1,000 pounds. I don't know. They're massive.
What was your scariest moment at sea, you think?
There was one night where the sea had gotten really, really, really heavy and it blew up pretty quickly and it was late black in the middle of the night. And we had gone from like 4-foot swell to like 22-foot swell in minutes. And I remember getting ready to go back out on deck and Bronco stopped me. He was like, hey man, it's about to get crazy out there. Are you ready? And he was like, just trust your hands, make sure your footing's safe, but like it's about to get really real up here. I mean, when the sea gets that big, it frightens even the most experienced guy on the boat. I don't care who you are. It's frightening. It's terrifying. Because when you go out onto the boat is moving up and down so high, and I spoke about this before, when the boat goes up in a crest, you can't see anything, and then it crashes down into a trough, and the sea is high, much, much higher than the boat. So you're in a trough and you're looking up into a gigantic black stone-looking granite wave. And it's making this massive roaring sub-bass noise that you can feel in your guts. There's no way to play it on a speaker. Maybe if you had massive subwoofers in your car, you could recreate the sound, or if maybe you have a giant guitar amps, you could make the sound, but it makes a roaring jet engine sub-bass throttling hum that kind of makes you ill. And you know that you got to walk out on that deck and you got to perform for hours in this shit. And there's nothing to do except fuck, and then go out and do it. And it's pretty terrifying. I can confidently say that first night walking out on that deck, seeing those kind of waves in the middle of the night, that is the most frightened I've ever been, even in combat, ever in my entire life. I've been in gunfights. I've been in scores of crazy street fights. I've even been shot at on the street in Baltimore. I've driven through the woods during a forest fire, during the Paradise Campfires in Chico, California, and I've never been that frightened ever. It's just something unearthly and alien and terrifying about it. And some guys, I mean, I just, it's like the whole classic British stiff upper lip thing. Just get it. You just got to go out there and get it on. Because again, sort of like going back to like Owens and like, hey, the rain ain't cold. You're cold. The rain don't feel shit. Where are you going to go? There's nowhere to go except forward, right? Even if I had quit right there, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Well, then guess what? You're going to go back and they're going to kick you off the boat and you're not going to get paid. There's nothing to do except swallow and move forward. Go to work. That's it. I mean, there's nothing to it.
What do you still think about it when you do you eat seafood? Are you a big seafood guy?
It's funny. I'm from Baltimore, so I'm from the land of blue crab. I'm Baltimore boy. I'm Baltimore boy into my bones. I am a Baltimore guy down on my bones. And grew up eating crab, grew up eating blue crab. King crab, I can't think of the last time I can't think of the last time I've eaten king crab. I'm not opposed to it. It just doesn't interest me. It's like a accoutrement of weird job that I used to do.
Yeah. I just wondered if you even think about it or you stay away from it because of it.
Well, there was a long time. I can remember this very clearly. We were on ship one time, and it was during a nice part of the daytime. The weather, the sun's out, it's clear, and like we're just cruising along, and like we're in 3-foot swell. We're just motoring along, and like I'm out on the deck hanging out, and one of these massive king crabs had gotten out of the pot, out of the freezer, not the freezer, the refrigerator. And it had gotten on deck, and it was walking around on deck, and Bronco was teasing me. He was like, hey, go grab that crab. Throw it in there. And I went over, and this crab...
It was in the refrigerator, like where you guys kept your food? Or like
No. Like the deck has these giant open refrigerators that are probably the size of this, that are like the size of this carpet. Mm-hmm. And they're full of seawater that's like being circulated. So the crab gets thrown in there, and it stays alive until you get back to the processor. And this is full of like, not millions, but many thousands of pounds of crab. And there's 3 of them, right? So for whatever reason, one of the crab had gotten out of this thing and it was on deck, and Bronco is like, hey, go grab that crab, man. Chuck that thing in there. And him and the cook were watching, and they were kind of laughing because, new guy, I'm the greenhorn. And I go over to grab this crab, and this king crab was it had every bit of 2-3 foot across, and it had its hands up like this. And they're mean. They're very aggressive. Scuttling around, snapping with his hands. And I was like kind of circling this thing like a bullfighter, like, holy shit, what do I do with this thing? And Bronco's like, grab it. And him and Cookie are laughing. And I ended up, it's like a gigantic, it's a big, massive crab that weighs, 15, 20 pounds? This is a large crustacean animal, and it's aggressive as hell, and it's got its pincers up trying to grab. So I grabbed it by its leg, and I threw it in the pot. And I remember going back to the processor that night, and we dropped off a bunch of bycatch, and I was with the guys as they were signing the paperwork, and I looked into the processor, and one of the crab guys was in there, and he was sorting crab, and what they do is they take the live crab, they've got big heavy gloves, and they put them on a hard metal diagonal fin, a diamond-shaped fin, and they snap them in half like that while they're alive. They set it on the fin and crack it, and it cracks in half, and they throw both the halves in the processor. And I remember seeing that and being like, ugh, right? And that kind of put the thought in me like, I think I'm good on crab for a while. It tastes great, but like it's the process by which we recover crab. So when you sit down to eat some king crab and dip it in butter, think of all those good dudes that died so you could have some crab legs while you're at the seafood place with your surf and turf,
What was the final decision point where you're just like, hey man, I'm done up here on the Bering Sea, bro?
It's very simple. I came home and I did an audit of how long I'd been gone. I remember very clearly having this conversation with my girlfriend in my apartment. And I'm going to get the math wrong, but it was something crazy. I had been gone from home something like 24 out of 28 or 23 out of 27 months, something like that. And I was just completely fried. Mm. Even in my youthful, ignorant, drug-fueled, manic state, I knew that I was just at the red line, man.
Yeah.
I was completely cooked. And I just remember wanting more than anything to come home and have a normal job where I came home at night and like ate some chips and watched TV.
Yeah.
And that just, it was self-inflicted, but by that point, it felt like an unattainable dream. And I was just burnt out. I couldn't do it anymore. I literally couldn't do it anymore. Everybody hits their breaking point.
You've had a bunch of odd jobs. One of the other things that was interesting is you did a season of working on a forest fire crew. Were you on a hotshot crew or?
No, I was not on a hotshot crew. I want to make that very clear. I worked for Tier 1 recovery systems. And when the Paradise Camp fires happened, those famous fires, the famous tragic fires in California several years ago that killed a bunch of people, I was with a company that set up forward operating bases for EMS, first responders, and linemen to come in and restore power and basic services and render aid and support to the people that were victimized by that fire. So I was in Chico, California. I helped set up that FOB there. And then I was helping do really low-level fire suppression, digging fire breaks. And I did that for, I think, 3 weeks, living in the back of a trailer, living in the back of a F-150 with another guy. And that's just another chapter gig work. Again, I got that from Sergeant Major Marciano. Thank you. Marciano has been very influential and instrumental in my life. Like when I've been in some low points, he's kind of always been there to like reach down and lend a helping hand. I just did a training deployment with him for the company that he works again on the West Coast. So Marciano, Rocky Marciano, you know, a lot of you guys from Soft know him. I just want to give a special shout out and thanks, not only to like the job opportunities that guy's given me, but a lot of like the mentorship and just good friendship and leadership that he's offered me over the years, man. You're a big part in me coming back, and I really appreciate everything you've done. And, you know, he'd be very embarrassed right now if he were sitting here to hear this, but he would, you know, he knows what's up. He's just another old soft gray beard with the tattoos and he just looks like old soft sergeant major, a grizzled dude. He was a Ranger at 275. That's how I met him. He went on to have a long career in civil affairs and as a support for group and working Robin's Age and stuff like that. And now he's in the contracting world. That's how I did Dam Neck. That's how I did hurricane support recovery. That's how I did working the fires in Chico's. And that's how I've done some uplift stuff with the unit.
Super cool, man.
Marciano, yeah.
You've had some pretty cool hobbies as well. I mean, we alluded to your
I don't know how cool they are, but they're
art
certainly
career.
Yeah, my art career.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was an artist, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you were probably one of the best known graffiti artists.
I got paid quite a bit of money over time to do my artwork, and I gained quite a bit of national level notoriety doing the graffiti thing. That's something that I chased with an unbelievable, fantastic passion for well over 20 years.
I tried to get Chris to design us some stuff, and he said absolutely not.
No. I'm really good at drawing letters, though, man. If you want funky letters with cool shapes and arrows coming off of them, and bubbles and lasers and shit, I am your guy.
On the side of a train?
I'm crazy good at that.
Or a highway?
I'm definitely like a black belt grandmaster at drawing sick-ass letters and logos. But,
what does it take? I wasn't even prepared to talk about the graffiti stuff, but just out of curiosity, what does it take to, you know, sneak in somewhere, throw graffiti, and then disappear? Like you see these dudes that have graffitied, you know, signs suspended like from a highway. And
it's called Bomb the Heavens, yeah. Well, I'll say this. This is, look, I'm not very qualified to speak on a lot of things. This is something I am qualified to speak at the highest level, even though it's one of the most stupid things in the world. But I pursued the art. I don't even want to call it graffiti. I pursued the art of abstracting typography at the most passionate, driven, hardcore level possible that a human being can do for well over 20 years. And I definitely got to I would say like an elite level with it, with the ability to manipulate paint and paint clean and paint things. And like, I want to maybe point out to the viewers here, I wasn't just some dude who was out there writing my name on shit. I was pursuing this like a craft, and I put all of my mental chips into this. I wanted to get as good as possible at this strange skill. And it was a very, very big motivating and driving factor in my life for many, 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 many untold years. And I got to a level with it where I was very, very proud of my accomplishments in that world. And there's a whole lot of stories in that. Like, I was a very well-known train painting graffiti artist for many, many years, for decades. I painted thousands and thousands of trains. And I got to a level where I was executing the skill of that at an extraordinarily high level. And I'm very proud of what I did there. I don't know if I'm proud of it, but I did. And I made a lot of friends, and I had a lot of cool adventures along the way. And I think I produced a lot of good pieces of artwork. For the people who know me outside of this podcast, for those of you out there listening, I'm sure all of the perfect commenters will have some things to say about it. But for the people that know me, most people who knew me, the significant part of my life, knew me as like that art guy. So that was something I pursued with a fantastic passion. Maybe we'll talk about that, but it was a different part of my life.
Yeah.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
You also have gotten into competitive shooting.
Yeah, very much so.
Talk to me about that journey. Where did it start? I mean, obviously, I know you shot in your military background, but your competitive thing, that's new in the last couple of years, I think, right?
Yeah, just in the last year.
Yeah. Because you had just started, I think, before you came on the podcast last time.
Yeah, I'd been doing it like a month last time I mentioned.
And I think you just won your first match, right?
Yeah, I did win a little local match. This is not a big major match, it's a little small local match. So obviously I was exposed to shooting, and I was a tack bro like everyone else, with like rifle and pistol and stuff like that. But last year a Ranger buddy came and stayed at my house because he was in town for a while. And he was a USPSA masterclass shooter. His name's Jeff. That's all I'm going to say. And Jeff and I went to a range, and I was like, man, I got this new P365 with an optic on. I'm having trouble with it. I just don't think it's zeroed. Let's go shoot a little bit at this local indoor range. And he's like, I think your gun's zeroed. I think your gun's fine. I'm like, I don't know, man. So I handed him this gun, and he ripped off a double bill drill. And I'd never seen someone shoot like that. Like a bill drill is when you fire 6 controlled shots at 7 yards into an A zone on a USPSA target. And this guy shot this bill drill in probably 1.8 seconds. And he shot 2 of them back to back. In this little cluster. And I'd never seen someone shoot a gun like that. Kind of blew me away. Like, holy. And I've been on ranges with the unit and shot. I thought I knew how to shoot. Until I saw someone who's a literal master rank member of their craft doing this. And it blew me away. And then a couple days later, we went to a local action range, an outdoor range that had action bays in them where you set them up for practical shooting, where you've got barriers and targets and mixed steel, anywhere from like 7 to 25 meters. And I saw this guy rip through a stage, and I'd just never seen anyone shoot a gun like that. And it was a little bit mind-blowing to me. It was like the first time you step on a jiu-jitsu mat and you're like, I'm a strong guy, I'm a fucking ranger, I'm a tough guy, blah, 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 blah. And then you get tooled up by who? Who was your first experience on a mat?
Yeah, I had trained with, obviously at my gym, but I traveled one time to a checkmat BJJ in Long Beach.
Checkmat, yeah.
And there was, a bunch of Brazilians in there, and there was a cute female in there. And she was kind of skinny, maybe 130, 40. I'm a big dude. I was a white belt.
And for those of you who don't know, Asher's a big, strong, Asher's a friggin' donkey. This is a big man.
So I get on this mat, and, I rolled with a couple dudes, and I'm like, and she's really smiling. I'm like, all right, man, I got this. Like,
right.
Surely I can. And, we shook up, and that chick choked me about 14 times in less than 3 minutes. And that's when I realized BJJ is the great equalizer.
There's levels to this. And if you're out there and you've never had your ego horrifically checked by someone, it's a crazy experience. And obviously I was already used to that from jiu-jitsu, but I'd never had my ego checked with shooting a gun. Shooting a gun, I'm a friggin' Army Ranger. I know how to shoot a gun better than anybody, you know? Bunch of you guys are watching this, you think you know how to shoot, right? And then I saw someone who's a literal ranked master of their craft show me how someone really shoots a pistol, and it blew me away. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. So I think some people, when their egos are checked, they're like, all right, you know what, I don't care about that. But for me, it was just something I had to get in. I just had to throw myself into it. So I dedicated myself, like now, like USPSA, the United States Practical Shooting Association is a sport. It's a sport. It's a game. It's not tactical. We're not getting shot at by the targets. It's not force on force. It's the practical shooting of a pistol at very, very high speed and accuracy. And it just became something I threw myself into because it's hard. It's unbelievably hard. And having my ego checked was the hard is what makes me want to do it. And like, I'm not the best shooter, you know what I mean? I'm a guy, by the time this airs, I'll be A class, and like, I'm a nobody. I would be coming up on the equivalency of a very baby purple belt in USPSA, but my goal is to get my black belt one day. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I'm certainly dedicated to the craft, and like, it's the new fiery passion that I have. That's a strange world. I've met some really awesome people. I've met some real weirdos.
Oh, we're diving into it.
Yeah,
I'm here for all of it, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
First, set it up for people who've never watched a match. What is USPSA? What does a stage actually look like? And what were you doing out there? Or what are you doing out there?
All right. So USPSA is a very large competitive sports pistol shooting league. There's lots of little leagues out there. There's lots of different callings in this sport. You've got Steel Challenge, where you stand in one area and you shoot steel plates for time and speed. You've got IDPA, which is International Defensive Pistol Association, and they've got a very different rule set. I would say the rule sets in these leagues vary as much as, let's say, rugby to football, right? So IDPA has one rule set. There's another pistol league out there called PCSL. There's another league that's called GPA. But the one that, and I've shot in all of these little leagues a little bit, but the league that I shoot in the most, the one that's the largest, the one that's the most well-known in America, is called USPSA. Now, there's an international version of it that's real popular in like Europe and the Philippines and stuff like that. That's called IPSC, IPSC. But they're essentially the same leagues. They're very, very similar, and they've got slightly different rules, but their rule sets are close enough to be essentially the same sport. Don't bag on me, USPSA weirdos. I know you guys are crazy about this, but IPSC and USPSA are very, very similar in aspects of being essentially the same sport. And what that is you go to a stage. It's known as a stage. You have a bay in front of you, and this bay has a wide array of cardboard targets that have zones in them, scoring zones. You can either miss the target, you can hit a D zone, a C zone, or an A zone, D, C, A. And you have a score that's based on your ability to navigate this stage with these barriers and these different problems that are put in front of you and shoot these targets as accurately and as fast as possible. And at the end of your stage, they tally up your points, and then they tally up your time, and they divide them together into a number that's called hit factor. And that hit factor can vary. If you're really, really fast but very inaccurate, your hit factor will be lower. If you're very, very accurate but you're very slow, your hit factor will be lower. So you want to be accurate and fast together. And most people who get into this sport generally fall into one of two camps. You've got some people who are really fast, but they're inaccurate when they start, and you've got people that are very accurate and pretty slow when they start. Generally speaking, military and LEO people come from the background where they tend to be pretty accurate, but pretty slow, because this is a sport that's got a lot of very technical, difficult footwork. The difference in USPSA and practical shooting and IPSC, and I'm just going to refer to USPSA moving on here out. If you're listening, yes, IPSC exists, but I shoot USPSA. The difference is things are happening at such high speed that 3/4 of a second might be the difference in a win or a loss. Or me shooting 5 alphas in 1 Charlie might be the difference between one guy shooting 4 alphas and 2 Charlies, right? And then you shoot a stage, you go to another stage, and the next stage is completely different. And the next stage is completely different. And the next stage is completely different. So they're constantly throwing problems at you that you have to solve. Some of these problems involve you manipulating the gun at blinding speed without moving. Some of them involve you moving all over the place in a very complicated array of targets, shooting them as fast as you can. So it tests the entire array of your pistol skills, your pistolier skills, your ability to draw the gun, your ability to fire the gun, transit the gun, transition the gun, reload the gun, and do it all while moving as fast as you humanly can. And I, like most people, was exposed to this sport very early, and I couldn't believe how fast and how accurately people were shooting. I'd never seen anyone shoot like that. There's a reason that the unit and the top SOF units in the world, they get top USPSA and IPSC competitors to come and teach their guys how to shoot. That is a straight up thing, right?
They've been doing that for a while.
They've been doing that for a really long time. When I was in the unit, Jerry Barnhart had won USPSA Nationals. And not the unit. When I was in Ranger Regiment, the Ranger Regiment used to send a couple guys every year to go train with Jerry Barnhart. They're still doing that nowadays. Like there's guys out there like, on our side of the house, you might not know Ben Stager or Christian Seiler, some of these superstar names, Brantley Merriam. The unit will get some of these top pistol shooters to come and teach them how to shoot a pistol extremely fast, extremely accurately. And the thing is that these competitions inherently introduce a high degree of stress on you because you've got a timer and a bunch of people watching and your scores are posted and it's all public. And you keep a rolling score of like your classification. You're great. And it's extremely humbling because you're going to go out there and I guarantee you some 130-pound office worker is going to go out there and he's going to rip through a stage with a stock Glock with no upgrades on it. And he's going to do it 50% faster than you and 100% more accurate than you. And his hit factor might be 3 times yours. And the margins between a grandmaster shooter and even like an A-class shooter are razor thin. So we're talking like, if you stand and shoot and you do a classifier, the margins of error might be 0.3 seconds over 8 rounds, and like, or 40 points. So it takes a lot of training and a lot of practice to get your body to move a certain way, to get your eyes to react a certain way. And then it might be the difference between me standing and shooting or me just leaning a little bit and standing and shooting. It's a very, very difficult sport. It comes very naturally to some people. It's a lot more difficult to others. I think I'm probably on track to just be like a regular guy. I'm no badass guy. I train with a lot of people, and I want to give a moment to shout out to Detective Colin Giardini. He expected a shout out. Odie, please keep this in here. But shout outs to Colin Giardini. Shout outs to Brad Borum. Shout outs to the prodigy Liam Amobi. I have some friends who've got some unbelievable, interesting stories. These are the primary people that I train and shoot with. And Liam Amobi is a very interesting kid with a very interesting story. He's a cancer survivor, former major league gamer, kind of this oddball kid, son of Nigerian immigrants who's in Johns Hopkins Medical School now. And he's about to be a grandmaster in this sport. This guy just came out with a crazy work ethic and ability to transit and fire this gun that's kind of borderline incomprehensible. If you've never shot with competition shooters and you see someone who's shooting at a grandmaster level, it's mind-blowing. Shout outs to Frank Gall, Brandon Alvarez, and especially Carolyn Pace. So those are my people, and I just want to show a lot of love to all the things they've done for me.
Combat shooting and competition shooting look identical to an outsider, and they're completely different animals. Mm-hmm. Coming out of the regiment, what did you have to unlearn to be fast and clean on a stage?
I really had to unlearn the fact that shooting at USPSA is a game. This is a game. This is a sport, right? It's sort of like, I think it's really comparable. You get a lot of people out there in the comments are like, oh, that pistol sport shit. It's not the real world. Targets don't shoot back. Like, yeah, bro, of course the targets don't shoot back. I've been shot at a lot and I'm not trying to get shot at anymore. Getting shot at sucks, right? But I think it's very akin to the fact you see some people that are like, man, I could go in an MMA gym and mess those dudes up. I've been in a bunch of street fights, right? It's not the same thing, you know? And then you go into a gym and you train against a real trained MMA fighter, you're going to get, it's like child's play to these guys. So people are really training at a high level with the sport. The main thing that I had to unlearn was what we call overconfirmation. And I had to learn how to trust my hands and eyes to be moving at as fast as humanly possible. I had to learn that my body and my eyes and my hands and my nervous system is capable of operating in a gear speed that's way, way, way higher than I thought possible. Like you look at some people like Brandon Alvarez. I have a buddy who's a former Ranger, former 175 Ranger. Hopefully he ends up on the show one time. This guy's a 5-class grandmaster in USPSA. And when this dude shoots, he looks like a robot. He doesn't look like a human. Like his POV footage is mind blowing. A lot of people have seen his footage, and certain guys can just do things with a gun that if you're out there and you haven't been exposed to it and you haven't seen someone shoot like that, it's incomprehensible.
Take me to your first match, stepping up to the line as the literal new guy. Did you know you were going to get murdered?
No, I didn't. And I will, I want to say I was extremely fortunate in my first match to shoot with 2 grandmasters who, USPSA is full of a lot of weirdos and freaks and geeks and strange people. There's good people, bad people. There's all kind of, it's a slice of Americana, right? But I had the great fortune to shoot my very first match with 2 super badass grandmasters, Josh Morgan and Dave Titoyan. And those guys are competing on the national level. They compete nationally. Dave Titoyan is one of the top ranked guys in carry optics in the country. Josh, I believe, is one of the top ranked guys in production. There's different classifications of the guns you carry there. So if you own a handgun of any form, there's a classification for you in USPSA. But these guys generally land in 2 different classifications. And I had the great fortune to be squatted up with these 2 nationally ranked guys in my very first competition ever. And they were cool as fuck. They showed me the ropes. They answered a lot of my stupid questions, my white belt first day questions. How do I tie my belt? Where do I put my shoes? How do I stand? What do I do? I had no idea what I was doing. And I finished, I believe, 81st out of 82 people. And I got crushed. And these guys were super encouraging. They didn't look down on me. They didn't talk shit. There's a lot of shit talkers in USPSA. There's a lot of people out there who like treat USPSA like it's some sort of like social badge of honor. It's not, it's a game. If you're out there and you're shooting USPSA, you should try and be more like Josh Morgan and Dave Titoyan, because those guys are leading the way, and like Brandon Alvarez and especially Frank Gal. There's some awesome dudes out there. I could list a lot of top shooters out there who are great guys, and they're always willing to help, and they've always got a good attitude. Bobby Martin, Tony Lee, Keanu Sai, there's awesome guys out there, and those guys are great for the sport. But there's some people, just like in any sport, it becomes sort of like their social calling, and they put a lot of weight in it that's probably not pursuant to really what it is in their life. But I was just very fortunate enough to shoot with these 2 really awesome, super talented, nationally ranked guys, and they were very encouraging, and they answered all my stupid questions. And especially Josh Morgan, they kind of helped me print on me like, wow, this is like what I want it to be like. And now I see it like this is a skill I want to get good at. And I feel like in the long run of things, like it's a hobby, it's a weird sport, but it is a practical shooting thing. I'm learning to really get good and try and master the craft of shooting a pistol. And I think that's an awesome skill that a lot of people out there should strive to learn for. Really challenge yourself at another level. It's one thing to go out and shoot at the range. Like it's another thing to go out and shoot 20,000 rounds one year. You know what I mean? Shoot 20,000 rounds and really learn how to master your gun, and do it under stress and train and practice every day.
That sounds really expensive, dude.
It is really expensive. If you don't like money, this is what you should do. You should go in your bank, pull out as much money as you can, and put in a pile on your floor and burn it. And then that's what it's like shooting USPSA. That's what it's like. Yeah, that's what shooting USPSA is like. Now I'm at the point where I started reloading my own ammunition. And I did that out of a practical reason. Like now my cost per round is significantly lower. I had to buy a bunch of equipment and learn a bunch of stuff. But over time, like in this last year, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about the craft of shooting a pistol. Like, it's really helped me with my fitness. I'm like fully engulfed in the art of like skill development, learning how motor skill function works, learning ecological dynamics, learning constraints-led approach, learning ballistics, learning how to make my own ammo, really learning how to like gunsmith and work on my own guns. It's been a craft that's like, for me personally, it's been really good. And like, I try and stay out of the social stuff. And like, I've made some awesome friends along the way. Like, you know, Colin and Liam, those are my homies. I'll be with bros with those guys forever, you know?
We were talking about yesterday, there's this kind of like two worlds, right? The TAC Bro world and then like the US PSA. And there is some overtwine, but you know, there's some hate between the two. Yeah, speak to that a little bit.
You know, that hatred in USPSA between the TAC Bros, I'm going to tell you all out there something. As someone who's lived deeply in both of those worlds, all that hate exists right here, right? And when you do that, it goes away, right? Like, it's so ridiculous. There's a lot of very opinionated people online.
Just like straight social media bullshit.
Yeah, it's social media bullshit. Like, it really just comes down to the fact if you're a person who really enjoys shooting firearms, and you want to get better at doing that, then you should look at competition shooting because it's your fastest route to get better at shooting a firearm. And I think if you're out there and you're an enthusiast with pistol shooting, you owe it to yourself to at least be exposed a little bit to the world of competition shooting, because at worst, it's going to expose deficiencies in your motor ability. And at best, it's going to put you down a path where you're going to learn to like master your weapon. And the unit practices practical shooting, you know. Dev Group practices practical shooting. 75th Ranger Regiment practices practical shooting. It's like this is being done at the highest levels. So TAC Bro or not, you know, it just is the pinnacle art of the skill. I think you used the analogy the other night, right? Like, everybody thinks they can drive good, right? And you got F1 drivers. And you're like, oh man, well, you know what? I can whip my car, drive, and then Max Verstappen shows up, right? You're like, well, this is a different animal. This guy is driving a vehicle in a way that you can't comprehend, right? So like, it's just the highest expression of the art of shooting a pistol. And I think if you're out there and you're a pistol lover, I think you owe it to yourself to at least look into the world of competition shooting and learn how to practice and, you know, learn how to dry fire and get better at using your weapon.
Talk to me about the gear, man. What are you shooting? What are you carrying?
I've kind of done what a lot of new competition shooters do, where they kind of float between different platforms and they land on one. I started on Glock. I have two Glock 17s. One of them is completely raced out and set up for competition. The other one's totally bone stock. And then for a while, I was like, wow, I need a competition pistol. I need a super badass gun, right? So I got a CZ Shadow 2. CZ makes fantastic guns. That's a double action, single action hammer fired gun. And then I made a really stupid impulse purchase, and I went out and spent an unbelievable amount of money on a super custom raced out 52-ounce steel hand-fitted Masterpiece Arms DS9 2011 that cost a freaking unbelievable amount of money, and I've shot maybe 50 rounds through it, you know? And along the way, I just learned, like, it's not the gun. It's really not the gun. People are very, very territorial, and they're very passionate, and they're very emotionally attached to what gun works for them. Even in USPSA, oh my God. You've got the Glock bros, you've got the 2011 guys, you got the CZ guys. It really doesn't matter. In the end, if you spend enough time on a handgun, you're going to find out the gun that fits you, and that's usually tied to its geometry. And there's some stuff to do with the trigger. You can change the trigger. But generally speaking, your eyes and hands are going to land on and prefer a gun of a certain weight and a certain geometry. And among those guns, certain firearms, I'm just going to say this right now, there's no gun that's better than any other gun. There's just certain guns that are proven to work under extremely high round counts, right? You might have whatever gun you have at home and you love that gun, and that's awesome, right? But has that gun been vetted for 50,000 rounds? Was that optic going to work 80,000 rounds in the lifespan of that gun? So that's part of the challenge. That's part of the allure. You know, right now I've landed on Glock. I've kind of went in a big circle. I went from Glock, I went from Shadow, I went from 2011, I went back to Shadow, and I've kind of landed back on Glock because I just realized finally after many, many thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds There's little tweaks between the different guns that I prefer and I don't prefer. I'm a little bit quicker side to side and out of the holster on the Glock. I'm a little more accurate at distance with the Shadow. The 2011, I like having it's a little bit more platformy for me. But ultimately, at the end of the day, everyone's mechanics and everyone's body is different. So like, look, you and I are shaped different. Me and Liam are shaped different. Me and Colin are shaped different. Everyone lands on a firearm that fits their body the best. But I think the main thing that people look at is reliability over a long period of time. Certain platforms are more reliable than others.
Glocks like the AK-47 of pistols, man.
I think it's more like the Toyota Tacoma of guns. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with the Tacoma. Hey, but you know what?
Yeah, but I'm saying the AK-47, man, bro, that gun's lasted the test of time since it was invented.
But look, man, there's a reason people buy Rolexes and jet skis and shit like that, because it makes them happy, right? Like, you can wear a G-Shock or a Timex, and it's going to tell time just as good, probably better than a Rolex or, you know, but like some people just like having that thing. And
I always laughed at the gun conversation. I've carried a gun my entire adult life.
Yeah.
Mainly for work. Yeah. And, you know, I would constantly get asked by people, even in the industry, but outside of my industry, you know, what do you think about this gun or that gun? And I've always been the same way. I'm like, it's a hammer, dude. Like, how do you want your hammer to feel?
It's
you
a
want
tool.
a big hammer? You want a metal hammer? You want but I would always encourage people, like, don't spend $2,000 on a gun and $500 on training.
Don't do what I did.
Yeah, buy a $500 gun and get $2,000 worth of training.
Yes, and you know, I had that masterclass guy tell me from day one, don't go out and buy another gun. God, Chris, as your friend, as a USPSA masterclass shooter, don't go out and buy a new gun. Promise me you're not going to buy a new gun. Cool, man, I won't. The second he walked out of the door, I went up to the shop and I bought a new gun, right? Because I'm finally at the point in my life where I got a little bit of disposable income. I got a little bit of cash. Yeah.
Does everybody normally shoot 9mm?
Well, USPSA has what's known as major and minor. In minor is by far most people shoot minor, which is 9mm. Major can be 40, 45, you know, 9 major. There's all kind of different calibers. Generally speaking, the vast majority of people shoot 9mm. Again, there's no one good gun, but certain guns are proven over time to have a much longer lifespan and hold up, and they have more reliable triggers under very high load.
What are you carrying for gear? Just battle belt or?
So there's different rigs you can carry. And again, for those of you who don't know about USPSA, this doesn't go out to the experienced USPSA guys. There's nothing here I'm going to tell you guys that you don't know already. But if you're interested in competition shooter, don't be afraid to go in there. All you need is a belt with a holster that covers the trigger, right? It can be appendix, it can be concealment, it can be on your hip, but you need a reliable holster that covers the trigger and will retain the gun. It doesn't have to be a retention holster, but it has to have some form of positive retention. It doesn't have to have a clip that you turn on. It can be a Kydex. A lot of people use Kydex, or we call them buckets, but a gun that's got some form of retention. And you need to have at least 2 magazines on your body. Those magazines can be in your pockets. It really doesn't matter. There's nothing against the rules. But generally speaking, people fall into 2 camps. A lot of people will shoot duty or like essentially work guns or tactical rigs. You see a lot of them. But the people who are a little bit more on the gamer side, and that includes myself, I started with a tactical rig and I ended up going into a gamer rig. And a gamer rig is generally something that's a lot lighter, and it's designed to allow you to access those magazines extremely quickly. So my magazine holders, I have 2 plastic ones and I have one that's a magnet. It's a rare earth magnet. So my magazines are on my body and they're canted, so I can just snatch them very quickly, right? In a gunfight or a TAC bro scenario, or as a police officer, you would never carry your weapon in a gamer rig. That's why it's called a gamer rig. It's for the game. It's for the sport of USPSA. But those are the 2 camps. You've got tactical, everyday workwear style rigs, or a gamer rig. And that's another thing. It's kind of interesting to learn what rig and what gear works for you. But if you're out there and you own a holster and you have some way to carry magazines on your body, go up and sign up for a local competition. And honestly, you're going to have a lot of fun because you get to run around circles and shoot guns.
How do people find out about it? Just go to the website?
Yeah, there's a big overarching national website called Practice Score. Practice, not practice, but Practi, Practi, score. and use that. And you can use filters and you can find matches in your area, and you can filter them by types of matches. If you can't find a USPSA match in your area, I think IDPA is a great option too. Like USPSA bros out there are going to talk shit about IDPA, but it doesn't matter. You're still out there and you're still competing with a firearm.
Awesome, man. Anything else on shooting that we missed?
No, I don't think so. I will, you know what? I'll say this. I'm a big proponent of this. It doesn't matter if you're shooting competition. It doesn't matter if you're a police officer. It doesn't matter if you're just an enthusiast plinking cans in your backyard. But if you're a very opinionated gun person online, you owe it to yourself to practice and dry fire with your gun as often as you can. Because the difference between someone who dry fires 10, 15 minutes a day, a couple times a week, and somebody that doesn't is a gulf that cannot even be measured, right? So if you're out there and you're a gun enthusiast and you're a pistol enthusiast, at the very least, you owe it to yourself to practice and dry fire with that gun.
Well said, dude. Last time you were here, we didn't cover this at all, but you spent the last 6 or 7 years working in the drone industry, future concepts, actually for Department of Defense, now Department of the War.
For the Army, yeah.
Yeah, for the Army. What was it? Kind of what were you doing? I mean, to the point that you can talk about, and there's some things that we can't talk about on here. But what's it like to be, I mean, so you were in like the drone industry before the Ukraine war.
Yes.
What was it like before that war as far as what the drone industry was doing? Was it as robust as it is now before that war, or were we still doing advanced stuff aggressively?
So the drone industry has changed significantly in the last 6 years. I was with U.S. Army Combat Capabilities Developmental Command, known as DEVCOM, and there's subsidiaries within DEVCOM known as Army Research Laboratories, Army's Futures Command, C5ISR. Army has a bunch of science labs and technology labs that are dedicated solely to the craft of advancing the technology in all different disparate avenues of approach. I worked in the drone industry, and more than that, I worked in the drone sensing industry. I can't go super deep into it, but I worked for an Army research laboratory working on drone sensor technology. And before the Ukraine war, I wouldn't say that the drone industry was in the dark ages, but I would say it was still in what I would consider its comparative infancy just to 6 years from now, just to 6 years ago.
Yeah, and if I go back, I worked at a place where drones were becoming new. It was in the LE industry.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I was working for the federal government, and we couldn't even get drones because we couldn't use Chinese drones, which, you know, the DJIs were good.
Permissions.
Yeah, and there was no, at the time, man, there wasn't a lot of options, and the options that we had in the States were massively expensive.
Absolutely.
That's now since changed.
Significantly. There has been, so the Ukrainian war sent a shockwave, a seismic change to the world of drone and UAS technology. It's kind of funny, like now you just get online and it's like, you know, you pull up videos of drones doing all kinds of things overseas, and they're much more prevalent. If you think back about it, 6-7 years ago, it was completely different, right? So the Ukraine war sent shockwaves through the drone industry. And the U.S. Army has every bit of motivation to stay ahead of that power curve. So they ended up pouring tons of money into the drone industry. What I can say is I worked in the
permission side, right?
Well, I worked in a lot of different areas. I worked in the field testing and the permission side of the house, and I worked in the new emergent technology research part of it as well. I was a liaison, so the Army hires some of the best and brightest engineers and scientists to develop this technology, put it on drones, give it to soldiers so they can test. And I was that kind of middle guy who spoke the language of the military and worked with the scientists to set up field testing environments and also work with like the FAA and permissions and authorizations so we can fly these drones. One of the big changes, and this sounds boring and like not super interesting, but it's actually seismic in the drone world. There used to be a huge amount of red tape in flying a drone. There used to be a huge amount of permissions and authorizations and frequency managements involved in like, hey, we're in the Army, want to fly a drone around, we want to do a thing with it. Well, if you want to do that, you got to get tons and tons and tons of obfuscating paperwork through all these channels, all these disparate channels. And for a lot of you out there who work in the federal government or LEO, or even if you work in big time white collar business, right? Asher and I were talking about, there's people out there who kind of just exist to fuck that process and make it harder for people.
Yeah, dude.
It's crazy. I don't know where these people propagate, but they're like rule sticklers and they only care to like go over paperwork with a fine tooth comb and like, oh, you guys can't go fly this $80,000 drone this weekend because the spacing wasn't aligned on this PDF, right? I don't know where these people come from, but they're out there. And hopefully
they're the same type of people that leave our comments, our negative comments on our YouTube.
They really are. Yeah. There's a lot of Keiths and Karens out there in the professional world. I mean, honestly, I'll bet like, you know what? Let's go back to the trades, right? I mean, if you're in trades, how many foul ups have there been with like inspections and shit like that? There's just people who live to be like real. They're like the HOA.
Oh, bro.
Of like the business world. But those people propagate in huge numbers in the Army.
I can only imagine what it's like at the federal government level.
The federal government level, and you're trying to fly a drone around it on a military base doing weird stuff. Oh my God, the people just come out of the woodwork. And this is not a pro-political message whatsoever. After the Ukraine war really blew up and we were really exposed to what's going on over there, the current Secretary of Defense, about 2 years ago, a year and a half, maybe a year ago, he put out an executive order that made a sweeping change to all that, right? This executive order came out and said, hey, look, we recognize that there is an unbelievable amount of ridiculous red tape that is obfuscating our ability to employ, work with, research, and develop drone technology. And this technology, these authorizations are really doing nothing but hindering the process. It's just paperwork. It's fugazi paperwork. So they put in sweeping changes to the drone authorizations, and now it's much, much easier for commanders at the battalion level and below, to get those drones into the hands of their operators and work on them and test on them, because it's new emergent technology. It's not, I would say technologically, drones are still in their infancy. We think about drones and we think about ISR and we think about Reapers and things like that, but like the handhelds, the class 1, the class 2 drones, class 1, group 1 drones that soldiers are using on the battlefield, that technology, the U.S. Army decided, hey, we need to get ahead of this right now. And that's been a sweeping change. Drones are proliferating in a huge, huge number. I've done orders. I can't say for who and what platforms, but I've been involved in procurements where units were ordering hundreds of drones. Not like 3 or 4 we're going to experiment on. This unit needs 300 of these drones, right? Make it happen. We need to stand up a drone operator course. Well, all right, we need that done in 3 months. You know what I mean? And now people think about armed drones flying around, blowing people up. And that's kind of like, that's one of the things you can do with drones. But really the real technology in drones is moving towards extremely high levels of very highly capable sensing on drones. That's what the Army cares about.
Were you guys seeing, you're not working in there more, but were you seeing a lot of AI autonomous technology?
Yes.
Kind of.
I would say not AI. We're not talking about the AI boogeyman, right? We're not talking about Terminator T-1000 flying drone swarms out and doing stuff without human control. The main thing that AI is being used for, automated technology, is to highly advance the abilities of these drones to detect people and vehicles in all manners of austere or occluded or difficult or GPS denied environments. That's about as far down as I want to go into it. But the Army realizes that putting the bomb on the drone is kind of like, that's not as important as having the drone be able to do a lot of things on its own and find things and determine things and not make end user kinetic decisions, but figure out where things are or tell itself to go somewhere and find something or someone.
Yeah. What did you see change the most between pre-Ukraine and post-Ukraine?
Urgency, the sense of urgency. I think drones were looked at as sort of like, yeah, one day this will be important, but the mindset really shifted to like, this is important now. This is the thing we're doing now.
I heard you kind of tell it when we were prepping, and even when we've talked recently. The whole internet is watching the wrong thing. That to the Army, it's just a platform to put a sensor on. Why is everybody fixated on the bomb and not the other aspects, you think?
Well, I think that,
Or do you think that America's not necessarily fixated on the bomb because we're not in Ukraine? We haven't used them.
No, we're certainly fixated on the bomb. But I think it's really, like they think about the bullet hitting the person, right? From a sniper, let's say like you've got a DMR or a sniper rifle, right? You think about the bullet traveling and hitting the guy, right? You don't think about all the science that goes into the ballistics, making the barrel, making the optic, making the rangefinder, calculating the wind, calculating the conditions. That bomb is just the last step in a long chain of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things that have to be worked on.
Those viral Ukraine first-person video grenade drops everyone shares. You call that the kindergarten thinking, a caveman with a stick. It's killing $4 million tanks with a $400 drone. How is the caveman, or how is it that the caveman is not winning?
Well, I don't want to say, you know what, that was an impersonal conversation. Look, I don't want to say that there's anything caveman-like about putting a bomb on a drone, right?
But it kind of is when you consider that like a M1A1 tank, right, or, some multi-million-dollar piece of, because we're, you look at our tanks, but even the tanks, that the Ukrainians were killing with the Russian tanks, a T-80 or something. Those are multi-million-dollar machines. Yes, they shoot around, but there's also a ton of technology that's involved in those things.
Correct.
So for something so small, nimble, and cheap to be able to take out a multi-million-dollar, what we would consider a highly advanced.
Well, the cost-benefit analysis of it was hugely beneficial, hugely motivating to the military. And it definitely wasn't the caveman thing. That was just like a colloquialism I'm using in the conversation. But what happened was those Ukrainian forces made do, and they were field expedient, and they were very smart about maximizing something in a time of dire need, right? And the Army realized, like, wow, if they can do that with this, what can we do with this, right? So there's a huge push inside of the Army to super advance drones into the far future, not 2 years from now, not 5 years from now. We're talking 10, 20 years from now. This is emergent technology, the way that night vision changed warfare as we know it.
We talked something a little bit about the killer robot debate, right? You mentioned it, Terminator, autonomous things with no human decisions. What concerns you about that move? Because we're not far from there. I think if you look at the Anthropic debate, the Department of War got into it with Anthropic, Claude pulled out, a lot of shit talking going between the government because they didn't want to give certain capabilities to either target Americans but even some of the autonomous firearms technology. What's your thoughts on that?
First off, I want to make it very clear. Again, I'm a nobody. I'm a low-level grunt who worked in Army Research Laboratory for a long time. I think, and look, my opinions do not necessarily reflect those of the Department of Defense whatsoever, right? I'm a bro. Comments, have at it, right? Drive engagement, right? I think the main threat is the fact that this technology is so accessible and it's so cheap. And a lot of the technology we use is commercial off the shelf, that it makes it very highly accessible, very easy to use by the belligerents of our nation, whether those be peer forces or whether they be asymmetric forces or whether they be internal belligerents. I think that's one of the huge worries that the Department of Defense has. It makes, if you give everyone a stick, now everyone has a stick. And that's the main thing, right? So we have to get far ahead of it, right? Like, when we had stealth technology on aircraft, right? Stealth technology was a game changer, but if you think about it on the macro level, like your average college kid can't go out and build a stealth aircraft, right? But you get 2 or 3 college kids together, they can build a very, very capable, like, sensing delivery platform, a highly autonomous, highly capable sensing kinetic delivery platform. And that's what the Department of Defense is worried about. Because if 3 college kids can do it, now what do we do when we've got, an asymmetric group of people who are probably pretty well funded, right? Yeah. So That's the main thing.
You're seeing it. I mean, if you look south of Mexico, the cartels are absolutely already employing drones, and that technology is coming from malign actors.
I'll just say this: there is technology that you can go and buy on Amazon right now. That with the right people, you can make you can kludge parts together to make a very, very capable UAS delivery platform.
Yeah,
and that's well known. That's not OPSEC. That's out there. The Department of Defense is working on this.
Well,
stuff
I think this most recent conflict with Iran, the Irans continued to be able to send Shahed drones very far, very accurate, and inflict real damage. And I mean, we've seen it. I mean, we're still arguing with these people. And you look at a nation our size and our military might between us and Israel, and they're still. I mean, we bombed the daylights out of them. You know what I mean? And they're still sending drones. They pushed 2 aircraft carriers. Those aircraft carriers had to get way offshore. Now
this isn't all doom and gloom, right? Let's not paint a picture here of like doom and gloom. And I'm certainly not.
Well, it's not doom and gloom, but I mean, we just sat here and talked about war for hours.
Yeah, but it's a real threat.
Conflict is changing.
Yeah, I think the face of warfare as we know it has changed, but I do think that,
and that's literally happened in the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we just got rid of, I think, 11. All of the U.S. Army's air cav units, helicopter units, are now gone.
Yeah.
There is no. I mean, it's all replaced by drones. I have a friend; his son joined the infantry. They've got drone battalions now.
Yeah.
And so
drones in every squad.
Yeah.
I think drone technology is going to change modern warfare the way that the Maxim machine gun changed modern warfare.
Yeah.
The way that night vision, the way that the proximity fuse changed modern warfare. Every several generations, a piece of technology is going to come that changes the face of war forever.
Yeah. And I always think about it just from the logistical level, right? Now you're fielding this technology. These take either radio or GPS signals. Now you're flooding the air. Now there's more things to coordinate. It's interesting just to consider what the battlefield.
There's a lot of dirty signal in the air.
Yeah,
that's
a great way to put
surrounds us all the time, and navigating that and making sense of all that is I'll say this: the Army, for all its infinite wisdom, is a lot smarter than I think people think. And the Army is looking way down the road, and the Department of Defense is concerned with a lot of these problems already.
One of the things you mentioned was the honest worry is drones get faster. The human decision shrinks below human reaction time. Shoot us straight. Can we actually keep a human in the loop in a real peer fight, or is that
yes,
or is that a comforting lie?
No, yes, absolutely. The systems are designed to keep a human in the loop.
Do you have any concern, like in the future, or with your views behind the scene, that AI could creep in and it could become an issue?
I honestly, and this is a hot take, I'm sure going to get excoriated in the comments, but that's, having been someone who worked in the military drone industry, that's not a concern that I have. Because I worked in Army research laboratories in their drone division, right? There are human checks at every point in that. I know you guys are going to tell me what I was actually doing in my job or call me a shill or whatever the hell. I'm just a regular dude, but there are humans in every loop of that. The thing is to make decision-making easier for people.
While you were in the drone lab, was there talks about what our next conflicts could be and how drones could be employed in that conflict?
Honestly, not really.
Yeah.
I think that's because the face of warfare is ever changing. There's threats all over the place. I mean, if you just look at it right now, SOF is involved. I mean, SOF is involved in countries that we wouldn't even believe. Like, I know our guys are out there doing stuff in countries where if you knew what country they were in, you'd be like, what? I thought that was a vacation spot.
Yeah.
Right. But there's no one thing. I think the one thing that stands out to me when I was there was like the proliferance of fiber optic cable with drones. That became something that came directly out of the Ukraine war.
Yeah, I was completely ignorant to that till a couple months ago. I didn't realize they were flying these fiber optic things.
That's been around for a long time, probably longer than you think. So that's something that came directly out of that conflict that is affecting like research policy and stuff like that. That's one example, but these things are not like theater. These things are theater agnostic. You know what I mean? So just like terminal ballistics is theater agnostic, right?
Yeah.
So like you might think like, well, we're in Afghanistan, we're doing a lot of shooting in terrain. How does that differ from shooting in the jungles in Colombia? It's not. It's theater agnostic, you know?
Yeah. China makes about 90% of the world's drones and almost all the batteries. Even our American drones run on Chinese parts from inside the system. Is that a manufacturing problem or a will problem? You think we can catch up?
That is a topic that there are parts of that topic I specifically can't speak on.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Defense is very aware of that. And we have capabilities. We have our, like, China does a lot of stuff. I'll just say this. We do a lot of stuff too. That's something I don't want to touch on too much, but we're a hell of a lot more capable. We're a hell of a lot more capable than you might think, right?
Ukraine and Russia respin their drone tactics and firmware on a weekly cycle faster than any acquisition system can move, which has kind of been an issue with the American military.
Right. Was an issue.
Really?
Yeah.
That's going to be my question. Can the American military even fight at that speed, or have we removed those stopgaps?
Yeah, that was what the drone dominance Xord was designed to do, was in one sweeping. I would venture to say I didn't have a long enough career in the federal authorizations level. Maybe some people out there spent longer time than I did, but that was a massive titanic seismic change in which those stopgaps were largely eliminated in the drone world. The urgency of getting stuff into people's hands and emerging the technology just changed the face of drone development in a way that's like unbelievable. I would compare it maybe to like the space race in the 60s or something like that. I don't know. It just, in a day, literally a day, this Xord came out, the drone dominance Xord. I think it was 3852, Xord 38. I might be wrong, but you guys will tear me up in the comments. But the drone dominance executive order came out and changed all that in a blink of an eye.
The Pentagon is standing up counter-drone lasers at 5 U.S. bases this year, and Chinese drones keep showing up over American installations. Is the drone war already here, or is that something that was ever talked about? Because there's been all this, like, again, man, you don't know if it's alien craft or whatever. Like New Jersey had a big thing going where these drones and craft were showing up. Can you speak to any of that?
I'll say this. There's a lot more incursions in civilian infrastructure than you may be aware of.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole foreign adversary thing going, especially in the intelligence community.
Because again, like if drones were out there blowing up stuff, you would know about it, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot more drone incursions than you may think. A lot more on the civilian side.
Yeah, and you read about them quite often, right? Like there's an oil industry hit, oil lab hit in Houston. There's been power plants.
Well, a lot of those drones aren't being used to blow stuff up. A lot of those drones are being used to collect information.
What's the one drone capability, ours or theirs being a foreign adversary, that the public has no idea is already coming? I guess you probably don't want to talk about ours. So what about foreign drone capabilities that maybe people aren't aware of?
I think this is pretty well public knowledge, but the emergent technology in drones that I can speak of, I'm probably being more obfuscating this than I need to be, but I'm just trying to keep my bases covered because of my job and stuff like that. But the capability of drones to turn themselves on and go to a place and identify a thing and then tell someone that they've identified that thing is moving at light speed.
Mm.
And that is a lot more important than the FPV drone dropping a bomb on a tank. The ability to hide a drone somewhere, have that drone live there in quiet for a long, long, long time, and then have some means to turn that drone on and have that drone go up and fly and look at something and identify it and mark it and tell someone that it saw it. That technology is advancing at a light speed. That is something that really concerns people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By your own admission, you try never to watch the Ukraine drone kill footage.
Yeah.
What does the man who worked in an armed drone technology refuse to watch the drones? Like, what is that? Is it just because it's the war thing, or?
I don't want to see people die anymore, man. I've seen a lot of people die. I've seen people, it's like war porn, I think when you see somebody die up close, I mean, I've seen somebody die media away more than once. I just have no desire in my personal life, all the things that I've been through. I don't want to see.
I just didn't know. I didn't know if there was a drone like you stayed out for the drones. I understand the war.
You know, it's like, I feel like it's like, I don't want to make it on that level, but it's kind of like eating junk food, you know, or it's kind of like, you know, taking shots or something like that. Why introduce something like you would probably make a decision not to introduce something into your body that's going to make you feel bad afterwards. I just try and not introduce that. And, you know, you guys might say, oh, well, you know, you're being blind to the realities of war. Like, bro, I've lived the realities of war. I've seen a lot of people die. And I personally, just Chris, I don't have the desire to see people die anymore, man. That's just me.
Yeah. The Ukraine war is something we're about to get heavily involved in as a platform. The human toll has been egregious on both sides. Right. And we have plans to travel.
I have a question for your listeners, actually. I'm sure there's fire and EMS and police out there, and you yourself, right? Have you ever been on an accident scene and seen a human being that was torn up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You want to see that again?
No. Right.
You know what I mean? Now, if there were a phenomenon in which there were like maybe, let's say, a channel where you were seeing the world's worst car accidents, right? And they go in and film it and show the bodies torn up and stuff. Would you watch that?
No, but I mean, I still watch war movies, and you could articulate
a movie's different than seeing it actually happen, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's just me, and I'm just talking to the listener. That's just me personally. You know, if you like that stuff and you want to watch that, go for it, man. But me personally, I've made that decision. I've seen people die, and I don't want to see it again. That's just me.
I watched that warfare movie. Actually, my wife was taking us.
Yeah, I went and saw that in the theater.
I got sick to my stomach. That was pretty close.
And you know, it's crazy. I was in Ramadi when that was happening. Yeah. I was actually in Ramadi in that town while that was happening, right? And kudos to those guys. Those guys are SEALs, you know, and those guys were very brave and they did the right thing. And like
that movie got warfare pretty.
Let's shill. Let's be shills. Oh man, by the way, A24 check. The A24 check cashed. I'm just kidding, but that movie was a tough watch. It was a good movie. Yeah. A good, accurate depiction of, and nothing can prepare you for combat, but that was a gritty, raw movie.
It was.
But me personally, I love war movies, right? But they're movies. You know what I mean? For me personally, I don't want to see someone die in reality because, like, you know, hey. Everyone out there has their own opinion on things.
Yeah, and that whole Ukraine war, I mean, it's just that entire region. That's just a sticky topic to begin with. You know, there's obviously, I always say there's two sides to war, but I think there's more. I think there's geopolitical, there's underlying financial motivations, but I can't get past just the massive amount of loss of life. I mean, some of the videos, Russian and Ukraine, of these dudes getting, you know, killed. It seems senseless and brutal. And it goes back to what I said earlier. I mean, war brings out the most violent parts of humanity.
Hey, and in the comments and the watchers, if you're really into those videos of dudes getting blown up and torn to pieces, I'm just curious, like, what is the allure? You know, you think it's badass? I don't know. For me, like, hey, maybe you're tougher than me. Maybe you think that shit's cool as fuck, you know? And if that's what you think is cool as fuck, hell yeah, man, go for it. It's free country.
But if you look at us as a culture, you look at video games, TV, like, we've been desensitized that. But for those of us that have seen death up close, it has a different meaning. When you've never seen somebody die, but you've grown up your whole life watching it and playing video games, I think some people are numb to it. I think it's different for us. It's one thing to watch somebody on TV. It's one thing to watch somebody take their last breath in front of you.
Yeah, should I play games? I play, I'm getting crazy on Ghost Recon right now. You know, I play Ghost Recon Wildlands right now, and that's a crazy violent game. But to me, that's a video game, dude. Yeah. You know, it's not the same. It's animated.
Well, as we kind of close out this podcast, I just have a couple of questions, man. Just because you're articulate, you've had a lot to say. Like, I remember in your first podcast, we talked about what makes a good dude. You've had a lot of like thoughts on leadership. And so I have a couple questions in those veins. I mean,
sure.
You've now told me about a sadist who was a genius, a leader everyone loved, who stopped a patrol to look at a waterfall, and a colonel who saved your career by saying almost nothing when you were at Ranger School after Tillman died. What separates a leader men will die for from the one they'll just obey?
I've been around a lot of leaders and a lot of austere conditions, and I think that really the thing that speaks to leadership is someone who shows in whatever way they show it that they actually care for real about the people around them. It doesn't have to be some grand show of affection. It doesn't have to be gifts or like pats on the head. But there's just some people out there who lead by example, and a further level of that is they actually show care for the people around them. They actually have some form of human empathy in them that enables them to want the other people around them to be better.
Yeah, it's very articulate. I mean, you've been the brand new private getting humiliated and the senior ranger making the hasty plan when a man went down. What did you learn about leadership from being on both ends of that?
I think what I learned was that, I was a confluence of the guys around me. For John Owens, for all his hardcoreness, was an unbelievable influence on me. Because I'll say this, John Owens always made the right decision under pressure. Dave Utlau always made the right decision under pressure. Eric Godick always made the right decision under pressure. Kellett Sayre, Kellett, you know how I feel about you, man. That day that you dragged me out under that helicopter and you put me on that AC unit when everyone was shooting at us, and he said to me, hey man, I need you to lock down the backside. I need you to lock down the backside. I was like, I got you. And he's like, I know you do. Like, those 3 words was all I needed to hear in that moment. Everyone was shooting at us. The birds are flying overhead. I'm terribly injured. He's about to run into the gunfire and assault a house. And he needed somebody to watch the backside.
Is that where you jacked your back up?
Yeah. Oh. And he just said 3 words to me. I know you do. That's leadership to me. When the whole world is going sideways, he took just a split second in his inherent who he was to reassure me. Like real leadership at the highest level, real leaders care about their people.
Is great leadership something you can teach, or is it gravity? Either a man has it or he doesn't.
I think the qualities that make a great leader are somewhat inherent, and they can be learned and fostered by other people. S out there, I know that you're doing the right thing and you're fostering that in your men. I'm gonna take this when this is done. I'm gonna send this. You're out there and you're in 275 right now and you're leading men the right way. Man, I wish the regiment had 500 of right now, right? Because that's someone who is the example of how to take care of your people. He's the primary example that people look up to. He keeps his body right. He keeps his mind right. And he lives by a fucking code. And he takes care of his people. And you can do those things. And we need more people like that.
Yeah, and I think good leadership breeds good leadership. I think the problem when you have bad leadership is it sets up generations of bad leaders. And then when the organization tries to right that ship, it takes a long time, man. And so
I agree completely with you.
Yeah. You've had some interesting patterns in your life that I've gotten to know about you, and you have this guardian angel pattern. Over and over, the exact right person showed up at the exact right moment in your life. A leader, a judge, a cop, a cousin, a sea captain. When you line them all up, what do you make of it? Luck? I know you're not religious. Universe? Or something you were doing to earn it? God? I don't know.
Well, for me, I think I've been unbelievably lucky for sure. And I also think that I've looked at other people in my life. I'm not the only guy who's come from tough backgrounds, man.
Sure. Had plenty of them on this podcast.
Yeah. Louis Seif, bro. Lou Walker, you're out there like you've had some unbelievable strokes of luck in your life too, right? There's no one becomes successful without unbelievable strokes of luck. But again, and I think I mentioned this before, I think if you it's very simple. I think it's a mathematical, statistical numbers thing. If you're constantly making decisions that are in line with like curated good social behavior, you're always going to get breaks. Whereas if you're always acting in an antisocial way, you're going to get less breaks. And over the course of your life is made up of hundreds and thousands of little human moments with people. You can't completely isolate yourself. You can't forge your way all the way on your own. Being a human in the world today involves interacting with other humans constantly, day after day after day after day. It's a good example. Like, man, if I came on this podcast and I acted like a prick, or I said something nasty to your daughter, or I just did something that was like socially shitty, this relationship that you and I have would dry up, and who knows what that could turn into down the future, right?
There would be no podcast. Homie.
Right. You know, and it's just over and over and over and over again. And I think as an adult, you kind of, if you're someone who thinks like that as an adult, you become more aware of it. But I think just through my life, I've been somebody who happened to just kind of care about those kinds of things. And over life, like, I know that people see me as a good dude. You know what I mean? Like, you can have, you know, some of these people who've been influential on me took a huge risk on me, knowing that I was like a fuck up and like I made all these stupid mistakes and I had all these dumb things I did. But they took a chance on me because they knew I was a good dude. Marcus Hull took an unbelievable chance on me because he knew I was a good dude. And I made a lot of mistakes. I made a lot of self-inflicted errors, but I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't fuck anybody over around me. I was at my core, I was a good dude who made a lot of mistakes. And that dude put a lot of faith in me. And that's just happened to me over and over again.
What do you think you owe the men who pulled you out, and how would you repay a debt like that?
Everything. I can never repay Marcus Hull. The best way I can, the best way that I can repay Marcus Hull and Mike Hall and Alan Buford is by succeeding and growing and be a good dude every fucking day. Because at the highest level, that's all they give a shit about. They don't care what my job is. They don't care about my accoutrements. They don't care about how much money I make. Those dudes at their highest level of leadership, they just care that I've got my shit together and I'm reflecting something on them. Al Buford said something to me a long time ago that really got into me. And it was a throwaway comment from him that I don't even think he remembers, man. He saw this tattoo and he was like, look, man, if you're going to, man, fuck. He goes, if you're going to wear that for the rest of your life, you have an obligation to me and everyone else who wore that to be an example of what we are. And that like fucked me up. You know what I mean? And he didn't say it in a nasty way. It was just in a phone call. And that just, you know, I've got this guy who's Army Ranger Hall of Fame Delta Force commander taking time out of his day to just give me some advice about like going to the DMV. Give me some advice about, hey, what do I do at this job interview? You know, little stuff like that. But he said something to me, and from someone of his weight to say that, you know? Mike Hall told me one time, Command Sergeant Major Mike Hall, Regimental Sergeant Major Mike Hall, ISAF Sergeant Major Mike Hall, JSOC Sergeant Major Mike Hall. That guy told me, he's like, you know what, man? We've had a lot of guys come through these doors that we reached out to help. To this day, you're the only person that's ever paid back a loan in full from the foundation. And because of that, you'll always be good in my book. You know what I mean? And to me, yeah, it was like they gave me a little loan so I could get out of some like car registration shit a long time ago, right? And I paid it back immediately. You know, I grounded out and I sacrificed myself to pay that loan back immediately because it was incomprehensible to me, the fact that I could have been put in a position where I owe people something, you know? And to me, that was like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. But I didn't know that they've done that for a lot of people, and a lot of people have fucked them off and ran away. They took the money and bounced. I just couldn't imagine doing that. That's just again, this is just me.
As a dude who's gotten to help for a lot of people, do you find yourself now with an open door to help others? Has that changed you?
Yeah, actually it has. It's kind of weird because, you know, we talk about like my hostility and my standoffishness, but yeah, now that you've mentioned it, yeah. I wouldn't say it's a completely open door.
My wife sees right through that shit, just so you know, dude. She knows you've got a good heart. You've just got a rough exterior. And I think, you know, we were talking about it yesterday. You have that hostile, rough exterior because that's what kept you alive during some of the darkest, deepest moments of your life. And, you know, if you haven't listened to Chris's story from our first podcast, you know, if you find yourself struggling and you've made it this far in the interview, I would highly suggest you go listen to that story. Chris really bared his soul on some of the things that he went through and how he literally brought himself back from the grave. And it was a powerful, powerful story.
There's another woman in my life who was like that too. Marcus's lady, Susan Boyko, Ma. I don't call her Mom, I call her Ma. Susie. I came into Marcus and Susie's life at a real down point in my life. And Susie is a self-proclaimed cookie mom. This is like a suburban cookie soccer mom. And she saw right through the thugged out, tatted up F-word bullshit. She saw right through that. She saw that I was a good person who just needed some love, I think. And, you know, she's like the sun. You know, the sun gives and it gives infinitely, and it never asks anything in return. The only thing the sun wants you to do is grow. And that was Susan Boyko. So like having, you know, I think certain people just come along and they just, like Laura, they just see through your nonsense and they say, there's something good in there. I'm going to take care of it.
I mean, you've told the bottom completely, the overdose, the attempts, the streets, and it reached a lot of hurting people. A year of those messages later, what do you understand about coming back that you didn't understand when you were down here a year ago?
Well, I think I really wasn't aware of how many people a platform like this can reach in a real way. You know, we talked about it earlier. There's a lot less sense of interpersonal community now. And now the stuff we watch kind of becomes our community, right? The chat groups, that's a great example. You're probably in a chat, your listeners out there, you're probably in a chat group right now. That chat group probably might mean something awesome to you, you know? That might be your soccer mom chat group. That might be your car club chat group. That might be your like electrician chat group where you share memes, right? But that is a little sense of community. And I wasn't aware of how much reach this had when you share something with people and they can identify it and relate to it, you know?
Yeah, dude.
And like all the troll comments, all the bullshit, all the negativity, that means nothing to me. The fact that I was able to reconnect with Lionel Balloon, that means something to me. The fact that somebody out there reached out and found the time to find out the full name of Victor Anthony Castratus and the day that he died, damn, dude, that means so much to me. The fact that guy in that Seattle library eating out of a trash can, getting his job, man, bro, wherever you are, I hope you're grinding right now at your job. And I hope you bought a little shit car, and I hope you got money for Starbucks in the morning, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's real shit.
I tried hard to find that dude. He just disappeared.
You know, Eric Garcia, I know you're out there, buddy. I tried to find you, but you didn't reply to my comment. I served in the Old Guard with a guy named Eric Garcia. Eric Garcia had been a minor league baseball player. He was a catcher down in Florida. And he reached out to me. Hey, man, it's Garcia. Reach out to me. I reached out to him. I couldn't find him. Eric, I hope we find each other again. You were my homie. But there's a lot of human moments out there, man. And like, I think if you sift through all the trash and the garbage and the floating space debris that's on the internet, you're going to find little nuggets of interhuman personal wisdom. And, you know, if you're out there listening and you're probably driving your car, or maybe you're making dinner, or maybe you're on a treadmill, or maybe you're just out for a walk, or maybe this is playing in the background while you tinker with your stuff, man. I hope that, like, I really mean this. This may sound corny. I really hope shit is going good for you. And I really hope that your day is rad. And I really hope someone comes along and you have a good interaction with them. That's all the fuck that matters.
We had a bunch of interesting things going on our platform. I mean, I didn't build this for a business. I never thought people would listen. I never had any, I still don't know what I'm doing. It's just me and an editor who believed in this thing and worked for me for free from the very beginning.
Shout outs to Odie, dude. Yeah. Odie is, where did you find this guy?
Odie found me, dude. And our Genesis is actually on our Patreon. Odie came out here, we filmed it. It's kind of a funny story.
Odie, you're a freaking superhero, man. And like, he's cool as hell too. Yeah. And we've said before,
he's like an uncle to my kids.
I have a goal one day with this podcast, right? Of something you're going to do for me. Cause I've never paid a dime, right? I'm not shilling. We're not paid by the Bilderbergs. There's no money involved here, but Odie needs a tracksuit and a gold chain, bro. You know?
Well, I'll tell you, man, I mean, we've had some real ups and downs, and you know, this is, you know, people think you get 1 million views or something. That doesn't, there's not always a financial incentive. We don't really have too many big sponsors. We have one awesome sponsor who's been with us for the last 6 months. Shout out to New Wave Mortgage. If you guys need a mortgage, go check them out. They're probably one of the best in the business. But you know, there was a time when I thought, well, maybe I don't need to do this. I didn't start this to talk. I don't talk about myself. This was never about me. I just thought I could share some stories, kind of like yours, to help people. And, you know, right before your episode aired, I thought, well, maybe I've done a couple. I'm good. And, you know, we were having, you know, at the time we were having a hard time finding guests. I was still new. It's really hard when you're new. People know who you are. And there's a lot of people, they want attention. So you can't.
Yeah.
It's harder than
It's
you
funny
think.
because there's a couple people that I know in my life who are exceptional. I think they'd be amazing podcast guests, but the thing that makes them amazing is that they don't, they're not out there looking.
Yeah.
DeAndre is grinding on a mat right now. Brandon Alvarez is out at a
But all that being
right
said,
now.
man, like when you're, we were thinking about hanging it up, and then we started seeing the comments from your podcast, and that's what drove me. I mean, there's not a lot of money in this industry. I mean, Sean Ryan, Joe Rogan, the people that are making money, they've had huge investors. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't know about. And even the sponsorship / marketing industry, there's a ton of grift. And I have turned down 2 post-production companies because I don't want to lose control of what I've built. I like the way we do it. There's people that told me, hey, nobody's going to listen to a 7-hour conversation.
Dude, you'll get there. It's been a year. I mean, a lot of these people that are really making
but all that being said, the reason why, the things that keep us going, man, is the stories like yours, and then the reaction that we see that it's making a difference, even if it doesn't, allow you to buy the nice things that you.
I think if you stop looking at it from the marketing, the relentless marketing, like what's our niche, what's our viewer demographic. If you stop looking at all that bullshit and you just be authentic and you be yourself, you're gonna.
The funny thing for me is when I started this, I had no idea that there was 3.7 million podcasts out there. I had no idea how many veteran I just did zero research, dude. Zero. I just was like, hey, I've got a couple friends that have some cool stories, and those friends have some friends that might have some cool stories. And, I do a lot of preparation and planning.
You got some cooler people than me, man. You got
I don't know,
that
man.
Mac V Sog, dude. God damn.
We got another one
that
coming.
pod blew me. That guy. Shit.
Yeah. It's been a wild ride, man. Well, without just talking in circles, dude, I think we've talked for a while. This has been an awesome second visit, man. I mean, you're just one of the most articulate, and you've just become a good friend. And I enjoy, hearing you succeed. And, you've got your book coming out, Unseen Words. That should be out here in the next couple months. Unseen Worlds. Sorry. Yeah. So when Chris's books drop, we'll make sure that we send it out. We'll leave all of Chris's social media stuff in the description if you want to follow him. He's got a fun channel. He's always putting out good, funny stuff. And yeah, man, just thanks for being a good friend. Thanks for coming back on and seeing us again. I know you like your.
Thanks for having me. God bless all the Rangers. God bless all the combat veterans. God bless all the civil service workers out there. If you're out there strapping on the belt and put your life on the line every day, come home safe because people care about you.
Yeah. To all the listeners out there, we really appreciate the support, man. The support is overwhelming. If you've made it this far and you're not subscribed to the channel, just please hit the subscribe button. It's free, costs you nothing. It helps us, and it helps the algorithm push us a little bit farther.
I wonder if Odie can do this.
And then if you could, if you are looking for a house, man, use our sponsors. They help us. It helps our channel. We have a supplement brand. That's a brand that I built personally so that we could self-fund the podcast. So I don't have to, chase sponsors and suck up to people and tell you about how these antler pills work that I don't even take. I don't have it in me, man. And that's why we don't have a ton of sponsors. We've really looked for relationships instead of just somebody to, pay us $300 for an episode. Yeah. I'd rather not do it. But Odie needs a pay raise. My editor does not get paid near what he should have for what he creates. So if you could support us, man, we'd super appreciate it. There's a bunch of different ways you can join our YouTube community. You can join our Apple community now. We've got a Patreon account. And none of them are super expensive. They're like $4, man, or $4.99, but every little bit helps. And anything that we make above our costs, I don't take any profit from this podcast. Anything that we make, we've been donating to a nonprofit. We have several that we've partnered with, Coast to Coast Foundation. And we're about to partner with another nonprofit called Nothing by Chance, who's going to be helping folks be able to do Ibogaine that aren't, Delta Force dudes, man. There's other people out there that have struggled with trauma that could benefit from that medicine. And so we're hoping to be able to partner with them. So everybody be safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.
Thanks for having me.